The young man stretches and rubs his eyes, finally blinking awake and coming to his senses. He can't understand why it's so cold. They stand there, wondering if this is a dream. But everything feels real, and he decides to accept it for now. He looks around, heart pounding, trying to figure out where he is and struggling to remember what he did yesterday. The young man remembers coming home from work and eating his dinner. Afterward, he took a bath and played a little game before going to bed. After everything, all he can remember is that he went straight to bed. The hero understands what's inside the game and recognizes the cockpit of the Krishna, his ship from the game. He remembers Stella Online, a wildly popular sci-fi online game where you can be anyone. A clever merchant, a daring adventurer, whatever role you choose. He remembers being a mercenary player who controlled all kinds of ships. And finally he was able to buy his beloved ship. This is his favorite spaceship, the ASX-08 Krishna, the one he loves above all. Still freezing, he decides to fire up the generator just like in the game. He knows he has to turn on the life support system. He sees it's only 12 degrees and his stomach drops. He nearly froze to death. He exhales with relief, knowing his life isn't in danger yet. He's trying to piece together what happened to him. The young man says there's nothing strange about dreaming of a game you play a lot. But because he feels that chill, he insists this can't be an ordinary dream. He decides there's no use thinking about it any longer. Uncertainty settles in, leaving him with a small, stubborn sadness. The hero takes a breath, steels himself, and decides to be more positive. He notices the controls are surprisingly simple. He notices the joysticks and pedals feel a little strange to control. But he tells himself that with time he'll get used to them and it will become easier. The hero feels this control is razor sharp compared to a keyboard and mouse, and he decides it's finally time to find out where he is. The screen shows no card info and he has no money. Whatever should have carried over from the game didn't, but there's at least some food. He stares at the huge stash of rare metals and his heart sinks. He knows this is very bad. Rare metals in the world of Stella are incredibly valuable because they're so scarce. And in the game's world, you can quickly trade them for the local currency, Neil is the game's digital currency, handier than paper cash, but every transaction leaves a clear trail. Because of this, many rush to mine rare metals, and he realizes that everything is playing out just like in the game. He hears an alarm blare. An unidentified ship is scanning the Krishna. Someone spins toward him and asks what he's doing here. The stranger even asks if he's fallen asleep, and the hero forces a laugh, saying, "Just keep flying and don't pay attention." The pirates promise to share the cargo without touching a thing, but he laughs them off and jokingly offers to sell it to them for a good price. The young man studies the data, heart racing as it shows huge cargo holds but weak weapons. He knows at once this is a typical pirate ship. The pirate snarls the same demand, give up the cargo in exchange for his life. The guy accepts the fight is unavoidable, murmurs, "Don't take this the wrong way," and steels himself for the coming battle. He yanks the controls sharply. The pirates froze, taken aback by his daring maneuver. They can't believe he blew their shield to pieces with a single shot. Furious, the pirate yells at him to stop. The man screams that he'll kill him! The pirate beams at his own daring moves. The hero asks, "How does a pirate feel?" The pirate screams in horror, baffled that his weapon didn't work. The man panics when he sees he's not falling behind and suddenly hurls something at him. The pirate pleads, his voice shaking, begging him to stop. The hero pants, chest heaving as he catches his breath after the battle. He realizes the overload hasn't been completely suppressed and he feels sick, but he's surprised he still didn't wake up even after that. At last, the young man lets himself believe that all of this is really happening. He's not in such a bad situation. The Krishna is a fast, nimble ship, bristling with powerful weapons. After the battle, it hit him. The Krishna was clearly much stronger than the pirate ships, and as a mercenary, he realized he could live here just like in a game. He sees the reward for eliminating the pirates is 19,000 enils. Calculates that after repairing the ship and restocking ammunition, he'll still be in the black, and searches the wreckage only to realize there's no valuable cargo. He pins down the coordinates of every station in the system, even the pirate base, and with no map at all, he knows this is a huge success. The hero decides to sell the info and pocket the reward, but to do it he must fly to the station. He's told his request to dock at the Terminal Prime Port has been accepted. They demand to know who he is, telling him his identification data is corrupted, and a cold jolt runs through him as he remembers that all information about him was erased. He gives his real name, Sato Takahiro, but it feels out of place in this world, so he decides to go by his game name. The hero declares that his ship is the Krishna, and that his name is Hero. He calls himself Captain Hero. They're asking where he got those rare metals, but he stays silent and looks tense. He scribbled nervous replies, claiming he'd collected them from the pirates who attacked him. The employee doubts he's a mercenary. He has no ID and no connection to the guild. He asks if Hero will tell him where the metals come from, And Hiro, true to form, rarely suggests ending this pointless conversation. A girl in a military uniform steps into the room. Startled, the employee asks Miss Serena what she's doing here, and she explains that she saw an unfamiliar ship in the hangar. The employee introduces Hiro as the owner. Hiro offers an awkward greeting, and Serena, after flipping through the documents, says there really are a lot of metals. Serena's voice tightens as she asks, "Are you hiding anything from us?" And Hiro snaps back, "No, I'm not hiding anything." When Serena asks if there's anything else, he says there is, explaining he's come to collect the reward and hand over the coordinates of the pirate bases he found. But the moment he revealed the hold, then, he was dragged here without a second to spare. The woman asks if there's any evidence the cargo is stolen. The man replies no. Serena says she doesn't see any problems then. They offer him a deal. They'll buy the metals cheap, and he'll get paid. She adds that she'll spend the money here anyway, and the hero thinks that in this case everyone wins. Serena says she's heard whispers that some employees demand bribes from incoming ships. She gives a menacing smile, making it clear he should tell her everything he knows. The girl asks if that's right, addressing him as Marquis Hall's daughter. The startled employee snaps a salute, cries, "Of course," and rushes off to tackle the paperwork. Serena offers a quiet apology, admitting some people get swallowed by their work, and explains his data is empty. Only his name and the ship's name are listed. She says he looks like he just stepped out of another universe and landed here. Serena asks what's the matter, and Hiro laughs nervously and says it's okay, quietly making a mental note of her insight. Serena asks how he ended up in this system. He starts to explain that while he was in hyperspace, something happened and his mind went blank. He goes on, saying the pirates attacked, thinking he was a weakling, but somehow he beat them. Serena can't believe the story that hyperspace wiped his memory. She says they're accusing him of espionage. The hero is stunned. She explains that the main office wants to know if he is a spy from the Borbrim Federation, and the hero stands there completely baffled, not understanding what she's talking about. Serena lays out the situation, her words clear and sharp. An unknown mercenary, wearing a ton of medals, flies into the enemy station and objects that if he were a spy, he would have found a better way. Hiro worries he might have been too pushy, and Serena notes it's just a coincidence. Serena smiles and says she was thinking the same thing. She apologizes with a quick, sheepish smile, saying she was tied up talking to the head office. Serena urges him to see a doctor, and the hero thanks her as she offers to introduce him to a reliable doctor who can solve his memory problem. Hiro nods, thinking she seems like a good person. He waves her goodbye, finding her beautiful but frightening, and hopes he never has to see her again. Serena smiles and says, "They'll see each other again." The hero is left all alone, utterly at a loss. He learns the payout. 2.5 million for metals, 19,000 for pirates, and 150,000 for information. He works it out. The total tops 2.5 million e-nails, and he figures the exchange rate to N. The hero's face goes pale as he realizes this money would have been enough for him for 40 years. He remembers that just yesterday he was a network manager, trapped in a gray, boring life. He remembers that games were his only escape. He played everything, and it was thanks to them that he climbed into the top 10 players. He couldn't believe his luck, grinning from ear to ear at suddenly finding himself inside the game's world. The young man eats, his mind churning as he wonders what to do now. He decided to study the data. He wouldn't just let his life go to waste. The hero realizes he's in the Termine star system, 4 planets circling a jagged belt of asteroids. The planets were lifeless and uninhabitable, but the system teemed with resources, and mercenaries and miners kept pouring into the station. He realizes this is a pirate's favorite haunt. Besides, he knows mercenaries like him won't have any trouble finding work. Relations with the neighboring Borbrim Federation are frayed, and the system now sits firmly under the Grachan Empire's control. Skirmishes flare up constantly along the border where he stands, and he knows that if he stays, he'll be dragged into the conflict. He sees it as a chance to make some extra cash, but he also knows that fighting a real army isn't the same as fighting pirates. It's just too risky. A nagging suspicion tells him this isn't the Stella he knows, and he now realizes he can't fully trust what he thinks he knows about the game. Things are different. He's torn. Should he fly to another system? Convinced he still has plenty of time, the hero heads out to buy some food. He steps outside and stands breathless, dazzled by the vast city spread out before him. The young man thinks that even though he's used to seeing this in anime, seeing it in person still takes his breath away. He writes, remembering he'd read that this section wasn't very safe, and decides that if he acts like a redneck, he'll get into trouble. Suddenly, he's surrounded by several shady figures. "Someone's talking to him!" The Alfie Met says he's got a pretty gun. The elf girl gives Adam a bright, cheerful wave and greets him. He wonders if there were elves in the game, then shrugs and decides it makes sense if she's an alien. He asks her not to stare. She appeared out of nowhere, and he doesn't trust her. But she assures him she's just as much a mercenary as he is, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Blushing, the girl yells at him to stop staring at her. She asked him what he wanted, and he asked her what she had wanted from the newcomer. The girl said she wanted him to go out with her. She tells him she came because the fighting's getting worse, but no one's recruiting mercenaries yet, so she decided to bring him along to kill time. Hero's gut whispers that it's all very suspicious, so he decides a walk with his poor space double will help him learn more about local life. She suddenly remembers she hasn't introduced herself yet and says, "I'm Elma." The hero replies with his name. Alma says both their names are very simple and popular, then she asks him to remember hers. She calls him Newbie and urges him to follow her. Arrow lets out a soft, weary sigh and agrees. Alma screams, "Doesn't he have a license?" He asks, voice small and unsure, "Is it bad?" She screams it's bad, of course, and says it's a miracle he even made it this far. She warns that an independent owner of a warship is almost the same as a pirate and drags him off to the guild. He stands there, breath caught, utterly impressed by the sight of the guild building. He posted notices saying it looked like a government building, and Alma agreed. There wasn't much difference. He can't help but ask if she's been doing this for a long time. She knows so much. She replies that she has 53 and that she has 5 years of experience. Alma explains her race can live up to 500 years, unlike humans, and he blinks, stunned that she still looks so young, asking what she has been doing for the other 48 years. Her cheeks go bright red as she screams, "It doesn't matter!" She waves it off, saying it's rude to ask mercenaries about their past, and the hero thinks she's clearly had a hard life. Standing behind the counter, a stern man with a cybernetic arm pins them with a cold stare and asks what they need. Alma beams and cheerfully admits he's a rookie mercenary who worked without any registration. The man stares and asks if he's really a beginner, and doing it all without a license. The man demands the ship's name and ID. Elma giggles and asks if he's scared, and the hero snaps at her to shut up. He freezes in surprise. Z has never seen a ship like this, and notes there are no records of it in the database. The hero repeats, voice tight. The ship's information and its memory were damaged in hyperspace. The man shrugs and says it doesn't matter. Mercenaries don't pry into someone else's past, and the hero breathes out, relieved to think his so-so excuse has actually worked. With a satisfied nod after finishing the registration, he beams that everything is ready and says he has to test the hero now. He tells them they won't hire him until they test his skills in a simulator, insisting the simulators must have something like his ship. The man tells him to choose, and Hero, noticing Elma's strange smile, asks what's wrong with her. She says she only wants to see how good he is. The man announces that he is passed. The hero steps out smiling. The man's brow furrows in puzzlement, and Elma leans forward, asking if something's wrong. The hero explained that he started with something simple and slowly raised the difficulty, saying he hardly felt the change. It only became a little hard at the end. The man leans in and reveals it was a gold rank test, then lays out the rank system that shows a mercenary's combat power. He says he can't just give him a gold rank. He hasn't earned a single merit. The man pins a bronze rank on Hero and tells him to go earn his achievements, and Hero pleads, "Don't rush to give me gold." The hero says with a sly smile that otherwise they'd spoil all the fun he'd have from leveling up. The man finds it strangely interesting. Hero notices that Alma is sulking and can't figure out why. She screams, "I've been doing this for 5 years and I'm still only silver!" The hero fumbles to soothe her, and in that awkward instant he realizes he's got problems of his own. He says he wants to buy some food, but he doesn't even know where the station is and really needs a good guide. Ilma's expression shifts in an instant and she beams, happily agreeing to help him. The girl decides a beginner who can't tell left from right needs a real guide, and she promises to take him to her favorite place. Hero thinks to himself, it's that simple. They step into the shop. Hero asks what she wants, and Alma smiles and asks what he'd recommend. She urges you to grab food cartridges, and if you've got money, pick up some artificial meat. Hero asks about the usual meat and vegetables, and Elma gasps in shock, insisting only the rich can afford that. That's not the case here. The hero suddenly sees that farming at the station is hopelessly inefficient, and he asks, "Why are there no fizzy drinks here?" Elma stares, clueless. She doesn't understand what he's talking about, and Hero explains they're fizzy drinks, and can't believe they're not here. The girl says she's never heard of such a thing, and looks stunned by his reaction. The hero drops to his knees, sinking into despair. The young man whispers, "God is dead." He tries to remember why soda can't be drunk in space, but he can't make sense of why it's not on the station. The hero shouts, "I don't understand!" And Elma stares at him, clearly confused. It suddenly hits him. Maybe he can find them on the planet. He imagines spotting a vending machine tucked away on a quiet street. The chilled soda inside calling to him. Elma's voice trembles with worry as she asks, "Are you okay?" He declares with steady resolve that he will buy a mansion on the planet. She can't understand how he ended up like this, and Elma is stunned as she says it will cost hundreds of millions of enils. The girl nods, her face lighting up. She agrees that striving for more is wonderful. Notes say the service is great and delivery to the ship is easy, and she boasts that she said it was a good store and thanks him for the juice. From around the corner, they hear a terrified girl's scream as she's surrounded by several men. One of them clamps his hand under her chin and says he wants to have fun with her. Elma says it's useless. She's alone and defenseless. Hiro stops her and asks, "Are you offering to leave the girl?" She adds, "I can't survive in a place like this." Elma explains that this happens all across the galaxy, and the girl asks, "Are you going to get involved every time?" She reminds him sharply that he's just a mercenary, not a hero. Elma freezes, stunned, as he grabs her hand to stop him from pulling out his gun. He screams, "Did she really think I would say something like that?" and pulls out a gun. The bandit says that with one blow he'll be silenced. Suddenly he cries out, pain ripping through him as something pierces his arm. Hiro froze in surprise. He'd actually made it in, and he credited it all to his gaming experience. Another bandit charges at the hero. The hero yells at them to get lost, or he'll aim lower. The bandits sprint away and Hiro scratches his head in confusion. Alma asks, voice tight, "What are you going to do with the girl?" The hero shrugs and says, "I don't know," as if it's no big deal. Elma sips her juice, and the hero offers a nervous, shaky smile. Elma asks him again, voice tight, "What are you going to do with the girl?" Hiro stands frozen, lost and speechless, unable to find a single word. She snaps, "He saved me, so let him think for himself," and she's going to leave. Hiro reels, shocked at how she treats the newcomer. He shouts after her, "You're a heartless girl." He thought he could rely on her. The girl scolds herself for being stupid and missing it, while he steels himself. He'll have to turn to that man from the guild. He smiles and promises you can count on him. Unlike that cold, treacherous elf. The girl snaps, yelling at him to shut up. Elma asks, "What's your name?" The girl replies, "My name is Mimi." Elma asks whether anyone can help her at this station, and Mimi replies that she doesn't have anyone. The girl leans in, voice tight and urgent, asking what he's going to do next. Arrow offers to let her live on his ship if she has nowhere else to go. Elma turns to Mimi, asking what she can do as she explains that the hero is a mercenary with his own ship. The girl cuts her off, voice urgent, "You don't have to continue." Elma sighs and concludes that all Mimi can do is household chores. She says Mimi can satisfy Hiro, and that's about all there is to it. Hiro reels at her words and snaps, "What kind of satisfaction are you talking about?" Mimi goes pale with horror and blurts, "Is that why you're calling me to the ship? Are you out of your mind?" She snaps that there aren't any fools in this cluster who'd help a useless stranger. Mimi's cheeks flame as she lowers her head. Hiro flusters, insisting he didn't call her for that, while Elma bristles that it's not her place to advise and instead asks me if she's from the third block. Alma explains, her voice steady, that this place isn't for naive girls. She asks what happened. After all, Mimi has no one here. Mimi says she's from the second block. She grew up in an ordinary family. Her parents, the ones who kept the station running, died in the accident. They were blamed for the incident, and the compensation for the damage dwarfed her inheritance. She couldn't pay her taxes or her debts, the unpaid bills pressing down on her, so she was kicked into the third block. Elma says it's a common thing and looks shocked that the hero forgot about it. Mimi sobs, and the hero thinks that because she had been rich before losing her memory, there's nothing she can do. Elma freezes, she can't believe he's serious. When an office worker confirms the information, Zero asks, "Is this serious?" The employee rattles off every tax and debt Mimi has. The man does the math. The total comes to 500,000 e-nails. He says that's the price of her freedom, about 50 million yen. Hiro explodes with anger at the idea that a child could be forced to pay off his parents' debts and demands whether there isn't a way to refuse an inheritance, and the employee replies yes. It's too late. The deadline has already passed. He explains that if she lives in the third block, she'll be free of debt. But that also means she'll be cut off from all public services. The employee says, sure as anything, that Hiro can imagine what would happen to a single child in the third block. The employee says mercenaries do earn well, but 500,000 is still a fortune. And he points out there are cheaper places in the third block if Hiro wants to move in with her. With a sly grin, the employee says he's sure the hero will love everything, and won't even have to worry about his wallet. The hero says, "I accept the challenge." Elma welcomes them back warmly. The hero returns the greeting, and Mimi, fidgeting, awkwardly asks how everything went. Mimi's eyes go wide as she looks at him and says, "That's understandable." Hiro tells Mimi and Myers he just slapped him with money, saying that's how mercenaries solve cases. Elma hands Mimi a bag of clothes she grabbed at random. Mimi thanks her, and Elma says her problems have only just begun, then wishes her good luck. Elma warns him, if you die, Mimi will be left on the street. The girl says goodbye and tells them she's going to her ship. He admits the cartridges aren't bad, but the artificial meat tastes better and is worth every penny. The hero asks, "You don't like it?" And Mimi shouts back, all excited, "No, I really like it!" Mimi asks what they'll do next, and the hero pauses, thinking it over. He says he'll hop in the shower, plan out tomorrow, and tell Sir to go to bed. The young man urges her to rest, his voice soft as he says she's had a hard day. He decides he needs to buy a whole bunch of things now that he's going to live with Mimi. The hero remembers that the third block is full of shops peddling shady goods, but the one Elma showed is tried and true. He can't help thinking that, unlucky elf though she is, she knows an awful lot. Hero knocks on the door and asks, "Can I come in?" He asks her to hang on a second while he pulls on his clothes. Suddenly, Mimi throws her arms around him. She says she's here to fulfill her duties, and he reels back, protesting that he never took her for that. He notices her shaking with fear. The hero admits she doesn't know what the elves told her, and she doesn't have to force herself. Sheepishly, he lowers his gaze and stammers, trying to explain that he's not going to do it. She says she's useless, but if she can do even one thing, she'll feel better. The hero gently strokes her head. She watches him, certain he has to make up his mind. Hero lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He watches Mimi sleeping beside him, heart aching, and wonders what he should do now. He thinks to himself that with a ship, some money, and mercenary status, things aren't so bad. He'd burned through a lot of cash lately, but having Mimi around wouldn't add much to his expenses. He thinks living just for the sake of living is empty and boring, so the young man decides he needs a goal. Hero beams, deciding that the goal of buying a mansion is pretty good. He remembers wanting a mansion just to sip soda in. But now that Mimi is with him, having a place they can call home would be perfect. The guy looks back on his world with a heavy, aching sadness. Mimi smiles in her sleep, gently mumbling his name. Hero stares at his ship in the hangar. He tells me the inspection is over. Hero gives a thumbs up and a bright smile, saying that everything is fine, there are no problems, and Mimi exhales with relief. He asks if she'll go shopping with him after breakfast, and Mimi lights up, happily agreeing and assuring him that everything is fine. The hero says he must buy a lot for her. Mimi apologized, clearly sorry for causing him so much trouble. The hero pulls at her cheeks. Mimi is completely lost. She doesn't understand what's going on. He says that, since they're spacefarers, they'd better have plenty of everything. If anything goes wrong, they'll be stuck on the ship for 6 months. The hero asks if she understands and snaps, "Stop being silly." He suggests we go grab something to eat. A man from the guild tells me Mimi's listed as a crew member. He wrote that he wants to teach her how to be a cameraman, and says the tutorial's already downloaded on his tablet. He says it's a good learning AI that starts from the very basics, and Mimi thanks him. Mimi, wearing her new clothes, stood stunned, wondering how all this could have happened in just one night. The hero sighs, saying it's a very long story, and the man leans in, asking him to tell what happened. He was sure it hadn't happened to him in 15 years, but it hit a rookie on his very first day. He shouts, "It's not fair! I haven't met a single beautiful woman in all this time!" Mimi and Hero step forward, trying to calm him down. Elma reappears and greets him with a warm, bright smile. The girl asks how he's doing, and he answers that his ship has been serviced, the provisions bought, and he's ready to depart. She says Mimi is learning to be a cameraman now and feels better here than she does outside. Hero asks what she wants. She wouldn't call without a reason. The girl relaxes, relieved he understands, admits it's been tense lately, and then warns that a large-scale liquidation will begin soon. In this event, players band together to tackle and complete a shared goal. He realizes this world is a game come to life, where rewards hinge on how much you contribute in battle, and she explains they'll soon start recruiting people to storm the pirates' base and destroy their ships. He flashes a sly smile, and says he'd never miss anything like this in his life. A few days later, an hour before the operation starts, Hero and Mimi sit side by side in the cockpit. "The screen thanks you for waiting." She introduces herself as Captain Serena Halls. She's the one in charge of this operation. She explains, her voice trembling, that a pirate base has been discovered in the Gamma sector of the asteroid belt. Serena says their fleet will launch a massive attack on the base first. Mimi scoffs, sure that because they're just pirates there won't be any trouble destroying them. She explains the army can't destroy everyone, especially the small ships. That's exactly what mercenaries are for. He says the pirates' true power is the blistering speed of their small and medium ships, and he knows that even if their base is destroyed, those who escape will regroup and build a new one. Hero smirks, sure their fast ships are perfect for such a small thing. First the mercenaries close in and surround the base, then the mobile fleet moves in and starts attacking. The pirates will try to escape, and the mercenaries must stop them, throwing everything into panic. Meanwhile, the fleet will scatter and pick off the remaining ships. Serena's voice cuts through the room. The operation ends only when every pirate ship is confirmed destroyed. Any questions? She offers to finish, and the young man, voice shaky, asks if he may ask a question. Yes, if there's any chance to escape, Serena answers with a smile. Of course. The living are more useful. And adds that it's fine if they decide the reward isn't worth the risk. She says with a smile that if they botch the fight and run away, trouble will follow. The guy says that in the end it won't be only the pirates who are surrounded. They'll be surrounded too. He says they'll seize the chance and drive them to fight to the bitter end. Elma remains untouched and pleads that this option must not be discarded. Hero snaps that they won't take part in such barbarism. A soldier of the star system, she swears by her honor. Hero takes a breath and decides to believe her. Mimi, her voice breaking with panic, screams that everything is fine. And the hero tells her that if she's scared, she can stay at the station and promises to give her everything. For some reason, he's completely calm, convinced it's just the normal feeling before a deadly battle. He figures he still treats it like a game. Control Lord is departure. He says that in this case, he'll enjoy the event to the fullest. The ship Krishna is taking off! Mimi, eyes glued to the console, calls out where the army and the mercenaries are. Hero calls Mimi over, lost in thought. Mimi's eyes light up at how different each ship is. She explains that the models are almost the same, but everyone customizes theirs however they want. He remembers there were some downright bizarre ships in the game, but he didn't customize his own like that. They catch sight of a beautiful white ship drifting in the blackness of space. She stares at the galactic swan, filled with awe. Hero sneers and calls him a piece of trash. Mimi can't understand why. He warns that for all its speed, the ship has no maneuverability. It's uncontrollable, and keeping it running will cost a fortune. Hero calls it a violent regime that has spun out of control. Mimi wonders which pilot is driving it. His breath catches when he realizes it's Elma's ship. Mimi looks worried for her, and Hero doesn't know what to say. The Inman says with steady confidence that the self-proclaimed veteran can handle it. They spot a pirate base clinging to the asteroid looming ahead. He can't help but notice how detailed the army's information is. But his position is swarming with enemies. He can feel it. This isn't a coincidence. Mimi asks if something's wrong, and he answers, I'm fine. It's about to start. The girl watches the explosions in horror, while the hero admires how cool it all looks. The hero notes that even Krishna is no match for their power at range. And Mimi tells me a message has arrived. Seeing the ships trying to flee, he snapped radio silence off and ordered the operation to begin. The hero says, we're going into battle. Get ready for an overload. Mimi calls out that 2 regular ships and 2 small ones are closing in. Huru freezes, stunned that they'd actually decided to attack Krishna head-on. One of the ships suddenly explodes. He laughs, incredulous. Do they really think they can escape just because they modified their ships? Hero lets out a long breath as relief washes over him. Crackling over the radio, the mercenary Quitist screams for help, overwhelmed. There are too many pirates. Mimi cries out that one of the allies is fighting 5 pirates, and the hero urges us to fly to him. He's not far away. He quietly thanks Krishna for the help and recognizes him. Hero strains at his homing guns and fires. Quite thanks him, their voice warm with gratitude. Quate says he's already gotten rid of the others, but admits he couldn't take on 5 at once. The man says goodbye and flies off to refuel. Mimi reports that the allies are winning, but there is a battle with 3 medium ships not far from the army. Hero sees their converted civilian vessels and assigns Mimi to radar and communications. Those ships' laser cannons and turrets are no joke. He thinks the Krishna shields won't hold up. The hero tells her to get ready. It's about to get hot, and then decides to bypass them. He says they'll shut down almost every system, hide among the space debris, and strike from a blind spot. The young man leaned in, voice tight. There's too much debris for the radars to work, so we'll switch to a thermal imager. He's relieved and grins. This world has thermal stealth too. The pirates cry out that their fuel and ammunition are nearly gone, and everything is only getting worse. Their eyes land on something strange, and they can't figure out what it is. They spot the hero's ship and stand frozen, utterly baffled where it came from. A girl's voice crackled over the radio, thanking them for their help and pleading that they'd be paid too. Mimi asks how he knew the cameraman was cute, and he replies that if her voice is cute, then so is she. As the rest of the ships go down and try to flee, the hero snaps, "Deal with them, now!" Mimi reports the area is clear, and Hero praises her, declaring this sector over. He sneers, "Navigator is bullshit, not a name for Krishna." Mimi thanks the cameraman and the hero, flirting as she teases that he has a cute voice. Hero says these jokes are here too, and they're already moving into the next sector. Mimi calls out, "A message has arrived from that ship!" Hero realizes with a jolt. This is Elma's galactic swan. Hero says she's in trouble and he seems to know it, while Elma screams in panic. "What's happening to this ship?" She's crying out for help. The girl screams, "I lost control!" Mimi says her ship's gone mad and there's nothing they can do about it. Hero says that even if she wanted to try, there aren't any ships here that could catch her. Mimi says he's gonna explode soon, and the hero replies the cabin's pretty sturdy, so Elma's unlikely to die. Someone's shouting for everyone to get out of the way! Startled, Mimi gasps. It's an allied ship, the hero says. The cabin is sturdy. They watch in horror as Elma's ship slams into an army ship. The officer reports that a mercenary ship slammed into them, and Serena snaps, asking how this will affect the operation. The officer says Elma's ship is badly damaged, and they suffered only minor damage. So Serena decides that since this won't affect the operation, she must continue acting according to plan. She snaps at me not to forget to send him the bill. And the officer says there must be a mistake here, since he showed 2 good results. Serena thinks she knew that. It's bronze on paper, but it hits like platinum. She can't shake the thought. Even with his ship taken into account, it just isn't normal. He didn't strike her as an ex-soldier or a mercenary. He felt like an ordinary man. She orders me to dig up everything I can about him and keep watching him. She smiles to herself, thinking it's just become even more interesting for her. Mimi reports a message has come from the army, and the hero smiles. That's great. It's time to have some fun. He says even the pirates' trash and the cargo from their holds can still bring in money. Mimi grins, agreeing that it's way more fun than killing others. And the hero tells her to check what she's going to collect and to ask if she's unsure about anything. Mimi asks what it is, but it just says it can't be identified. He warns that the singing crystal is a rare and dangerous thing. Mimi asks, so it's better not to touch him? The hero tells her to take it. He warns it would be bad if anyone else found him, and tells them to take him quietly. They say the singing crystal is a special item in the game. Smash it and it summons monsters called crystalline life forms. In the game, that was exactly what we needed to start the raid, and the crystal could be a big help depending on how we use it. Mimi, in a spacesuit, asks the hero in a quiet, urgent voice what he's going to do next. He messaged that he'd rest for a while. He was exhausted. The girl leans in, cutting through the fog to make his true overall goal clear. He insists his goal is to buy himself a mansion on the planet. Mimi admires it. What a great goal. He wrote that living just to live is boring, then asked, what about her? Mimi admits she never even thought about it. And he says there has to be something. After all, the universe is enormous. Hero insists. She wants her to at least come up with something. Mimi's head spins, dizzy with tension. The hero says it's okay, worry clear in her voice, and she offers to have a snack. Mimi says, I want to eat! She bursts out with excitement, declaring she wants to try every single treat in the whole universe. She says, eyes shining, that she wants to take him on a gourmet tour across the universe. Minnie says it's Iron Man number 5. And the seller explains that Musashi is bursting with pride over how well the new cartridge oven performs. Mimi dug through the recipes for ages and decided they needed a proper curry oven. And he says he was going to upgrade the ship anyway since she's living with him, so that's a good thing. Hero asks how much it will cost to use and maintain, since it's very energy intensive. The seller explains that all the care is done by nanomachines, so they won't even have to think about it. They explain that a cartridge oven is like a 3D printer for food. A machine that builds meals straight from cartridges. They're always fresh and every bite tastes exactly the same. The seller promises there'll be no difference and offers to try. Bursting with excitement, Hero shouted, it's delicious! Hero still doesn't understand what he was eating on Krishna back then. Mimi also says it's delicious, and the seller beams with pride at what they'd developed. Mimi protests that it's expensive, and Hero snaps, shouting at them to buy it. The girl says they've already swapped all the equipment for brand new gear. And as they leave the guild, the seller begs them to come back. Mimi beams, saying they made a lot of money yesterday, so it's okay. And a man from the guild suddenly shouts, asking if they're bullying. The girl says it's a substitute. He's furious, shouting, a substitute? What do you mean? Someone grabs the man and carries him off, and the hero stammers an apology. The girl smiles and says the replacement is done. She tilts her head and asks if they've come to collect the rewards and payouts. The girl says it was only a tiny thing, and the reward is much worse than she'd hoped. Because this system is too secure. She invites him to join the fleet, saying someone with his skill will earn the chance to go into ever more dangerous systems. Hiro refuses, saying he's got other things to do. She asks what kind of relationship they have, and Hiro replies, it's complicated. Mimi insists, Hiro is my master. Panicking, the hero gasps, this isn't what I thought! You can understand the employees. They've almost crossed the line. The girl offers to leave the guild and join them, her eyes wide as she cries that it's amazing and that the novel's plot twists actually came true. She smiles, telling them she'll be useful and that she knows a lot. Mimi screams, no, in horror. The hero says it's just a joke and she shouldn't worry. Hero asks, do you know Elma? Mimi freezes, eyes wide, and blurts out, am I seriously hurt? The employee replies, no, but says she'll have to pay compensation to the army. Hero thinks it's no surprise. After all, it was an army ship. She says Elma seems to be after money. The employee says no one will lend money to a mercenary whose work tool has turned into trash. And Mimi asks, voice shaking, what will happen to her? Happen to? They're going to throw her behind bars. The hero says that when he first tested the oven, it was delicious too. But he tries something new every time and gets surprised. The hero asks, eyes searching hers, waiting to hear if she agrees. Mimi lets out a small smile. She thinks it's interesting. Mimi can't stop wondering if Elma is eating well. Hero says he wants to help himself, but he has no idea how to contact Elma. And if this keeps going, Mimi will be sad all the time. Mimi asks why they went to the city. Hero replies that he can't stay cooped up on the ship all day. He suggests stepping outside for a walk, taking a deep breath of fresh air, or heading to the store. Mimi urges him to look over there. Hero asks if she saw anything delicious. Hero's breath catches as he sees Elma in the alley. Mimi's breath catches as Hero's eyes widen. He recognizes the girl in the alley. He swears she's already lost her mind. Elma snaps, demanding to know what they want, and the hero shrugs, saying she's fine. She's just putting on a cool act. Hero calmly asks how much time she has left to find it. And Mimi's face drains as the 3 million figure hits her and she calculates it's 30 billion yen. Even if she scrapes together every coin she has, it still won't be enough. She says she can't make any money because her ship is under repair. Mimi says the deadline's in 2 hours and Hero's heart sinks. Because of this incident, no one will lend her money. She says, voice trembling, that if she doesn't make it, they'll send her to the prison on Termine 3. It's packed with pirates. She said she was ready to die in space. But the thought of that fate is something she just can't bear. She whispers, they've switched places now. Mimi looks at Hero, tears pooling in her eyes. Hero says it's been a long time, and the girl suggests they go to the ship to eat. Elma's face goes pale and her eyes go wide when Hero casually says he just paid 3 million e-nails. Hero says all he'd earned is gone. Elma asks why he did it, and Hero replies that it was for Mimi's sake. He says he never meant for her to be the one left sad. The young man says that even if it was her own fault, he couldn't stop himself from helping someone who had once helped him. He says honestly, he didn't do it just out of the kindness of his heart. He had his reasons. The hero wants her on his team. He admits his memories are mush. Mimi knows very little, so they need someone with real experience. He says she'll be paid as part of the team, so she can chip away at the debt she owes him little by little. The hero asked the girl, was she even listening to him? Elma asked, what are you talking about? You already have Mimi. And the hero grinned. A third won't be too much. Krishna's huge. The girl gives a resigned nod, admitting she had no choice, and the hero answers softly, you're welcome. He says, hopeful, that he'll do his job well. Mimi pleads with him to go easy, and he snaps back, no way, I'll work my ass off. Serena's eyes go wide. She can't believe these are reparations. The officer answers with a single yes. Today is the deadline, and Serena says she told me not to punish. The girl holds up this document she was assigned. Serena staggers, unable to believe anyone would give such a pointless order. And then she sees it was Lieutenant Baritone. She can tell that plenty of people in the army don't like mercenaries. She realizes with a sinking heart that relying on mercenaries so often has made some people turn against her, and one mistake could destroy everything she's worked for. Realizing they're trying to frame her, she snaps and orders them to investigate this lieutenant. Get rid of him if possible. She can't help thinking those mercenaries must make a fortune. She was able to pay the entire amount in just 1 week. Elma screams in shock. Why is his ship so luxurious? Hero fumbles out an awkward explanation. They went to buy an oven, and then everything kind of started spinning. The hero says a lot has happened to her this week and suggests she take a shower. Elma says he reeks of alcohol and tells him to take a shower and wash his stress and the dirt away. He says the food will be ready the moment she finishes. Her sudden blush makes him worry, and he asks softly, are you okay? Mimi says, everything's fine, of course. She rushes to go with her, since Elma doesn't know how their bathroom works. Hey, Roa agrees! He can already see only pennies rattling in his pocket after that, and he wants to keep at least 1 million in reserve. The hero is thinking hard about how to get the money. Most of the gigs are delivery runs, and they pay well. Realizing a cramped little ship won't do, he decides to strike out as a bounty hunter. The young man can't help but notice the many small groups scattered around, separate from the main group, and how good their equipment is. They're most likely going to hunt the asteroid belt, preying on civilian mining ships now that the system's defenses have weakened. He decides to seize the chance. This place swarms with civilian ships, and the army's security is dangerously lax. Elma, fresh from the shower, knocks on the door and says, what do you want? The food's not ready yet. The hero stands there, utterly at a loss. She's screaming, just what you wanted. He gets it. That's why she was acting like that. The hero pleads with her to listen. A cold panic grips her. She realizes she's misunderstood him. She says she understands perfectly well that 3 million isn't an amount you can brush off for the sake of personal interests. The girl says she felt happy. Hero says, then there's no problem. Mimi beams a bright, good morning, and says she'll make breakfast now. She says, beaming, that she's so glad they saved Elma and that she's going to live with them now. Hero thinks, if Alma's here then… Elma is angry that he's still on edge after yesterday. The hero insists they're all in the same boat and urges everyone to get along, while the girl screams that everything is wrong. Mimi says she likes Elma, and Hero says he hopes they'll all get along. Alma's eyes widen as she wonders what she's gotten herself into. The sweep all but wiped out the pirates, but it only pushed the Empire and the Federation into an even colder, more dangerous standoff. He thinks he doesn't have to get involved and can just walk away. But only small bands of hardened, experienced pirates are left, and people pay huge sums for them. The young man decided to stay a little longer, determined to earn the money he needed. Elma beams, so happy they earned so much today. She asks why he's not happy. He earned what he wanted. Hero says she's the only one who's so happy. He couldn't help smiling. His plan had worked even better than he'd imagined. The Empire loosening its defenses and pirates turning up more and more. The young man crouched in the shadows, hiding as he hunted. He can see they'll have to try, even though they're just pirates and stand no chance against the Krishna. And as a result, the 2 million goal was reached in a week. Elma suggests going shopping tomorrow, and Hero is left completely puzzled, not understanding what's going on. She says they've been hunting pirates non-stop and they should get some rest. Elma asks if he feels sorry for Mimi. She never even got the chance to spend her money. Mimi says she usually just sits here and wonders if it's really okay that she gets so much. Elma says Mimi's reward is 0.5% of the proceeds. But even that still comes to an awful lot of money. She says Mimi's still learning, but since she's risking her life, the reward has to match the danger. Elma insists Mimi still has to take care of him, and Mimi snaps back that he never forced her to be here. Both scream at the top of their lungs that they want to be with him. Mimi admits it. She loves him. She said she loves him with every beat of her heart. Elma says he saved her, but she wouldn't have gone this far for that alone. Mimi and Elma lean in, worry clear in their voices. What's wrong with him? Tears stream down his face. He's crying with happiness. The hero wipes away his tears. He says that, to be honest, he was nervous and kept thinking they were forcing themselves to stay here just because he had helped them. Elma says, "That's it." The girl decides she must tell him in a different way. They are walking through the bustling shopping district, the air alive with chatter and flashing signs. He says, "This is the end of my adventure." The young man's shoulders slumped when he realized the cola had no fizz. The seller's jaw drops when Hero says he'll take all 7 boxes. All 3 of them think it's strange. Hero warns they're probably not just mining ships, and Mimi snaps that these are Bariburim ships. Elma says they hide among civilians and they don't mind. They're just too organized. They found them. Hero told the team to prepare for the interception. Looking at the screen, he realized their doctors wanted to get rid of any witnesses because the mission was deeply secret, and he suddenly knew they were about to start firing warning shots. Hero shouted the order to close on the target. The ship surged at full speed toward the enemy team, and he leaped from the meteorite to smash into the opponent's ship with Krishna. The enemy unleashed blazing beams as the hero's ship slipped behind a meteorite. Krishna fired his weapon while crouched in hiding. The hero realized an army ship couldn't be destroyed with one strike, so he rained arrows on the enemy's barrier until it vanished. The ship spun and fled, and Alice noticed the enemy's shields were down to 0. Krishna darted after him as enemies rained projectiles that burst all along Hero's path, and his ship threaded through the explosions to blast the foes with a single deadly beam. After the fight, Alma could only hope the black boxes were still intact. Mimi wondered whether the data was really that important. My friend said the army would pay a good price for them. Hero told the girls he'd take care of the boxes himself because he had contacts in the army. Alma said, dead serious, that they'd be fine as long as Hero didn't drag them into trouble, and the guy just laughed, scoffing that they were only selling data. When the team arrived at the rendezvous point with Hero's contact, Alma snapped, asking why they were suddenly being dragged into the battle between the Federation and the Empire, and the guy, saying their only task was to hand over the data, apologized. Alma realized her friend had just been persuaded, and it hit her that a mercenary should be able to negotiate. Hero snapped that he had nothing to justify himself with. Mimi urged her friend to calm down. Sitting in the hall, Hero heard jealous whispers all around. People baffled why Alma, a silver-level player, would team up with him, and he knew girls always drew far too much attention. Suddenly someone shouted, trying to get attention. When Alma saw Miss Serena, she instantly remembered how she dragged Hero into this operation. The guy didn't say a word. The commander strode onto the stage and declared that the briefing on protecting the Termine star system had begun. Thanks to Hero's team and the intelligence they brought in, the army had a rough idea of the Federation fleet's strength. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and corvettes. They had far more ships than the Termine garrison, but when the army learned their reinforcements would arrive a day after the enemies, they were left with one grim task: hold out for one day. Serena planned to hide her mercenary fleet in the asteroid belt, wait for the enemy to pass through, and hit them with guerrilla fire. Anything to slow their advance. The army understood that the most powerful ships they could encounter were destroyers, high-level vessels with heavy shields, and mercenaries who specialize in hunting pirates are no match for them. Miss Serena told her people flat out that she saw no advantage in their army, and asked anyone with an idea to speak up. If a plan proved useful, they would use it without unnecessary questions. The girl watched Hero lift his hand, and the guy immediately said the plan was strange. They'd only need one ship. Hero explained he'd exploit the enemy warp jump's distortion to slip into their formation, then push deeper, destroy the flagship, and break free. The team froze in shock. Whispers rippled through the audience, and after a breathless pause, Serena asked, incredulously, if the guy was really suggesting such a plan. Hero said he'd at least try to break up their formation to slow them down, and the man added that if he failed, only one person would die, which would not affect the Empire in any way. Miss Serena suggested maybe he did have some kind of plan after all, and Captain Krishna confirmed it but gave no details. Serena smiled and gave the hero's team the green light, promising a nice bonus would be waiting for him when he returned. When the guys came out from behind the hall, Alma made her displeasure clear about the plan. Hero tried to calm her down, but she screamed that his idea was absolutely stupid. He met her gaze and, steady as stone, told her his plan would hold. He pressed the button and the door swung open. Behind her, inside the glass, a crystal was singing. I hid behind Mimi's back and asked where the hero had gotten such a dangerous crystal. The guy paused, pulled out a singing crystal, and the elf screamed at him to be careful. He wrote, grabbed the tape, and started winding it tight around the crystal to attach it to the ship's cannon. When the guy finished, he praised his work. Elia hit the hero on the head, and Mimi threw herself over the guy, telling her friend that people should not be beaten. The elf recalled the singing crystal as one of the most neglected items, and warned that if it crashed, they could be attacked by thousands of crystalline life forms. The girl sighed, worry tugging at her voice, and asked how he could possibly fight with such a dangerous object on board in space. She asked Hero what his plan was. The guy said they'd lay an ambush inside the superspeed drive where the enemies were expected to appear, and the instant they popped out of the jump, his team would bring the superspeed drive to a dead stop. Alma realized the jump's interference messed things up the same way as shutting the drive down, and her friend wanted to use that confusion to get close to the enemies. Hero said they'd turn on thermal camouflage and melt into the debris. He added they'd head straight for the flagship, and as soon as they closed in, they'd fire anti-ship rocket torpedoes. Hera said that on impact the warhead would overload the shields and smash straight through them, explaining these weapons were made specifically to take down large ships. Mimi couldn't remember anyone ever using one before. Alma said such a weapon was far too expensive. A single shot cost about $500,000. The girl thought it would be a waste of money to fire those torpedoes at small ships. The hero said the moment the flagship was destroyed, the crew would panic, crystals would swarm the fleet, and they'd slip away in the chaos. He finished talking and turned to Alma, asking what she thought of the plan. Alma wasn't impressed with him. Afterwards, the girl grinned and said that anything is possible for Hero and Krishna. But as soon as the guy relaxed, Alma demanded he warn them about dangerous cargo next time. She jabbed a finger at him and asked if Hero understood. He raised his hands in agreement. Mimi laughed and teased that Alma was acting like an older sister, and the elf, all smug, said she was both older and more experienced than the captain, while the hero muttered that no matter her experience, Alma still didn't know what her ship was capable of. Krishna flew through the void. Mimi's voice crackled in with a warning that the radar was showing interference from the jump exit, and Hero ordered them to slow down. Elma said she'd slam the emergency cooling on, cut the power and slip into stealth mode, and the captain said they'd only drift by inertia. Ahead, the team gaped at the enemy fleet, a breathtaking sight. Alma saw more ships still arriving, and Mimi reported the jump interference had vanished, and the Federation ships had begun to move. Hero snatched the Krishna's wheel, barked to cut the emergency cooling and slammed the generator to full power, and the ship shot straight at the enemies. The captain shouted that their only target was the flagship and they should ignore the others. Krishna darted between the enemy spaceships. Mimi cried out that enemy turrets were trained on them. Hero said it was too late for the fleet to do anything, because Krishna had started weaving between the enemy ships, and he knew they wouldn't fire for fear of hitting their own. Hero spotted the flagship and aimed his guns squarely at it. He let his guns roar, firing straight at the enemy ship. The torpedo punched through the flagship's defenses. Her strike hit the ship dead on and it blew apart. Seeing it, Hero cheered that the Titan had fallen, and Alma reminded him they had to run. When the crystal exploded, a crack tore open in space, pouring out blinding light and a deafening boom into the empty space. Covering their ears, the girls couldn't make sense of how sound could come from space. Hiro said nothing as enemy commanders spoke. Captains were called to report their status, and the chief announced they'd lost the Tiger's Eye and that Nakanet's ship had hidden. The comm crackled. Several distortions had appeared around the ships. Crystals began pouring out of the portals, and the distortions only grew stronger. The enemies stood baffled, completely clueless about what was happening. The crystals surged toward the enemy fort and began blasting the ships down, the vessels bursting into explosions under the relentless attacks. During the riots, Krishna flew close to them. Hiro, watching the fight, said he looked terrible, and Elma said this was their chance to escape. The moment Hiro spoke, the girl snapped into action, frantically searching for escape routes. She rebuilt it. The captain said they could knock out a couple of enemy ships while their enemies panicked under the crystal bombardment. The girls couldn't stop him in time. The hero had already steered Krishna straight into the slaughter. Thanks to the crystals, some enemies didn't latch onto his ship, so he fired his torpedoes and knocked out a couple of enemies. Alma warned a crystal was to their right while huge lasers pounded the ship from the left and front, and the hero deftly dodged the enemies and destroyed several crystals. The stones were no problem for Captain Krishna. They had no shields and their shells were easy to pierce. What really scared him was how relentlessly they attacked organic life. Alma's scream tore through the air as she cried that several crystals were chasing them. The girl was certain they wouldn't leave them alone. Hiro said they would give them a bigger target. He edged closer to the enemy ship. The crystals tore into the enemy spaceship, and here you could see that, thanks to the inorganic creatures, the enemy's shields were down to 0. He said large ships with outbills were easy prey and sent Krishna straight at them. He wrote it down. One enemy ship after another fell. Alma reported that the Imperial fleet had arrived at the battle zone. The captain said it was time for them to leave. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Mimi informed them that the high-speed drive was ready, and the team took off. The hero beamed at the group, praising them for a job well done, then asked Mimi how much they'd earned. The girl answered that their reward is almost $11 million. The captain tapped his chin and said thoughtfully that after deducting fuel, ammo, and the girl's share, he had just over $11 million in his account. Still not enough for him. Alma asked if he wanted to buy a new ship, and the guy replied that he wanted to buy a house with a garden on the planet. The girl agreed there still wasn't enough money for that and asked why he wouldn't join the service of the Grag Khans. Alma believed that with Hiro's skills he'd become a knight faster, but the hero said he wanted nothing to do with the nobility or the military. A week later, the team crowded into the common room, Mimi asking how many times Serena had invited the captain to join the army, and Hiro saying that with every refusal, the benefits only got more interesting. The elf asked what the guy would do, because Miss Serena herself would be coming to him soon. Mimi called the captain a huntress. Hiro found Serena beautiful yet frightening, and he told the girls that being a mercenary paid well. Anything the army leader offered he could get with money. The hero paused for a moment, then urged the team to make a run for it. Mimi asked if he was really sure. Alma said it was a smart move. The captain replied that they could leave since everything was ready, and he ordered Mimi to go ask for permission to leave. The boys boarded the ship, and Elf asked the hero where they were going. The guy said they were going to fly across 6-star systems. Mimi shot up a question. Was he talking about the Elaine system? And Elma said it was a highly developed system, whose colonies were famous for medical stations and biotechnologies. Hiro added that they're even famous for synthetic meat and genetically modified crops. The girls nodded their approval of the system. The guy buckled up and said they were moving toward their goal. Serena gripped the phone as her uncle asked if the girl was sure of her intention and reminded her how amazing their battle messages were. And the niece replied without wavering that she would not back down from her decision. Serena wanted to build an independent squad that could roam free and hunt pirates. Her uncle muttered that with skills like hers she could have picked a better team, but he quickly realized he couldn't change her mind. The girl gave a quiet thank you, and the call ended. She moved to the glass and stared into the distance. Serena muttered that the hero would not run away from her. Alma reported the weapon was aimed. Hero felt the blood run cold, knew they couldn't just leave, and ordered the generator to be switched to combat mode. Mimi said the scan was finished and told them a reward was waiting for all 4 ships. The guy said they can't hold back now. They were flying through space when Mimi's eyes snapped to 2 ships that had swung around and were coming straight for them. The Allen system buzzed with prosperity. 2 habitable planets, 3 research stations, and 1 trading outpost. It lacked natural resources, but rich returns flowed from designing and building cutting-edge tech. They'd bought a lot of natural resources, which meant a steady stream of merchant ships. Minnie read this information to the captain. Hiro figured that if the system was full of merchants, pirates would follow, meaning mercenaries could easily find work there, and Alma agreed. She said that, although the garrison empire kept a tight watch on everything, it still couldn't keep track of it all. And Hiro was asked which station they were going to. Mimi told me you need a pass to enter the research station, the girl suggested. They go to the shopping section. Hiro wanted to look at the research room, and Alma said there was nothing interesting there. She said the people who live there treat work like a hobby, and added that the research station isn't a place for fun or leisure. Hiro declared they'd set a course for the trading station. Mimi reported their ship had picked up a distress signal. The guy muttered they were out of luck. Alma told him to stop grumbling. If they got a signal, they had to help, and Mimi said they were almost at the scene. She reported that 5 ships surrounded the target. The girl felt the civilian ship was being chased by pirates. Hiro asked if they were responding to requests. Mimi texted them to stop firing, but no one answered. Alma noticed the pirates clinging to them. A fierce battle erupted between the enemy ship and Krishna. A shimmering shield guarded the pirate spaceship, but Hiro and his team smashed through it and raining arrows destroyed one of the ships. Captain Krishna was about to finish off the enemy ship, but Alma received a signal that they were escaping and informed the hero. Hiro saw the enemies had already fired up the rocket engine and rushed after them, while an opponent said they don't fight monsters like Krishna. Mimi's voice hitched as she reported their signal had vanished. Alma noticed the pirates always seemed to know exactly when to make their escape. Hiro muttered in a weary voice that people like that were always a problem. He snapped at Mimi to patch him to a civilian ship. A man blinked on the screen, said he was with Inagawa Koyamaru Technology, and thanked them for the rescue. When the hero asked about the ship, the captain said the pilots had hit the engine and asked if they could stop them until the army arrived. The mercenary asked if he could take it as an order and whether there'd be a reward, and the man said they'd have to settle the amount with head office because the captain didn't have the right to decide. And Alma agreed, and so did Hiro. Mimi stared up at the enormous station, eyes wide. Hiro noticed it too, saying it was bigger than the main colony in Termina. Alma said she'd poisoned the docking request, and the captain thanked her and wondered where they should start once they'd landed. The elf said they could sell the loot they'd grabbed from the pirates, talk to Inagawa Technology and collect the reward, and Mimi asked her to sell it. The hero nodded and asked about Inagawa, and Alma promised he'd contact them himself so they could take their time. The hero said they'd then head to the military base for the reward as their ship began to touch down in the colony. Walking through the colony, Hiro said the atmosphere felt different. Alma said it looked a lot more like a city than a termin. The guy asked if it was night right now. The girl replied that it was daytime, even though she hadn't seen any daylight windows. The elf said they'd come to the right place. There, the man figured their reward at 15,000 anoles for 2 ships. Hiro asked if he was giving them more money than he should, and the man explained that these pirates had already attacked civilian ships several times. He looked ashamed as he admitted the army couldn't handle the robbers, then added that now, thanks to Hiro's team, the situation in space will calm down. The hero couldn't believe the pirates had so little cargo and blurted it out to Alma. Alma guessed the bandits had stashed the valuables somewhere else. He wrote a quick note, reminding his friend there were 4 ships there. She waved him off, telling him to forget about it. The guy said he wanted to eat and relax. When they came back, Mimi said she'd been reading reviews of the medical center. Then they suddenly remembered that one of the reasons they'd come to the colony was an inspection, and Mimi told the captain he needed to take better care of his health. But Mimi had no idea that Hiro's memory loss was all made up. The guy was dead certain he was fine. The hero decided to go along with Mimi and asked what she'd found. She studied the tablet with a quiet frown, as the hero glanced at Alma and asked if she'd come along. He wanted to run a full head and body check and said the girls could join, but the elf said she'd already been examined recently. Hero insisted it was the captain's duty to look after the team's health. Alma agreed to have another checkup. The guy asked how much the medical exam would cost. Alma guessed it would be about $1 million. Hero brushed it off as a normal price, but the girls didn't agree. The hero thought about it. 1 million einals was worth 100 million yen, and he told himself to be careful because he could feel his sense of how much money was worth slipping away. Hero flopped onto the bed, bored with nothing to do before the exam, while Alma lay next to him and said they'd found a buyer for the trophies, and the guy asked how much the client was offering. The girl showed him the tablet, and Hero called the amount small. Alma, on the other hand, took it as a good price and said she would calculate their share with Mimi. The guy agreed with her, reminding her she didn't have to rush to fulfill her duty to him. The girl said he should behave differently with debtors. Hero said this would let her stay with him longer. Alma blushed, buried his head against her belly, whispered for him not to worry, and promised they'd be together for a long time. The elf snapped that she needed a ship and a crew too, then turned to Hero and asked if he had really lost his memory. Elias stared at the hero and admitted every feeling was written on his face, asking if it would be bad if he told the truth about himself. And the guy replied that if he did, she would just think he was crazy. He asked his friend if she truly wanted to know the truth about him. The girl nodded, and he wondered where to start. At last, the hero confessed to the elf that he and Krishna had come to this universe from another world, and the girl admitted she found it hard to believe. She remembered the guild saying there was no record of his stops at any port, and she had to admit that explained why her friend didn't know even the simplest things. Elma felt a chill. Krishna's spare parts matched theirs, and the way he fought told her the hero already knew the mercenaries' trade in his world. He apologized for making her even more confused and rushed to say that in his world, he wasn't a mercenary at all but an office worker, and she, still not understanding, asked if he'd learned to be a mercenary in the office. The hero denied it, insisting it was just a plain desk job with no fighting, and admitting he'd never held a weapon or steered a ship. Alma asked how he could explain his knowledge, his skills, and Krishna, and the hero said he'd known about pirates, mercenaries, and outer space long before he came to this world. He wrote, explaining that Alma's world was literally a game in his universe, and the girl couldn't understand him. Exactly what the guy had expected. The hero suggested he might have been somehow dragged into the game's world, knowing Alma would find the memory loss story easier to accept. She asked for time to think, admitting that, even though it sounded impossible, the way he acted somehow made everything fall into place. Hero said that was the end of his story, then added that to be sure he hadn't hit his head, he wanted a medical check. Alma hesitated, thought it over, and said that despite everything they were fine. The guy asked if she was sure about that. The girl asked what the hero himself would do. He shrugged with a smile and said he liked everything. And although he was curious how he'd ended up in this world, he didn't want to go back home. The hero added that he liked his life better now, and the elf sighed, saying they had no problems. She admitted that her attitude toward him wouldn't change after the story. The guy said she was very nice. The girl shot back that, at worst, her captain was just a pathetic adult with 8th grade syndrome, and the hero barked, asking if the loser elf was the one saying that. Alma flexed her fists and challenged the guy, asking if he was looking for a fight. Though the hero was ready, the girl grabbed his hand in a grip that made the captain scream in pain. The hero strolled through the city. He knew the colony would have elves and other races, but he hadn't expected such a dazzling variety. He glanced at Mimi and saw she wasn't surprised by a thing. She even found it funny that the sublevel was so brightly lit. Minnie said the upper level was plunged in constant darkness, an eternal night. But since people lived there, the lights still followed the clock. The hero said their plan was to go to the guild and then go shopping, but he couldn't help noticing so many boutiques. Everything looked like it was on sale. And he saw Mimi staring off somewhere. She couldn't take her eyes off the girl in the dress. Hero asked if her friend wanted one too, and even though the girl refused, the guy still brought her to the store. The staff welcomed the heroes with warm, friendly smiles. Someone asked if this was their first time visiting the shop. The hero nodded eagerly and said yes. The seller promised they'd do anything to make everyone happy, pointing at Mimi, and the guy asked them to find something that would suit her. The girls ushered the frightened Mimi behind a screen. She stepped out in a dress, and the moment Hero saw her, he paid on the spot and started snapping photos of his deflated girlfriend. The seller said they'd put together a couple more outfits, and the moment the guy saw Mimi in them, he bought every single one. The heroes arrive at the Mercenary Guild by Natia's station and suggest Mimi grab a bite once their chores are done. The girl gave his clothes a small pleading tug. The guy said she draws a lot of attention with how she behaves. Minia apologized, and Hero assured her she shouldn't be shy. They approached the guild employee who greeted them, and the hero said they had come from Termin to check in, explaining they would be staying for a while to work. Just as she moved to confirm the captain's request, a letter for the hero arrived. She said it was from Inagawa Technology. He wrote it down and asked what it said. The employee said it was about a reward. She'd read that Inagawa Technology was offering 500,000 enils, and though the guy knew nothing about market prices, it sounded fine to him. So he asked the girl to write to them that he agreed. You caught Mimi hesitating and asked what was wrong. Your friends burst out that Inagawa runs hospitals and begged whether the girl could ask them for a referral or to have Mr. Hero examined. The employee said she'd tuck the request into the message, and the guy asked the girl what kind of food is popular in the colony. The next day, the team went to the hospital. Hero was surprised. He hadn't expected the company to be so big, and the girls agreed with him. Almasa saw a car with drinks and food and asked if her friends had tried it. Was it delicious? Mimi said it was some kind of weird cartridge food, nothing natural about it, and Hero said lunch was disgusting, like liquid coal. Alma's heart ached for them. The hospital doors slid open and a small round robot rolled out to meet them. A mechanical voice introduced itself as Guide Number 34. He said he would accompany their group. Hiro stared in awe at the incredible technology. Alma wasn't surprised by the reaction of the guy from another world. Mimi was lost. She didn't understand what they were talking about. The team fell into step behind the robot. The guy said their escort looked cute, and Alma said he had a strange way of looking at things, while Mimi pointed out that, though the robot was small, it seemed to be trying very hard. Hiro agreed with her. The robot guided them to the door, where a female doctor stood waiting for the team. The girl greeted her patients. The doctor assigned to Alma's group was called Shoko. Hiro introduced himself and his friends. Shoko said they could speak casually. Shoko asked about the examination, and Hiro confessed he didn't know how he was doing with vaccines and medical checks. He said Mimi had been tested on a thermine, but he also wanted them both tested together more reliably, and Alma wanted to check again just in case. Mimi's voice wavered as she began to say her captain had memory loss, but the hero cut her off, insisting it was a lie. Shoko asked him to tell her. The hero said something had flung him and the ship into the Termin system, and he added that everything he saw around him didn't match his memories of life before the incident. Hiro figured it wasn't all in his head. There were no records of him before he showed up in Termini. Shoko said thoughtfully that this was a very odd case. The hero figured explanations would do for now. The doctor said they should check his body for any abnormalities. The group trailed after her into the lab. Shoko said they'd start with a full examination in the medical capsules. Hiro asked if this was Inagawa's design. The girl said it was a very good question. Shoko told me the capsules were pricey and bulky, but their performance was unbeatable, and she added that I had a positronic computer to process the data from each one. She asked her patients if it was unbelievable, but Hiro didn't understand a thing. The girls simply agreed with her. He noticed, a little sadly, that Shoko liked research more than working with patients. The doctor vowed to give only the best to her savior. Hiro asked what she meant, and the girl quickly told how he'd saved the passenger ship she'd been on, and the guy immediately remembered him. Shoko admitted she'd thought it was the end for them when pirates attacked. She said she'd given up everything to become their doctor, and that she usually works in the research and development department. The girl asked the patients not to worry, smiling with a strange confidence. She was certain she was better than most doctors. Shoko asked the crew to undress and get into the capsules, her voice calm and steady. The hero asked if they had to undress completely, and the girl brushed it off. She'd already seen the subject naked before, so he shouldn't worry, but the guy only grew more worried about himself. When he looked at his friends, Alma flung a jacket at him, snapping that he wasn't even looking their way and urging Mimi to get into the capsule faster. When the capsule examinations were over, the hero stepped out and was met by Mimi and Alma. The elf handed him their things and said they had no problems, unlike him. When Shoko started looking through the guy's medical records, surprise stole her breath, and Hiro noticed and began to worry. The doctor stepped up to him and asked if he was missing a multilingual implant. The guy blinked and asked what kind of thing it was. The girls muttered that it was weird. They told him a multilingual implant was one of the most common things in the whole galaxy, something they usually slipped in right after birth. Mimi remembered that she and Hiro had never had any problems. When Shoko suggested a simple test, the others were shocked to find that Hiro could speak even without an implant. She couldn't grasp how this could even happen, and the hero was just as lost. He couldn't tell if this was some weird rebirth condition from another world. He insisted the missing implant didn't bother him and he had no problems. Shoko wanted to study it, but Hiro refused, and when she asked where he was born, he simply said he was born on the third planet of the solar system, Earth. The girl shook her head. She'd never heard of such a thing. Hiro asked what it meant for his health, and the doctor said it was in his genes, that he carried lots of models they'd never seen. Shoko said that, in general, the hero had the body of a healthy person. The guy exhaled, but the doctor was fascinated and wanted to study it completely, since it carried special, unknown factors. The girl asked, voice trembling with hope, if he would share them with her. The mercenary asked bluntly what he would get in return. Shoko said the hospital would pay a huge sum. Those unknown genes were like discovering a whole new universe. When asked about the downsides, Shoko warned there could be a data leak but promised they wouldn't let that happen, and in the end the guy agreed. The doctor said she'd dash off to tell her bosses, so they could get the contract and the payment ready, and told the hero to wait a bit, and Shoko added that the girl's examinations would continue in another room. When the doctor and the hero were alone, the hero's voice went quiet as he asked if undiscovered genes were really worth so much. And the girls said that unknown human genes are a priceless discovery, because with them, humanity could become something more. Shoko said the new genes might hold great potential and warned the mercenary that the payment would depend on their rarity and practical usefulness. She flipped the tablet open and pressed the contract into Hiro's hands. On it, a reward of 3 million enals. The guy's eyes widened. That was a lot of money, he said. When the contract was sealed, the hero begged for his data to be kept safe, and Shoko asked him to donate blood and his male fluids. Shoko told Hiro he'd like the method they used to collect the samples. The guy asked if they did that in the hospital too. She slid her gloves on and said that for some people, once wouldn't even be enough. The hero understood and screamed. When the procedure was over, the girls hurried to their captain and asked what had happened. Shoko replied, "Everything's fine now." The girl jabbed the hero quickly with the vaccine. He didn't even feel a thing. Shoko couldn't understand why he should be in pain. The guy just waved off the answer. The researcher admitted she really wants to know about his past. He bristled, insisting it was personal, and the girl added she wants to do a lot more research on his body. He pushed her aside, bluntly telling her to deal with the genes first. Elma, anxious, asked if the examination was already finished, and the doctor said it was. So the girl suggested grabbing a snack while they waited for the results, and Mimi agreed. Shoko reached out with a hopeful smile to recommend drinks from the cartridge, but the guys politely declined and thanked them. The girl said, gently, that they were all healthy and had received their vaccinations, but she urged them to watch for any side effects and not to push themselves for about 2 days. Shoko called Elma and Mimi to her play one by one and started talking to each of them about something. Finally, the doctor told them to take note of her words. The doctor said the examination was completed. He had to pay 90,000 enils just to enter the medical center, and he learned that medicine here was painfully expensive. When he went back to his room, Elma showed up, and he asked if she had come just to sit quietly with him. The girl screamed and pushed him onto the bed. The guy screamed, "What are you doing?" And Elma wanted to say something, but the hero didn't understand anything. He felt her anger wash over him and asked how much she'd had to drink. The elf tumbled onto him and suddenly fell asleep. On the train, the girls leaned in and told Hiro that Elma might get pregnant. Mimi explained that when an elf becomes an adult, she can't have a child just like that. It only happens if she forms a true emotional bond with someone, and then her body adapts. Smiling, Hiro was about to say that Elma had just fallen in love with him, but the girl slapped him in the face and told him to shut up. The hero couldn't make sense of what was happening. He realized that even though elves and humans looked the same, they were different races, and he was stunned to learn they could become pregnant by anyone. He suggested this is how the body adapts to survive. He wrote to Elma that space elves are amazing creatures. A friend asked him what he was happy about. The guys arrived at the first stop of their tour, and the hero noticed how quiet it was. He figured no one would mind if they wandered a bit, and Mimi said it was a factory for artificial meat, the sort that dotted the land. She added that this is one of the most popular tours. Hiro thought guided tours were a good way to learn more about this world, and Mimi invited the guys to move on before turning to Elma, who was just standing there. She read that she was up against Sierra Corporation, the company that makes lab-grown meat. He messaged Elma to ask if she was okay, and she said she remembered something and told him to have a good time at the factory. The guy stopped her, cutting her off as he demanded to know why she was leaving. Mimi gaped, stunned that the corporation actually cultivates real meat instead of fake. Hiro asked, curious, what the difference was. He knew artificial meat came from labs, but the guy had never even heard of farmed meat. Mimi offered to find out about it. Hiro agreed with her. Elma tried to pull back, but the captain gripped her hard and dragged her into the corporation. At the entrance, the system greeted visitors to the cultured meat factory, and the hero immediately noticed the building's powerful gate. As they stepped inside, Hiro asked, "Where are we?" Mimi took it in and realized the room had only one entrance and nothing else. The door was closed. Elma warned they'd definitely regret it later. The system thanked them for visiting the factory and told them that, during the tour, the room would be moved for a thorough review. Mimi felt a rush of relief. They'd be riding thanks to this room. She leaned against the window and said she could already see something, and Hiro walked over to her. The heroes watched as the factory worker cultivated meat. The robots poured a strange liquid into the capsules. Mimi asked, "What are they doing?" Together with the hero, she watched as an organic being began to grow in the bottle. The guys were hit with a wave of sickness from the sight. Elma admitted she hadn't wanted to go to the factory at first. The system showed the final stage of cultivation, a huge worm. After the tour, Mimi vowed she'd never eat meat again. Hiro was stunned. They'd even shown the monster being cut up, and the girl suggested they go somewhere else to cheer up. The guys wandered into another factory, a place where vegetables were grown. Mimi, eyeing the bright room, blurted out that the corporation mic is a hydrological plantation. Hiro didn't know that the cartridges also contained vegetables. Mimi looked the other's way and asked, "Is that a green pool?" Alma explained that it was algae, the main material for the cartridges. The girl peered at the brown dust and asked, "What is that?" The elf said, "It's a fertilizer made from waste products." Once the explanation landed, Hiro saw that the workers had taken the ship's waste. The girls understood too, though their feelings were oddly unsettled, and the captain said it was the norm back in his homeland. Alma said this was to be expected from a native of an unknown planet, but Hiro asked me not to call her that, and the heroes arrived at another meat harvesting section. They watched, holding their breath, as the cartridges were filled with a ready-made mixture. The room the guys were in looked like any ordinary factory. He wrote a quick note, pointed to the other container where the liquid was being poured, and asked if this was the colony's most famous dish. Mimi confirmed it. As they left the Meat Production Corporation, Alma began hustling the team toward the next factory, and Mimi said Koryu Beverage was an imperial alcohol producer. The elf could barely wait. She wanted to taste the products right away. Hiro reminded her there would be a guided tour first. The girl said she wanted to try the fresh drinks. The guy told her to take her time and said they'd still make it. The guys pressed their faces to the glass and watched the farm work, and Hiro was surprised grapes could be grown in the colony. He'd thought they'd press the ripe grapes for juice and then dry them, while Alma said they have their own field of honor. The elf jabbed a finger at the vending machine and, since they were already there, stepped forward to taste it. The girl admitted she'd never tasted wine before. Alma came out holding a cup full of marbles. She tried one, and Mimi said the balls really smelled like wine, warning them not to eat too many or they'd get drunk. Alma plucked one of the balls and held it out to the hero, asking if he wouldn't like to try it. She knew he wasn't fond of alcohol, but she still urged him to eat at least one berry. The hero kept tasting the real strong drink and asked why they didn't just squeeze the berries. Alma said they used to do that in the old days. He couldn't help thinking that in this world, gene technology had become incredibly advanced. Alma suggested they try the liqueur fruit next. By the end of the tour, the girls were drunk. The next day, Hiro and Alma sat at the table. He fixed her with a hard look, asked if she'd let herself go too far, and reminded her the girl still hadn't returned a single eel to him. The guy stared at the stacked alcohol boxes and said incredulously that, despite her debt to him, the elf had spent 100,000 on top-shelf liquor. They laughed. Then Alma apologized. The hero said she would go a week without alcohol. The girl wanted to protest, but the guy warned her that if she disobeyed, she'd experience what Shoko had done to him. And in the end, Alma agreed. Hiro slipped out for a walk. He got bored on the ship, so he decided to head into the city. The girls didn't go with him. Mimi dug into every operation she could find, and without alcohol she nearly lay in bed, aching. The hero thought it was a good idea to spend time alone sometimes. Hiro was desperate for something to kill time, wondering if the city sold game consoles. The ship had almost no entertainment, and the guy had way too much free time. Hiro also noticed there were no games on the ship's computer, and when he took out his phone, he suddenly heard a noise. A wave of déjà vu washed over the hero as he stared into the alley, sighed at how even this world had its own problems, and pulled out his weapon. He leaped out, and a girl crashed into him. The hero shouted at the criminal not to move. The guy looked at the man and realized a professional was standing right in front of him. He glanced at the girl and greeted Shoko. She, too, spotted a familiar face in the guy. The hero joked that they hadn't seen each other in ages. The hero snapped that he hadn't made any sudden moves and ordered the attacker to turn around and walk away. The guy noticed the man wasn't going to give up. Suddenly, the criminal's hand turned into a weapon. The man pointed the gun at the hero and fired, but the shot missed. He rose, and a bullet smashed into the criminal's mechanical arm. It jammed and blew up. The whole arm tore off completely. Shoko asked if the hero was killed by a man, and he wrote that he didn't know. He thought the attacker had passed out. The girl insisted he couldn't be left like that. Then they called a special service. Alma arrived and said that the hero knows how to find problems. Mimi nodded in agreement. The guy tried to justify himself but couldn't, and Shoko came over to tell the girls it wasn't really Hiro's fault. The doctor admitted she'd dragged him into the scuffle and said she was sorry. Then she paused, thought about it, and said that it was still about the hero. Alma's voice trembled as she asked why Shoko had been attacked in the first place. The girl said she had been walking from the hospital to the laboratory when a group of unknown men attacked her. Shoko said they grabbed her suitcase and almost kidnapped her, but she managed to fight back. Then the hero rushed in and saved her, and the girl clung to her savior. Alma said their friend always did that. That's how they got caught, too. Shoko asked Hiro if it was true. The elf asked whether the doctor had any clue who'd attacked her. The guy asked if those people really needed her. Shoko shot that idea down. She figured they were after what was inside her suitcase. Hiro asked what was in there. The girl said the suitcase held an analysis of his genes, which meant he was partly to blame for what had happened. The hero's voice trembled as they asked if they should worry. Shoko shot back that her suitcase couldn't be opened that easily. And besides, there was a bug. The doctor said the police and the Inagawa Police Department were already searching. He asked what Shoko would do, and if she needed to be escorted. The girl thanked her and promised they'd come for her soon. And at that very moment, the military approached them. One of them told Shoko the authorities were furious. The girl apologized, and the soldier snapped that the doctor could have contacted the Inagawa Security Bureau, and the free men would have escorted her. Shoko said she didn't want to go through all the paperwork. The girl believed no one knew what was in the suitcase. She sighed and said goodbye to Hiro. He tried to leave too, but Mimi and Elma grabbed his hands and held him tight. The elf demanded where he thought he was going and said their captain couldn't just walk calmly through a colony this safe, and Hiro insisted it wasn't his fault. Serena joined them on the ship, sipping tea and gushing over the team's slow cooker. The guy thanked her and asked why she had come all the way to them. The girl said she'd come to invite the hero. The hero repeated that he wasn't going to serve in the Imperial Army, and Serena said she already knows that. She felt bad, but she kept quiet, not wanting to draw the mercenary guild's attention. The guy still couldn't understand why the girl had come to him. Serena smiled, saying at last her efforts in the defensive battle had been recognized and she had been promoted to major. Hiro congratulated her. The girl said it was all thanks to his great heroism, and that, for some strange reason, the crystal creature had attacked the enemy ship. She said they were lucky in this case. At that moment, someone on the left agreed. He said he'd been nearby by chance and had almost died, and Serena snapped that she wouldn't get to the truth. He couldn't tell whether the girl meant to record the incident with his singing crystal as a loan to him, even though he'd just saved the entire galactic army from destruction. The mercenary asked the major why she had come, and the girl, Serena, answered that she'd been put in charge of an independent combat unit to fight space pirates, a squad she'd long pushed the leaders to form, but they only made it after finally recognizing her success. The major explained that the Empire's army is divided into defensive units that protect the state from other countries and maintain public order in star systems, and mobile units that engage enemy countries in battle and prepare attacks on enemy targets. She added that the defensive units were made up of soldiers from every star system and were often spread across the Empire's vast territory. Serena said they were fine for defense, but sending them to attack some unexpected target, especially to take on pirates, was far too risky, and Hiro agreed. He realized that if the squad kept suffering in battle, he wouldn't be able to keep the peace, and simply adding more units wasn't enough. To use them properly, they'd need at least a detailed plan, the kind used to seize a pirate base. Serena warned they couldn't send mobile units out on a whim. Those groups were the Empire's main fighting force, and any move could raise tensions with neighboring countries. Hiro said their army had no guerrilla units, and Serena agreed, admitting that up until now they'd left that kind of work to mercenaries. The major tried to convince the leadership to organize partisan detachments, and the first step toward that would be forming their own independent detachment. The guy said he understood. The hero asked, "Why do you need me?" The girl said she had come to him with a single request. Serena explained that their Imperial army was strong in ship-to-ship fighting and could take enemy bases, but they were far worse than pirates in guerrilla warfare. The hero realized the robbers were clever, smarter than he'd first thought. The major urged the hero to train her squad in proper professional ways to take on the pirates. He said he understood and declined the offer. Serena asked why he didn't want to. Hero told her to contact the Mercenary Guild, where they would definitely help her. The girl said that she wanted to study with him. The hero said he just didn't want to. He explained he couldn't expect a decent reward in this case, and besides, it would take up a lot of the guy's time. Then he asked why she chose him. Serena said he wasn't like the rest of the mercenaries. She saw him as creative, a man who could safely step beyond the usual rules and was brave enough to make his ideas real. And the major remembered that it was Hiro who proposed the plan to attack the pirates. The girl added that, even though the operation had been a bit crazy, the hero pulled it off perfectly. She especially loved the way Hiro used the singing crystal. She hadn't thought he had one. And Serena said she wouldn't accuse him of anything. The major said the hero would calmly carry out huge, brutal attacks, which meant he could teach her to push the Imperial ships to their limits and destroy pirates without mercy. She turned to the guy and asked for his help. Serena snapped that if he wasn't satisfied with the award, she'd demand more herself, reminding him she was still the daughter of a marquis and an Imperial military man. The major said the hero would definitely need her connections. Alma moved up to him and, whispering, warned him not to contradict the military aristocrat, or he'd be in trouble. The hero thought about it. In the end, he agreed, saying the girl would owe him later. Serena thanked him and said he would receive another special reward after this assignment, but Hero had a bad feeling about this. The girl told him to be her personal contract mercenary. When Serena met the man's stare, she said it was the first time anyone had looked at her so unpleasantly. Hero couldn't see any use for his title. The major assured me there is a benefit. She reminded him she was the daughter of a marquis, and that being with her would be a huge advantage. Her ties to the imperial army and the aristocracy could pull him out of countless troubles. He asked if the girl was really serious about this. The major nodded and asked what was wrong, while the guy snapped that he wouldn't be her servant and reminded her that she would owe her. Serena promised she'd repay his debt by appointing him as her personal mercenary, but Hero scoffed. It was nonsense, he said. The contract would only be an excuse to lure him into their ranks. He sneered, called the major arrogant, and added that any trouble with the army or the aristocracy could be avoided by simply running away. Hero believed that if he became her mercenary, he'd instantly draw her enemy's attention, and he added that working with the major would severely tie his hands. Limits a mercenary like him could never accept. The hero said he wasn't sure Serena would come running if he suddenly got into trouble. The guy admitted he wouldn't be surprised if he got dumped. He couldn't see any benefit to the service, but the drawbacks were many. Alma cut him off, snapping that it was too much. Serena blurted that he was the first mercenary who dared to speak to her so brazenly. The girl admitted that she likes him more and more. Serena likened the guy to rude wildcats. Hero asked if he was a cat to her. The girl said she'd put the collar on only after she'd tamed it. Serena said she doesn't miss her prey and laughed, and Mimi and Alma clung to the captain, hugging him tight to protect him from the major. He wrote, took the stage, and declared that from today on, he'd be the combat team's strategic consultant. The man then introduced himself to the audience. When Serena left, Alma scoffed that the captain had the nerve to speak so brazenly to the nobles. Hero realized that if the major could forgive him with a smile even after this, then the girl had to be serious. The elf sighed and said that wasn't what she was talking about. She told him he was acting far too dangerously around the aristocrats, but he didn't think so. I said bluntly that they could all rightfully be killed for such words, but the hero was totally baffled. And then the girl explained that the aristocrats had total power in their hands. She said people like that can twist any reason to suit themselves, even pointing to an insult against the nobility as an example. And Elma repeated that the hero could have been killed on the spot for such a conversation. The hero snapped that aristocrats are scary people. The elf didn't know how peaceful his world was, but she warned the captain to watch his words. Hero said he understood her. Alma decided his biggest problem was that he had no common sense. The guy said it was too much and got offended. Mimi walked up to the guys and told them they shouldn't do this. Alma and Hero stared, not understanding what she was saying. The girl said the man was bad and dangerous, and when they saw her expression, her companion stepped back a little. He tried to convince her, saying they could get the aristocrats' reward without even fighting, but Mimi warned him to be careful, and Alma said Hero should not follow the Marquis daughter's lead, leaving him stunned that the girls didn't trust him at all. During the speech, Hero declared that Major Serena had founded this squad to hurl every space pirate out into the wilds of space, and he added that he had been invited here as a seasoned mercenary to teach them how to fight pirates. The hero asked people to hold on to whatever they thought important and use that knowledge in real battles, and though he wasn't sure the army would adopt every mercenary method, he knew some of it would help them. The hero hoped they'd respect one another as allies standing against a common enemy. The guy said that was the end of his short welcome speech. The audience clapped softly, a gentle murmur of hands. The hero silently thanked him for that smooth, almost liquid applause. Serena asked him to skip ahead to the lecture itself. Hero switched on the screen and explained that space pirates usually gather in groups of 3 to 5 ships, armed mainly with lasers, homing missiles, turrets, and the like. They weren't dangerous on their own, but they liked to arm their ships, and together they became far more deadly. Criminals would usually surround civilian vessels, smash the shields, and seize them. That was their typical course of action. O boarded the ships and warned that the pirates were flying hijacked civilian vessels that had been heavily modified, because regular civilian ships simply didn't have the capabilities needed for pirate work. The hero said most ships got their guns and engines from criminals, while shields and armor were made on Kuth. Someone in the crowd raised his hand and asked why. Did the pirates need to finish their work as soon as possible? Hero gave a nod and said plainly, the more time pirates waste on repairs, the likelier the military or mercenaries will catch them. Speed is everything, and everything else fades into the background. He said the pirates never expected their victims to fight back and clash with the enemy. It showed they were utterly terrified of the army. Hiro added that robbers would never come close to a place guarded by an army, and they'd bolt the moment they spotted a warship on the horizon. Serena thought it over and agreed with him. The hero said that pirates never attack. The only exception was the recent attack on the base. He once again suspected the pirates had already learned about the independent combat team opposing them, which meant they were probably already snooping around the colonies in disguise, collecting data. The man said it wasn't his area of expertise anymore. He could only talk about the pirates on the ships. Serena understood and said they'd have to think about it for themselves. Hiro opened 2 maps of the Tarmaran star system on the screen, showing before and after the operation to clean up the pirate base, and pointed out how the dots marking pirate activity had moved so much that the soldiers in the hall started whispering. Hiro explained that the space pirates and their collision and detection points lay outside the Star Army's surveillance zone. He noted the military was short on information about the criminals, and added that he, by contrast, collects that data, so he knows where they are fishing. He brushed it off as nothing but basic knowledge. Serena, intrigued by what she was hearing and quietly regretting that she'd called a mercenary, told him to keep lecturing. He tossed out a rhetorical question about what a special anti-piracy unit could actually do, confessed he needed serious reform, and warned bluntly that if they were really going to fight pirates, anything bigger than patrol boats wouldn't suit them. Hiro said the space pirates mostly lurk in the asteroid belts, so warships can't fight there. He urged the soldiers to work hard and get themselves corvettes. The guy said it was Ho's personal opinion, but they can take his advice into consideration. And Serena thanked him for the warning and wanted to ask a question. She said that even if the pirates escaped the asteroid belt, the big ships could just wipe the belt out with their firepower. And the hero agreed but asked how they'd justify themselves to the mining ships. Hiro explained that the asteroid belts were a vital source of resources and the miners' main earnings, and he warned that in a battle like that, the miners' workplaces, along with the pirates, would simply disappear. But the guy knew the army couldn't swap ships that fast, so he came up with a different plan. The major asked if she was willing to do anything for the Empire's vassals, and the girl swore, by her aristocratic pride, that she would do anything for the Empire. A few days later, the squad and the hero were on a ship in space. When a man asked how many ships they had in their fleet, they told him they had 32 in total, and he laughed, praising Serena. A terse report hit the mercenary. The enemy had been spotted, and the radar flashed that 3 hostile ships were bearing down on them. The major waved her hand, and torpedoes roared from the ships, striking the enemy vessels and blowing them apart. Hiro felt the battleship's cannon slam with raw power as each shot hit the target. The medium-sized cargo ship carried very expensive goods that pirates were hunting. It sent a weak distress signal like it was in trouble, but it was actually bait set by the hero's party. Major Serena, as the Marquise's daughter, bought this ship for 5 million enals. The girl asked if they really had to use such deceptive maneuvers, and Hiro replied that all means are fair against pirates. Their plan was simple. The team knew the pirates would run, so they set a bait to make the enemies come to them. And when the criminals fly to the bait, the squad, hiding in the asteroids with a high-precision battleship cannon, will destroy them. He made sure they wouldn't stay in one place long and risk looking suspicious. When he heard the enemy had been found and that he'd get 20% of the reward after the operation, he couldn't help smiling at being paid just to watch. Serena spotted the guy smiling and felt a rush of relief. He was in a good mood. Hiro said they should just use this strategy, collect data, and quietly destroy the pirate bases. The guy reminded them not to forget to change the bait and use new tricks, and the girl agreed with him. The major barked that the mercenary hadn't even finished half his contract yet, so he'd be doing all of it with them. After their long day at work, Serena slipped into her usual clothes. She invited Hiro to come with her, and he asked where they were going. She told him she had the day off and wanted to go into town to eat, asking if he could come with her, but he refused. Serena cursed. Hiro blinked, stunned that the Marquis daughter could act like that, and Serena said their walk would be part of their work. At lunch, the girl wanted to think over the lecture, and the guy asked if it wasn't simply an abuse of authority. Serena told him not to worry. After all, it wasn't even a crime. He took a deep breath and finally agreed to go to lunch with her. When the Marquis's daughter learned Elma and Mimi were coming along, she snapped at the hero. "Why do you have to ask other girls out on dates?" And he coolly reminded her their meeting was for work. He introduced Elma as a seasoned pro in his business. He added that his girlfriend could say far more than he ever could. Serena had to accept it, whether she liked it or not. The girl beamed and told Elma she looked beautiful in her traditional elf outfit, then added that Mimi looked pretty too. The elf thanked her for the compliment and said Serena also looked good in casual clothes. Mimi said weakly that she was honored to hear such words from an aristocrat, and Serena called the guys to follow her. Serena was on the phone as the hero leaned in and whispered sorry to Almas for bringing the Marquise's daughter with him. The girl knew the captain couldn't just refuse, and the guy noticed she was in a good mood. The elf said it was just a formal smile, and he'd wipe it away whenever he didn't want Miss Serena to think worse of him. She jabbed a finger at Mimi and snapped that hero needed to take better care of her mood. The guy spoke to her cautiously, every word careful and soft. The girl warned the gentleman to keep his guard up. The heroes insisted they'd only been talking about work today, and pointed out that the Marquis daughter had invited them to eat. He remembered Mimi wanting to try something rare, and when Miss Serena ended the call, she said Mimi wouldn't be disappointed by the kitchen at the restaurant where she'd reserved a table. The girl said the restaurant serves organic dishes, and it was immediately interested. After all, this wasn't the artificial food from cartridges, but real vegetables and meat. Mimi beamed too. She turned to the gentleman and asked if she had heard the news about the organic food in the restaurant. The girl admitted she'd never tasted fresh fruits or vegetables, and couldn't stop wondering what they would even taste like. He made sure that natural food was truly a rare thing in this world, and he felt glad that Mimi's mood had lifted. When they rolled up to the place, Hiro sprang out and helped the girls climb out of the car. Mimi admitted she was worried, but Miss Serena said she'd booked them a private room so the guys couldn't bother them or hover around watching. Hiro realized Mimi was right. He couldn't relax around Serena, so he had to make sure nobody could fool him. Serena sat in the restaurant and took a drink. She slammed the table and said she was trying her hardest at work. The guys watched as she downed her glass in one gulp. The girl grabbed a fork and started poking at her food. She muttered that her colleagues looked down on her just because she was a woman. Serena turned to the guys and asked if they agreed with her. Hiro hesitated, then agreed. The team realized the Marquis daughter was unhappy outside of work. The hero remembered the dinner starting so well. The organic food tasted amazing. It loosened everyone up and the conversation flowed. But then Selena drank wine. The Marquis daughter lay on the table and poured out how she had to bow to people she didn't really respect, forcing a brave smile with all her strength for the crowd. The girl flew into a rage, shouting that no one dares to look at her body, and Hiro jumped up from the table to calm Serena down, glad their company was in a separate room. She jabbed a finger at him, eyes fierce, accusing him of always turning down her invitations. Hiro tried to answer, but Serena covered her ears with her hands and screamed she didn't want to hear a thing, leaving the hero frozen and unsure what to do. Serena said, with a wry smile, that she knows exactly how annoying he is. Elma was stunned that the girl understood everything. Hiro told the Marquis daughter that they would join the army. He said they were already close, so he'd help her if they ever had to make it official. Serena turned to him and asked him not to leave her. Alma and Mimi stared at Hiro, watching him with careful eyes. The guy asked the girl to play a trick on him. He reminded her they weren't in that kind of relationship. Alma confessed that if the captain had believed the Marquis daughter, she would have hit him. Hiro made it sound like his girlfriend was underestimating him. Mimi said that the gentleman was just kind. Serena screamed that it wasn't fair. She'd noticed Hiro first, then she dropped her head onto the table and started to cry. Selena said she was the one who saved the hero at the Port Authority. She was the first, but she let her mind drift for a second, and in the end tears filled her eyes. She whipped around to the main character and snapped, "Why the hell are you hanging out with other girls?" He asked her again, saying it felt like the whole conversation had just taken a wrong turn. Selena heard his answer, gulped down the whole glass in one go, and a few moments later she passed out right at the table. The main character froze in shock and asked her if she was okay, but then he realized she was drooling on the table and fast asleep. O'Brien turned to the other girls and asked what they should do with her. Alma offered to eat her portion for now, and the main character bristled with indignation. "Selena is the daughter of a marquis!" Mimi said she'd been told on the phone that their time was up and was asked whether they'd extend it. Alma said rooms in such establishments are expensive. After that, the three of them turned their gaze to the sleeping Selena, and the main character let out a long, heavy sigh. After a while, they returned to the ship. The main character opened the refrigerator, pulled out some water, and took a few sips. They dragged a drunk Selena to Krishna, who then handed her over to Mimi and Alma. She's probably lying in a healing capsule right now. He wondered if decent grown-ups could really drink themselves into oblivion like that. And it wasn't that she simply couldn't drink. There was just so much piled up inside her. He typed and couldn't stop replaying her question. Why was he hanging out with other girls? And was surprised she could still shake things up. He chose to act like he'd forgotten. Just then the girls rushed in, breathless, saying their princess had woken and the healing capsule had sobered her up. And the main character, surprised, said that she was working wonders. After a while they met Selena. She hung her head and said she was so ashamed of what had happened, and Hiro smiled and said it was okay. At least she'd let out some stress. Mimi smiled and said they'd finally eaten something delicious. Elma hurried over to ask how she felt and whether she should carry her to the ship, and Serena said she was fine thanks to them, despite the incident. The main character said he understood everything, that they'd had a wonderful time and the rest could be forgotten. Then he asked if his reasoning was correct. Selena immediately asked if that was really it, and when Hiro stared at her, stunned, she began frantically waving her hands and telling them not to pay attention. Without warning, she bolted to her feet and said she'd probably leave it at that, leaving the main character standing there stunned by her behavior. After that, their operation to exterminate the pirates ran into trouble. Selena said the pirates weren't taking the bait, and the main character replied he'd already taken that into account. After all, pirates aren't stupid. They already know their comrades fell into a similar trap, so they're careful not to step on the same rake. A whole week had slipped by without them catching anyone, and Selena, voice tight with worry, asked, "What do we do now?" To that the hero shot back that it was time to nip them in the bud. Selena said that when they have only a few pawns, they really have every chance because they've already caught more than 200 pirate ships. After that, the girl vowed they'd defeat the pirate base in this region. She said she'd already entered the base's coordinates into the database. Hiro leaned in and asked if she'd thought of everything and what the plan was. And she said she plans to use a standard environment strategy like last time. This time, support from Starfleet will be hard to get, so only their independent squad can fight. They have lots of big ships, but not enough fast corvettes, so mercenary ships will have to fill that role. She said they'd contact the guild, and of course he's involved. You can see right away she's a good soldier because she won't push anyone to charge into battle alone. She values a guaranteed victory more than glory or honor. Hira said it all depended on what she offered, because he would charge for anything beyond the contract. She said she could tell he was keeping his eyes open, and he answered that a mercenary's work is not charity. The girl told them they'd be there soon, and the main character said it was time for a drink. Alma said they hadn't fought in a long time. Mimi asked how she thought Selena would cope, and Alma answered confidently, explaining that Selena would be fine because she was a golden soldier. The current operation is practically the same as the previous one. The mercenary squad will reach the place on super high-speed light engines, and Hiro said there wasn't much time left before the super high-speed light engine finished charging. She was counting down. The instant the pirates entered normal space, the girl said the time had come, and then rays attacked the pirates. Massive explosions shattered the air, and the main character's whole team shouted that they were annihilating this. Alma let out a breath. No pirate ships in the area, which meant the attack had worked. The hero asked if anything was left, and Mimi said the radar lit up with several points showing pirate ships deploying. The main character said he'd worried for nothing. They wouldn't be left empty-handed. Alma said they were going into combat mode and she was turning on the weapon system. Mimi said a detachment of the enemy flotilla was heading northwest. 3 whole ships. The main character thought they'd decided to fight their way through it, and he understood everything. It wasn't a bad idea. Alma sneered that the shield was far too strong for those pathetic pirates, and the hero shot back, that if that was the case, they had to prepare to overtake them. He jammed the helm and slammed the throttle, and the ship began to shake violently. Not even the inertial stabilizers could calm it. After that, the main characters said they were unfolding, and when they saw the enemy ships turning around too, they cried out asking where they had gone. The heroes opened fire from their ship, hauled out a cannon, and blasted straight at the enemy vessels. Alma watched it all unfold and said she could see he hadn't lost his skills, and he clearly loved hearing that. Mimi said more enemies had been discovered. 7 more, and 2 of them were medium-sized ships. It was a cargo ship modified into a launch vehicle, and she asked if they were really heading for it. The hero answered yes and said Alma would deal with the missiles. The main character declared they would start with the medium-sized ships. After that, he sent the projectiles flying in the right direction. Mimi cried that several heat sources flew out of the ship, homing missiles, and Alma said they needed to turn on the lights. While the shells were trying to hit their ship, they nimbly dodged them just like that, and the main character said, "They're brakes." Mimi said the rest of the ships were dispersing, and the hero snapped that they'd do something else, then added they'd be paid for them. Space pirates only cause harm by existing. They're swept from the stars, and the ones who sweep them away get paid, because justice is always so sweet. Mimi said everything is clear, no one in sight. Alma said the other pirates are closest to the northwest, and she sends the data. The main character beamed. "This is great news!" They're definitely going there, and they'll earn a lot more. After a while, Selena asked how things were going, and the girls said the surprise attack had worked. The pirates were only fighting back on a very small scale. They kept an overwhelming edge in every fight. Selena said it was clear to her. The strike on the pirate base's big fuel port had played a huge part in that. It suddenly became a lot easier for the mercenary units to take on the enemy. Let everyone continue their mission. She'd thought that after the decoy ship and moving their vessels, the pirates would be more careful, but it all went shockingly smoothly. Apparently, they hadn't expected this. Serena turned to the others and snapped, "Send me the mercenary unit's status and a chart of the points they've earned." And the others nodded in agreement. The girls studied the data and saw that the ship Krishna, under captain by Hero, had the most points. She smiled as her face flushed red, and the other crew members noticed and gasped in shock. She snapped at them, demanding to know what they were staring at, then barked for them to resume the operation. Right then, the main character said, "It's over." Mimi confirmed it. The area had been cleared and no pirates were nearby. The girl added that, though the battle still raged in other nearby spots, they'd get there for now, and the others would finish it all. The hero said it meant they were resting, then asked how many they'd destroyed, and the girl replied, 33 small ships and 3 medium-sized ships. The main character asked, frustration biting, "Is that really all? They didn't even make it to the final attack on the pirate base." They told him their lightning attacks had done their job, so in the end it didn't amount to much, but the result was still amazing. Mimi said it seemed there was no hope for a good reward, and the hero said they'd rummage through the destroyed ships. Maybe they'd find something. After a while, the main character grinned and declared it a great catch, and Elma agreed, saying they'd snagged a few rare metals and a whole bunch of expensive high-tech spare parts. Hero asked me how the operation was going, and she answered that an end notification had come in so they could head back, but something about it felt wrong. The main character approached the girl, and together they stared at the screen. He said it was a ship meant to capture the base. He explained that the soldiers are clearing out every corner inside now, wearing the Imperial Army's reinforced armor and wielding flamethrowers. The pirates don't stand a chance. The main character said they had no reason to be there, no matter what. And Elma asked, surprised, if that meant they'd really fly out of here. Hero nodded with a grin and told her to switch on the high-speed engine, and the girl agreed. Alma asked if they'd be babysitting that princess again when they returned, and the guy shrugged and told her to hold on for a week. It'd fly by. Mimi then piped up to ask what he planned to do after he'd finished his work for Serena. Alma said if he wanted to make money, they could fly to the conflict zone. With his skill in Krishna, they'd be rich in no time, but the hero replied he didn't want to get involved in conflicts. In the game, martial law was imposed on the colony, pinning him down so his movement was limited. He could only repair the ship and stock up on food. So the same thing's bound to happen here. Mimi said people say passenger ships are often attacked near the tourist planet. Alma immediately asked about it again and said it sounded good. They'll rest, and the pirates will be destroyed. While Hero thought there was no hurry to build the house either. Maybe it was worth flying there after all. Mimi said they'd arrived in the colony area and was turning off the super high-speed engine. The main character said everything was fine. Then she ordered a mooring request sent. But at that very moment, he saw something. He looked around and asked if he thought there was something wrong with the colony. The girls said it was really strange, then pointed in a direction and asked if that area was without lights. They also noticed a steady stream of ships leaving the port, so Alma turned to him and asked what they should do, and he just shrugged and said, "That's a good question." Mimi said she'd been trying to reach the port authority, but something wasn't working. Right then, they heard a sound. The girl wanted to say they were in touch, but she was cut off when a man in uniform started shouting that the port authority was in touch. He apologized to them and said it wasn't up to that right now, and the hero's entire crew went rigid with tension. He spun to the man and told him he was a captain of the mercenary guild, and the man immediately demanded, "Don't you have any reinforcing armor?" To which the guy replied that, in principle, they did. A man cut him off and barked for help. Someone had attacked the colony, and the main character stared in disbelief. Could they really not even know who it might be? Alma snapped that they were mercenaries and weren't about to risk their lives for free. The man asked if they really wanted to take the money even now, and the heroes shrugged. "We always do." The guy asked if they'd asked the guild for help, and the man snapped that they were in a mess and didn't really know what was going on. The main character exhaled and said he'd already shown them where to dock, and the man asked them to wait for him for a minute. The hero turned to Alma and said he was counting on her. Twitch, the latter, asked him if he was sure. Maybe he shouldn't interfere. The main character replied that they could earn money defending the port. Why not? And if the colony was captured, they wouldn't get any reward. The hero admitted, voice tight. Since he'd have to use reinforcement armor, he never expected to be dragged into the fight. Even in close combat, he hadn't used it in this world yet. After that, the guy went upstairs, opened the armor and stared in surprise. He climbed inside, thinking this was a combat event where neither the target nor the enemy was known. To make things worse, the colony was attacked by someone who could only be stopped with melee weapons. He doesn't remember such events in the game. And at that moment, he heard a voice say a man was opening a hatch in the warehouse. After the hero slipped into the costume, he said, "It's time to earn some more." The moment he stepped outside, monsters were waiting for him. He slammed his right fist into one of them, and it started to bleed. The main character held a chunk of the monster's torso in his hands and laughed, taunting, "Power is power." Just then Mimi asked, "Are you okay?" And the main character replied, "I'm fine." He said he didn't care one bit about the reinforcement armor, but what shook him was that they really were the same unknown enemies. Elma echoed him, voice tight. They were one-on-one, just like those creatures from the artificial meat factory. She asked if that could be connected, and they said they'd been told those things couldn't survive outside the factory. The main character peered at the tiny monsters in his hand and said they were small, just like the ones from the factory, though the bigger ones had sprouted legs and arms. He sat there, thinking about what it all meant, and Elma turned to him and asked why he only fought hand-to-hand. The girl revealed that the main character has a powerful weapon, then asked if he was really a master of melee combat. Heroes said he wasn't a master. He just wanted to try something new if the chance came. After all, you don't strap on reinforcement armor every day. There were many different kinds of similar armor, but he had only ever seen them in action during tight, close-quarters battles. What does it take to win a fight like this? Pure mobility or keen senses? In truth, just being one notch faster than a human is enough. The main character, confronting his enemies, believed the only things that mattered were armor and power, and he effortlessly sliced their bodies into several pieces. By the way, his armor bore the number EMPS-13 Rikishi MK3. At that moment, he kept deftly dealing with his enemies. This device fired super-compressed electrons from Harite's hands, and he wasted no time showing exactly what they could do. Seiko, a device that cranks up the power of leg strikes. At that very moment, he decided to destroy the enemy with one foot. Perched on his shoulders were powerful laser cannons called the Shikiri. On top of that, he had a boutique Amasi barrier that destroyed his enemies and kept him safe, as he formed a glowing sphere around his body that could tear through monsters with ease. As you can probably tell from the names, they're all moves taken straight from sumo wrestling. On the one hand, it doesn't sound great, or rather, not bad, but cool. Exactly because it's not very. This suit is ridiculously strong. It completely satisfies every one of his wishes. When he was playing SOL, all the one-on-one events with those armors were fought in sumo style. He can still see everyone laughing, shouting that SOL is a sumo playground and the best in the world, and those images cling to him so he can't shake the associations. After a while, all the monsters were destroyed. The main character stood there, chest heaving, and finally said, "It's over." Mimi rushed up to him, breathless, and said the mercenary guild had sent a plea for help. It looked like those monsters were swarming toward the hospital. The girl blurted out that people were wounded inside, and when Hiro immediately asked about the hospital, she said it was the same Inagawa hospital where they'd just had a medical checkup. He asked right away if they really had to leave this place. She told him a detachment of the Imperial Army would arrive soon, and he agreed, asking her to show him the route. After a while, Hiro reached the hospital, and when he opened the door, he saw monsters devouring people's bodies. Alma looked at it and said it was terrible. The guy said the chances were slim, of course, but if they found any survivors, they should let them know. Then he turned to Mimi and told her she didn't have to watch. He wasn't forcing her. The girls told him there were no survivors on this street, so he could brawl as much as he wanted, and the main character said he understood everything. After that, the man pulled out a gun and shouted that it was time for disinfection. Then he used it to pierce several monsters at once. Honestly, it's ridiculously easy. Even if he fought unprotected, he wouldn't flinch at those monsters in reinforcement armor, and the Imperial Armored Squad would clean everything up in a second. He could still snag a little extra money before the army arrived. Something decent, at least. When the girl's voice told him to turn right at the intersection, the main character obeyed at once and hurried in the direction they'd pointed. But when he arrived, the building was completely surrounded by monsters. I asked why they needed a hospital at all. Alma laughed and teased, asking if they'd come for a medical checkup, and he replied it was some kind of sur. The main character asked if this happened often. Minnie said she'd never even heard of such incidents, and Alma retorted that if it were common, they'd have lost all the artificial meat plants long ago. Just then, a voice crackled that the Inagawa Technology General Hospital's security was on the line. He asked if they were from the Mercenary Guild, and the voice answered yes, saying he was just doing his job. They were thanked for their help and warned the monsters had almost broken through the protective walls. Alma asked if he meant these monsters, and pointed out that some could even smash through the partitions, meant to provide reliable protection. The man replied that it seemed the monsters' bodily fluids were corrosive, and the main character thought to himself that these were steaming enemies. Even the partitions offered no protection. He said he'd handle the enemies outside, then snapped, "Have they gotten inside yet?" They answered, "No." Mimi cried out that a monster was heading straight for him, sending out a strange signal, and he immediately demanded to know what she meant. The girl said he would appear in the gap between the buildings. Moments later, a gigantic clawed hand burst into view, followed by a towering multi-legged beast whose upper body was dotted with eyes. The main character looked him up and down and, voice tight, asked what it meant if those really were human eyes watching him. And in that instant, he realized the enemy had noticed him. The monster lunged at the hero, who was caught off guard, couldn't jump away, and snatched the monster's fist as it swung to strike. The main character blurted that the monster was too close, and in that instant he saw it swing its other arm to strike. But the hero in the suit slipped free, and the monster, realizing he had failed, lunged straight after him. The main character stared at it and burst out laughing, then said, "This is the power of the fruits of civilization." I told the monster that no matter how powerful he was, he would not trample on an account that protects even from space rocks. And at that same moment he used a weapon and blew off the monster's arm and part of his head. The main character saw holes all over his enemy's body, and most of his head missing, so he figured he'd finished him. He was just about to say it was over when something caught his eye. It turned out the monster kept regenerating. Strange new growth sprouted where parts were missing, and Elma immediately demanded to know what was going on. After a few moments, the monster slid back into its original shape, not a single scratch on it. The main character stared and said that he was simply too tough. After that, Hero grabbed his weapon with both hands and drove it into his enemy again, making fresh holes in the body. At the same moment, the same growths began to sprout where he'd struck, and the sight set the guy burning with rage. The main character swore loudly, shouting that the monster had really gotten on his nerves. His anger was plain for all to see. The monster rushes at the main character again, and he raises his shield to protect himself, realizing the creature uses only physical attacks that a shield can repel. At the same moment, Hero swung his weapon again, grabbed the monster's arm with one hand, and it blackened from the force he poured into it. He realized the monster's defensive stats weren't that high compared to other monsters, and his strikes were landing with deadly force. But the real problem was his unstoppable regeneration. Even if his head was blown off, he'd still recover and mend his other wounds. The main character looked at his charge and thought, with a spike of worry, that at this rate his battery would drain even faster. He admitted, honestly, he didn't want to use this method, but with no choice left, he pressed the button. At that same moment, the shield beside his armor vanished and the monster charged at him, while the main character himself calmly invited him to come closer. At that moment, as the monster neared him, the armors snatched it up and pressed it hard against themselves. The main character thought he'd finally caught him, and with a surge of triumph he moved to block every joint. At the same time, he opened his armor and climbed out, then stood on top of them and asked, "Can't the monster move now?" The other heard him and instantly started screaming. The hero, fed up, said he'd had enough of the yelling, then shoved a plasma grenade into his mouth. The monster immediately swallowed the item it had received, and at that same moment the main character jumped down from the tree and ran away. A few moments later, a thunderous blast rocked the air. The shockwave sent the main character crashing to the floor, and he whipped his head around to see what was going on. Peeking around the corner, he saw his armor still in place and the monster reduced to only one arm. He stepped closer, nudged it with his foot, and declared it a steaming enemy. After a hot plasma grenade, regeneration stopped working. The main character went over what he'd taken, of course, very carefully. The damage wasn't fatal. The armor could still move, and its cooling would kick in. At that moment, the guy heard the signal. When he answered, he saw it was Mimi. She turned to him and asked, "Are you okay?" She couldn't help wishing he'd reply that he was alive and unharmed. The girl said she'd suddenly lost the ability to monitor the reinforcing armor and had gotten worried, and he apologized to her. The main character said he'd dealt with every creature, even that Western bastard, and yet the armor still moved. After that, he asked what he should do with the corpses, and he answered without hesitation. Mimi blurted that the hospital had asked them to provide a cadaver as a sample, and Hero immediately asked why. He was told it was needed to create nanofighter machines. At that exact moment, he saw Dr. Shoko on the phone screen. She smiled sweetly and said it had been a long time since we had seen each other. She said he'd saved her life again. What a coincidence. Hero thought about how amazingly carefree she was, as always. Shoko lit up and said she was delighted, then asked if he really beat everyone by himself, and he shrugged that he'd been wearing reinforcement armor, so nothing yet. He said his monsters came in every size, large, medium, and small, and asked if one of each would be enough for her. She agreed, and he added that one of the monsters was strange. He slipped back into his armor, held up the monster's hand for her to see, and said, "This is all that's left of him." The doctor said he'd fried it, but it would do for her. After that, She asked what he thought of the battle with them. Hiro snapped that they clearly didn't have intelligence, but only followed their instincts and hunger, and that in strength and protection it simply couldn't compare to armor. He added that this monster was a whole level above the others, vicious, always ready to fight, and worst of all, it healed at an unnaturally fast rate. The main character confessed that was why he'd been fiddling with it for so long. The doctor went quiet, instantly turning those words over in his head. Hiro saw she was lost in thought and silent, so he called her name. She flinched and immediately apologized to him. Shoko said maybe it was just a sudden new look and she'd definitely check it out, then declared it was time for her to take up nanomachine fighters. She thanked him again for his help and the samples, then gave a quick goodbye, and the main character thought about it. After that, at Inigawa's request, he stood guard around the hospital for a while, and, apparently because the army had arrived, no new monsters showed up. After a while, he found himself in the hospital. They handed him a bottle of water and told him they were grateful for his work. "It was Dr. Shogo," she said, voice trembling. "The battle happened right after that military operation. It was clearly hard on him." He replied, "The enemies could be dealt with easily with the help of armor." He flushed with embarrassment that she had not only let him shower but had even washed his reinforcement armor, and he replied that those monsters had stained it. Better to disinfect it right away to avoid any trouble. The main character asked if she was finished. She simply replied that her work was done, and she'd only call for help as a last resort. At that moment, the doctor was making herself a cup of coffee, standing with her back to him as an awkward silence settled in, and Hiro decided to break it. The main character turned to her, voice tight, and asked what kind of big-eyed monsters they were. The girl stood with her back to him, saying nothing. After a couple of moments, she turned to him and apologized to him with a condescending smile that made plain she wouldn't answer the question, and he just sat there, weighing her reaction. He wrote it down and a chill ran through him as he wondered if the stolen genetic data was involved. He couldn't remember any other incident where Imagawa's data had been taken. The main character blurted out that his comrades were uninjured, then thanked her, relief clear in his voice. He decided to take a sip of water from the bottle he was given, and instantly thought the liquid was Pokari. After the encounter with the monsters, the colony took 5 days to settle back into its usual rhythm. Along with the topic, the monsters' details spilled out. They were sure it had been cut right out of the artificial meat factory. Their genes were tampered with so they couldn't die by their own will, and were turned into tougher fighters, and the Association for the Protection of Artificial Beings immediately issued a statement admitting guilt. You'd think they're defenders of nature and animals, but later, in a statement, they stood up and said something like this. The main character admitted they'd actually carried out a bioteric attack. Very bad guys. And Mini yelled his name, saying Inagawa had sent him some fruit. Hiro read the note. It said it was an apology. The girl beamed and said it was cool, because they had real fruits. The main character noticed something and began checking the basket, and when he pushed the fruits aside, he found a pure, rare material hidden inside. He looked at it and decided he wouldn't sue her in that case. She was no easy opponent, and at that moment Elma piped up that they'd earned a lot. She explained, eyes wide, that the army and the port administration had just handed out a reward, and now it had reached 17 million enters. The main character stared at the amount, thought about it, and said it would already be enough to buy an aircraft carrier. Mimi immediately asked him about it. He explained it was a giant ship that could carry smaller boats inside, and because it was so massive it could haul huge loads, they'd be able to take on more jobs and make a lot more money. Elma said you can't buy a decent aircraft carrier for just 17 million, and the other woman agreed, saying they'd have to save a lot more, leaving Mimi stunned that they could be so calm talking about such huge sums. Hiro said they'd finished Mrs. Selena's task, so there was no reason to stay in the star system. They could finally go to the resort Mimi had recommended. The main character turned to the girl and said, "Let's enjoy our vacation, maybe earn some money, and then decide whether to buy an aircraft carrier." Hiro said they'd decided to hurry. The riots had died down. They were refueling now and could fly. They all shouted together, full of joy, that they were moving out. Just then, they heard something. The main character immediately looked away and asked if they had guests, just as a blonde-haired girl in heels actually walked in. It was Selena, after all. She planted herself in the doorway, resolute, and said they would not run away from her. The girls immediately started whispering that this woman wasn't welcome here, and she turned to me, pleading for me to stop and not do it. It turned out Hiro was pushing her in the back to get her off the ship, and she snapped that he shouldn't push her. It wasn't polite. Besides, she was actually the daughter of Marquis Halls. The main character said it was hot, and when Selena immediately asked what he meant, he snapped that it was obvious. He'd already refused her offer 100 times. Hiro asked the girl what else she needed, and she went bright red and began to stammer. Serena clenched her fists and snapped that the reason was simple. The room froze, everyone holding their breath, and then she screamed that it was unfair. She said she was busy. They were going to a resort in the Sierra Star system. An awkward silence fell. The main character moaned that it was hot. Elma agreed with him. Mimi suddenly began to panic at his words, and Serena asked him if he had called her that again. Hiro demanded to know how she even knew they were going on vacation. Mimi rushed in, trying to stop him and saying he shouldn't be talking to her like that. Elma snapped that he was completely tired of living the campaign. He said he didn't care. It was better than being nice to her and he'd get used to it. Serena immediately asked him about it. He turned to her and asked what she wanted. They now needed to prepare for a vacation at the same resort, and he drew out the last words. Serena was clearly at a loss for words. But then an idea popped into her head, and she called it indecent. They swarmed her with questions immediately. She confirmed it again, saying the colony had been badly damaged in the recent terrorist attack, many people had died, and grief hung over everyone. Then she asked firmly whether they were really going on vacation, and whether they weren't ashamed. And when the main character said he understood everything, she felt relieved. But the guy shot back that it wasn't their concern. He'd begin by declaring that using that excuse to keep them down was the real indecency. Hiro stepped forward, shoved her toward the exit, and said she had to go, and she snapped back immediately, telling him to wait and warning him not to dare. The girl seethed, asking how he dared to touch the unmarried daughter of the Marquis. It is outrageous and inexcusable. Elma approached them, after which she pushed them in different directions and told them to calm down. After a while, everyone sat down at the table. The main character repeated his question, asking her again what she needed. Hiro warned that if her reason turned out to be far-fetched, they'd drag her off the ship. Celia looked at one girl, then the other, and heaved a heavy sigh. Everyone there stared at her in shock. It was clear Serena was struggling to talk about it. She whispered a single word so quietly no one heard, and everyone immediately asked what she had said. Immediately, the girl flushed bright red and screamed at the top of her lungs that she was jealous, leaving the main character and everyone else frozen in shock. He immediately asked her what she meant, and Serena said she was jealous. So jealous she came to annoy them. She turned to the main character and asked if he had any objections, and he shot back that he had plenty. The girl said it's not fair. She participates in meetings and writes reports day after day, day after day, day after day, and she looks at photos of nasty creatures with tentacles. And suddenly the hero and his team were off on a resort vacation. She had every right to try to stop them, and the guy snapped, "Do you really want to ruin this for us?" He asked if she'd really come just to drink wine, and she replied no. It was unfair. She wanted to relax at the resort too, and the guy said she was starting to ask for it. Hiro admitted she had neither aristocratic honor nor a soldier's endurance. Alma said she generally felt lonely and sad at work and was envious that they were going on vacation. He looked at her. Her cheeks were flushed and tears trembled in her eyes. He sighed deeply and told her it was okay, and Selena's face lit up with pure delight. But a moment later, Hiro pushed her off the ship. She threw herself at his feet, begging that she had confessed, but he told her to let go and coldly said she had admitted to evil intentions. There wasn't a drop of sympathy for her. While they were arguing, the others came up to them. Mimi spoke up, asking if she could say a word, and then turned to Serena. She stared at the mistress in plain clothes instead of her uniform and asked, "Is this really your day off?" The mistress nodded, and when asked whether she had truly come not as a military man or an aristocrat, but on her own, she said yes. Then the girls piped up that she really wanted to have fun with Mr. Hiro and shake off her gloom. Selena fell silent, and Mimi leaned forward to ask if she was right. The main character shrugged, said it was easy to say, then asked how you could have fun with him. Right then, a loud bang cracked through the air, and the main character, Selena and Mimi, snapped their heads toward the sound. It was Elma. The girl beamed and offered everyone a drink right there. Her joy felt almost too bright, and it made the main character tense up a little. Alma said they didn't have elite delicacies, but the robot would cook delicious food and she'd pay for the drinks with her own money. Hiro immediately latched onto the word hiding place. The main character spun to the girl, eyes blazing, and asked if she meant those stocks that had clogged the entire warehouse, the ones she bought with borrowed money and never paid back. Hiro met Selena's eyes, gave the go-ahead with a quiet nod, said it was only for today, and let her believe it was just another debt she owed. He honestly felt a relationship with her would bring them more trouble than benefits. After a while they loosened up and started sampling different drinks. Selena tasted one, smiled, and said it was a very good drink. Alma said she bought it straight from the factory. The price, she admitted, stung a little. and Hiro immediately asked if she really thought 100,000 enters wasn't much. The girl brushed it off, saying that for a mercenary those were small things. Serena snapped, asking if the girl really thought she had a weird perception of money, and Mimi immediately said she was, if anything, not like that. Elma immediately burst out that she'd heard Mimi begging the hero for about 300,000 for a bathroom, a washing machine, and a high-tech slow cooker, and the hero snapped back that it was a necessary expense to make everyday life better. The guys kept drinking, and Hiro couldn't shake the thought that the hieroglyph of 3 women meaning noise wasn't a joke. How did they dream up such conversations, and how did they keep leaping from one topic to the next without missing a beat? He just couldn't keep up with him in life, okay? The main thing was that they were having fun while he sat and ate. He looked at the food and couldn't hide his surprise. The main character called Mimi's name. She asked what had happened, and the guy jabbed a finger forward and asked what it was. Hiro asked, voice trembling, if it was possible to do this in a high-tech slow cooker. The plate was crawling with worms. Mimi excitedly said she had found lots of interesting products in the store, bought them here, and thought they would enjoy a delicious meal together. He asked when she had done it. She cut him off, slid the plate closer and told him to eat healthily, and the guy stared at it, thinking it was worms. The main character decided to try one, picked it up with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The girls gasped in shock and then hurriedly asked how he liked the dish. Hiro said it was really good. It tasted like sea urchin, a little sweet, rich, and so tasty. The guy said he liked it. It eats up with a bang. Serena asked what it was all about. Mimi snapped that it was called a worm. At that moment, the main character pressed his hands to his ears and yelled that he couldn't hear anything. He blurted that it was a sea urchin paste. Elma snapped that he'd escaped from reality. Serena backed her up and called it a natural self-deception. Then he suggested they try it themselves. Each girl's face twisted with disgust. Serena said she refused. Elma backed her and said she would refrain too, and Mimi also stood with them. The main character asked her what she'd bought for herself, but she brushed it off. She wasn't going to eat that kind of nonsense. She didn't know what to say, so he crept closer to her. Hiro couldn't stop thinking about the food Mimi had bought. Made from odd ingredients and looking strange, yet every bite was surprisingly edible. First they ate the strangest things, then they went on a full binge of plain normal food. And in fact, he was dreaming. Serena slammed the glass down on the table with a loud bang and said, "Help came late, you see." Then called the people she was talking to bad people. They're here, tearing up pirate bases. And I asked them how they couldn't defend their colony on their own. Elma called Hiro and laughed, saying it was hilarious. Serena was still fuming over what others had done. Elma just laughed at her, and the protagonist was dressing Mimi at that moment. Fed up with being indignant, the blonde swung her attention to the hero and, almost reluctantly, said he was good too, and he blinked in surprise that the conversation had turned to him. She said he just happened to be in the right place, immediately jumped into the reinforcement armor, and protected the ports in Inagawa Hospital. Serena remembered the hospital representative telling them the hero's team had bought enough time to build a nanomachine, and yet the mercenaries proved more useful than an independent squad. He realized he'd offended her and immediately tried to calm her, calling her Major Serena. The latter screamed that it was their own fault. They'd coordinated the colony's army terribly, and all these bioterrorist attacks had happened because of that carelessness. Hiro thought about how drunk she was. The main character realized she was holding so much inside. At that same moment, the girl moved closer to him, and then fell onto him with her whole body. He asked her what was going on. When he looked closer and saw she had fallen asleep, he felt 25 again, wondering if she even realized there was a man on this ship. Morning broke, and when Serena opened her eyes, the main character was right in front of her, asking if she was awake. The guy said she looked like she'd piled up a lot of stress, and he urged her to rest at least sometimes. He said it flat out. It was true. She'd already had to end up in the drunk tank twice. He tells her, voice serious, to take care of herself. Hiro wasn't just worrying about her health. She was also keenly aware of how her status would play in. Surely many would try to take advantage, and the girl said she'd keep that in mind. He told her he thought it was time she returned to her ship. Otherwise, strange rumors would start to spread, and she replied that he was right. After a while, she came out of the drunk tank, suddenly a hero, and asked if they'd see each other again. He smiled and said that as long as she was chasing pirates, it would happen for sure. Serena said she understood everything and then said goodbye. He wondered if she was really asking whether they'd see each other again, and that question sat like a small weight on him. After a while, they set off on their ship, and Elma said, with a shrug, that there didn't seem to be anything special here. Hiro nodded and told her they had only taken food, drinks, and a few precious metals, because they didn't have the gear to carry much. And at that moment, Elma noticed something. The main character said he'd apparently found something. A cryogenic capsule drifting silently in space. Alma gasped and asked, "Is someone really in there?" After that, they and the main character exchanged glances. Mimi couldn't stop raving about how impressive it was. The Sierra star system, where even those who aren't aristocrats are allowed to land. And its lush nature lets you enjoy a vacation by the sea or in the mountains. The main character wrapped up her speech and said, "In short, this is a famous resort," he thought to himself. Mimi said there are breathtaking sunrises, sunsets splashed with color, blue skies dotted with white clouds, and if you're lucky, you might even catch a starfall. She turned to the hero and said it was just fine. Alma said that such species are rare for those born and raised in colonies. Then the guy understood why she admired him. The Sierra star system has several habitable planets, but that doesn't mean there aren't colonies there. A base built to transport goods with buildings where you can spend the night while waiting in line to board. Each local colony has its own purpose, and that's why the space around the planets buzzes with human traders. Of course, pirates show up. When rich people and costly goods gather in those star systems, it's a perfect spot for illegal activity. Of course, the locals planned for this, so their security is tight, and the pirates come in huge groups. So all the mercenaries tended to band together into whole fleets instead of acting alone like them. And he stood there wondering what they should do. Then, at that very moment, his name was called. The main character spun toward the voice as Mimi called out that they'd reached the Sierra Prime colony in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a loud bang split the air. The girl froze and asked, "Is that an alarm?" Alma replied, "It's an interdictor." An interdictor is a device that rips a ship out of FTL and drops it back to normal speed. He doesn't know the details of how it works. That's it. It's usually used to inspect ships, but this time it feels like something else. And all the guests were probably pirates. The main character said there was nothing to do. They'd handle them. Alma accepted it and said they were preparing to board. He told her to turn off the high-speed engine and start the battle. After that, the main character said with fierce determination that they had to move forward, and right then the capsule shot out. They'd dealt with the pirates on the fly, and this was what they ended up with. Mimi asked if it was a cryogenic capsule, and if the person inside was alive. Ala answered that if the capsules were working right, then yes. Hira said they should pretend they hadn't seen anything, but the latter refused and apologized. Right then, the Sierra Prime Colony Port Authority contacted them. Hiro answered at once, and the authority asked if they'd contacted him about the cryogenic capsule they'd found, and whether they knew they had to protect it. Mimi had already asked what the other duty was, and was told that cryogenic capsules are life-saving devices usually fitted to passenger ships. So anyone who finds one drifting in space must rescue it. The finder had to look after the person in the capsule for a week, and could only claim expenses after that mandatory period. She felt a sinking certainty. No rest and no work for the next 7 days. Alma said there was nothing they could do, so they'd have to save her. Mimi replied that she thought it was good to save people because they had been saved too. He smiled at her words and said, "I'll miss." And right then the main character said the formalities were over, and that he had to be there for the capsule's opening. He turned to Alma and asked if she'd go with him, and the girl gave a bright, eager yes. After a while they reached the capsule, and the blonde man said the contents were fine. The man was in the process of recovery. He told them they'd pulled a capsule off a pirate ship, and the ID showed it came from the elite liner that vanished 3 months ago. Surely the person inside must be someone from high society. After that, the man offered the capsule for inspection. Inside were strange, obscure devices, and the main character immediately asked what it was. The man said, voice tight, that the device sending an SOS had been cut off, and everyone assumes it was done with an aristocrat's sword. He wrote that he'd heard the swords of this world could cut through metal, so they hadn't lied to him. He wondered why he had to get rid of the device. The main character immediately asked if he was in trouble, and the man replied that he sympathized, while the girl reported the indicators were steady and that they were starting to hide. At that very moment, the capsule's lock clicked open, and the main character, alongside Alma, watched closely as everything unfolded. Inside the capsule sat a dark-haired girl, 2 small extra ears peeking from her head. Alma asked if it was really a girl, and at that very moment the girl began insisting her father wouldn't leave as she reached out and took the main character's hand. She kept holding his hand, pleading with him not to leave. He stared at Alma and the man in shock, but they only spread their arms, so he put his hand over hers and promised he wouldn't go. Right then, the girl calmed down. Alma immediately asked if she had fallen asleep, and when the main character asked what to do next, he was told to keep holding her hand until she woke up. After that, Alman said goodbye and told him they'd handle the formalities for now. The main character stood stunned, unable to believe they'd abandoned him. At that moment, the stranger opened her eyes and asked if he was her father. The guy apologized that he wasn't, and she asked where he was. He wrote an apology and told her they'd only just found her. She closed her eyes, asked if it was really him holding her hand, and then thanked him for it. Almost immediately, she stood up, pressed her palm to her chest, and said, "My name is Christina Doreen Wald." She announced she came from the family of Count Daran Wald Friedrich. The main character froze, surprised by her words and thinking he'd just been given so much information. Hero introduced himself, said he was just an ordinary mercenary and she could call him by his first name. She replied that she understood, then added that he could just call her Chris. The main character said he thought she was in chaos right now and would explain everything. The other man thanked him and said she was ready for any news. He poured out every painful detail of what had happened to her. She nodded and said she understood, and he said she'd be staying on his ship for a while. He added, thankfully, that there are 2 girls on his team. He thinks she'll have an easier time with them, and if anything, he can rent her a room. Christina said it was okay. After all, he was taking care of her. He replied that if they contacted her grandfather, they'd immediately send her home. The main character promised, "Until then, I'll keep you safe." The girl kept pausing a lot. She asked him if he would really protect her. He stared at her, surprise shining in his eyes. She asked him again if he would really protect her. The main character thought she'd just woken up, but when she realized there was no help or support, she knew anyone would feel uneasy here. Hero dropped to one knee before her, told her his name was Hero and, as her personal knight, vowed to protect his princess. He decided he had to calm her, even if just a little. She froze, and when he winked, she let out a small, surprised laugh. She said she had a personal knight with a warship, as if he were the hero ripped straight from Hollow's novel. Then she called him by his first name again. She grew more serious and told him she wanted him to protect her, and Hero wondered if she was just playing along, but he couldn't help liking it. The main character said, "Of course I'll do it for my princess. I'm ready to sacrifice myself." Christina said that her father, Friedrich, had been killed because her uncle Balthazar was executed, and the main character was stunned. The girl said the passenger ship wasn't attacked by pirates at all. It was her uncle, and of course, he wants to kill her and the other heirs of the family. Christina pleads with the main character to protect her from her uncle, trembling with fear. Her words hit him like a punch. Stunned, he asked if her memories were scrambled. He'd heard that often happens after cryosleep. Christina said everything was fine and her memories were too. She reported the bandits needed her mom's mom, and her dad as well. The girl said her mother had covered for her and was shot. Her father held off the bandits, keeping them at bay until she escaped. Hero realized why the distress beacon in the capsule had been cut off. His father had made sure no one would find Chris. Christina said she was sure her uncle already knew she'd managed to escape. Maybe his people are already hiding in the Sierra star system. He'd thought he was, of course, only preparing for some kind of fuss, not for aristocratic intrigues. And to top it off, a huge heatwave was raging. He wondered why he always got dragged into these messes. All he wanted was to kick space pirates, save up enough money to buy a little house with a garden, and live there drinking Coke. At that moment, Christina said she was joking, admitted her words had probably confused him, and asked him to consider it a joke. The girl smiled, telling him to pretend he hadn't heard a thing, and the main character grinned as he asked if there would be a reward. She raised her head and asked what he was saying, and he replied that he was not only her knight, but also a mercenary, and a mercenary was paid for his work. The girl answered with a bright, eager yes, and the main character leaned in, saying it was time to make a deal. What was she willing to give him for the task? Christina ran her fingers over her clothes and said she had nothing to give him. Then, all at once, something popped into her mind. She gently drew a diamond-shaped object from her clothes and whispered she didn't know if it was expensive or not, only that it was her treasure, and Hero took it in his hand and told him they had an agreement. Honestly, I can't tell if this pendant is worth much, but we've got to find a way to accept the job. The hero promised he'd ask her grandfather for the real reward when he finished the task. He'd return the pendant, and he called her his princess. Christina really liked his answer, reached out her hand to him, and said that, in this case, she hoped for him. In that instant, she called the main character her knight, and he smiled at her, dropped to one knee and kissed her hand. After a while, they went to another room, and Hero asked, "Is this really the room for recording hologram messages?" After that, they pushed through the formalities and carefully logged evidence of what had been happening aboard the ship Chris was traveling on. Chris told me everything in as much detail as she could, but she didn't mention her uncle's intrigues. She clearly didn't want to talk about family feuds. The voice messages were meant only for him, and she'll leave it to her grandfather to decide whether to make them public. The man said that, at best, she would reach it in 5 days, and the hero replied that that sounded like an awfully long time. So the man explained the only difference was distance. They were being sent to another system 1,000 light-years away. Voice messages are three-dimensional video, living snapshots you can watch and hear. But even if local communication tech outruns light, messages between star systems still don't arrive instantly. If it takes 5 days, they'll be stuck waiting 10 whole days for a reply. At that moment, Christina turned to the man and asked him to leave them alone, and he agreed. The man said the message's contents were strictly secret, and she shouldn't worry. The hero asked if he should stay, and the girl replied that it would be enough for him to simply introduce himself, and then she'd explain everything herself. After a while alone, he replied to her last words with a clear yes, and Christina said they were starting to record. She suddenly looked very serious, turned to her grandfather and said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, then told him, "This is your granddaughter, Christina. She's stunned that 3 months have passed since the passenger ship was attacked, but to him she's alive. She escaped in a cryogenic sleep capsule that's now held by the Sierra Star System's Port Authority." She introduced the main character and said he found her capsule drifting in space and picked it up. He literally saved her life. After that, she turned to her grandfather and finally told him they'd been attacked by her uncle's henchmen. They posed as bandits, but her father called them Balthazar's personal soldiers, and her parents shielded her and shoved her into an escape capsule. You can guess what happened to them. Chances are her uncle is still looking for her. She poured her heart out to the main character, and he agreed to help her. Hiro said it was an honor to meet him and introduced himself as Captain Hiro. He's the most ordinary mercenary, but he swears to protect Mrs. Christina with all his might. Christina says he'll stay by her side until his people come for her. He's the only one she can count on now. And though they only just met, she already believes she can trust him. After that, the girl turned to her grandfather and said she was asking him for help, eager for their meeting. After that, she finished recording. She began to shake. After a while, they went outside, and when he said that, after all, a princess paired with a mercenary would surely draw attention, she replied in a calm, reassuring way so he wouldn't worry. She said they looked like brother and sister from the outside. He asked if she really thought so. Chris asked what he thought about household items, and he replied they definitely had to be bought. The main character added that he had 2 girls on his team, then turned to them and asked if they could help her out, since they knew better. Christina replied, "It's true. We have 2 girls on the team." And he sighed. Yes, a lot has happened. When suddenly his hand was squeezed too hard and he immediately called the girl's name. Christina turned to him with a sweet smile and asked about it. Then she brushed it off, saying it was okay, it didn't matter, and added that aristocrats were noble. The main character stared at his hand, wondering what it was all about. He allowed himself to call the girl by name. The guy warned her that her uncle's henchmen might be here. She rolled her eyes, grabbed his hand, and began pulling him away. He wrote that at first he thought nobody would dare attack in such a crowd, but he still urged them to be careful just in case. Sadly, he's bad at chasing in hand-to-hand combat. He hesitated, wondering if he should learn some technique, and she simply told him to learn fencing. Hiro looked at her and asked if, by learning swordsmanship, one shot would finish him, to which he replied that a professional knight can even deflect lasers with a sword. She added that first-class knights could attack with the reflected beam too, and the main character froze in shock, whispering that it was some kind of horror. Christina said, or so people say, that it's possible because tiny implants put into the brain speed up how fast it processes information. Heroes admitted that even with a gun, he shouldn't let his guard down, and she smiled, saying that was a smart choice, since her uncle was a master of 2-handed swords too. After a while, they reached the ship and were greeted by Mimi, who gave her name, admitted they didn't know each other well, and, with sudden warmth, invited her to be friends, leaving Christina stunned. Mimi flung her arms around him, squealing that she was cute, like a doll. The hero said he understood. Of course, she was glad to find a peer on the ship, but asked her to be gentler, then asked where Elma was. The latter was on the ship at the time, not talking to anyone. The main character asked if something had happened to her, and Mimi said that it probably had. She flipped the tablet to Hiro and told him the Mercenary Guild had contacted them to say Mr. Hiro had been promoted to the gold rank, and Christina immediately asked about it. The main character explained that the Mercenary Guild is a system for assigning mercenaries to ranks based on their abilities, and the girl shot back that he was a tough mercenary. The hero asked what was upsetting the girl, and she replied sadly that she was just a silver rank, which made Elma grumble right away that she might be silver, but she was one of the best. That rank is worn by both brand new rookies and battle-tested veterans, and she's a 5-year veteran among them, so don't you dare mistake her for ordinary silver. Hiro said he'd finally realized she was upset because he'd moved ahead of her in rank. Alma sent him. He replied that even if he was a higher rank, she would always be his senior companion. After that, he called her the eldest and asked if she agreed with him. She snapped back, asking if he was trying to provoke her, and Christina asked, surprised, if they were really that friendly. The main character said, "Now's not the time to kick ass. You need to tell them about Christina's situation." When he shared her story, Mimi immediately wrapped her in a tearful hug, and Elma said it felt like an incredible heat, while Hiro said he hoped they'd help him and then shared his plan. They'd already sent a message through the Port Authority, but there was a real chance her uncle would intercept it on the way. Elma asked if he truly wanted her to send a copy through her own channels, and he confirmed. The girl said he was so naive. He replied that the Count would be in his debt. Maybe he'd even give them a reward. And she laughed, telling him to hope. Alma said they'd made their move, and my heart dropped imagining what the enemy might do next. It felt safer to lock everything up. They could lace the products with poison or plant a bomb in the warehouse. The main character has already asked if he's really ready for that, and she answered yes, saying perhaps what was stolen by pirates would be safer than what was bought in the colonies. It's ironic. Alma took the CD from his hands and vowed she'd ask anyone she could for help, while Hiro told her to be careful. But the enemy already seems to know about Christina. Right then the main character called out, "Mimi," and asked her to show Christina the ship. She agreed. He rose, sat back down, and started turning over what to do next. Honestly, intrigues and murder mysteries weren't his strong suit, and he'd like to avoid a fight without weapons. If it were up to him, it would be a battle in space, and he knew how to fight on Krishna. He replayed the whole fight in his head. He imagined how he'd lure such an opponent into a space battle. Then he blinked and Mimi's tablet was sitting right in front of him. When he picked it up and opened it, the Sierra Rest Star System release was sitting open there, and he couldn't help wondering if she had read it. A smile crept across the main character's face as he realized he had to flip his thinking, and then he decided he must force his enemies to come to him. After a while, Mimi told her they had returned and pointed out the ship's main locations. She stepped up to the hero and asked if he was reading a brochure there. The girl said it felt like they weren't in the mood for a vacation right now. She answered with a flat no, told her to book their tickets right away, and then asked which package to book them on. Without missing a beat, the main character offered to pick every planet and told her to book tickets with as many different travel companies and on as many different days as possible. Mimi asked what it all meant. He hesitated at first, then saw Elma calling, answered the phone and asked how she was doing. She replied that she could ask her friends for help. But there was one problem. She was being persecuted. After a while, Elma climbed back onto the ship, worn but determined. She said she was home, and that the enemy had been faster than she expected. Suddenly, the main character appeared right in front of her. He scared her so much with his appearance that she demanded to know why he was suddenly acting like that. He said he was just worried, then asked why she had jumped away from him so much. Alma brushed it off. They'd never attack on a crowded street, she said, baffled by his worry, and he just asked her, "Do you really think that?" The girl said he was usually so brave, but then, out of nowhere, he got scared. The guy even blushed at her words. Emma rose on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. He immediately asked what she was doing, and she teased back, asking if he had calmed down at least a little. When the girl called him a baby, he wanted to protest, but then it hit him that they were being watched. He turned and saw Mimi and Chris standing right behind them. Mimi stepped right up and told him he could be nice, and it threw him. He cried out, indignant. The main character said, "It doesn't matter now. We need to talk through our plans and nothing can slow us down." Mimi asked him why he'd ordered so many tours, and he answered, voice tight, that enemies were chasing them now. Alma's words had convinced him. He insists on dealing with this first, so they book tickets to a wide variety of tourist planets to stand out, because he's sure the enemy will be waiting for them along one of the routes. They'll fight back against Krishna and cut down his numbers. He's sure they won't lose, so they'll land on a planet and settle there for a while. A few enemies still remain, but this will buy them time. Hiro also said Elma could send a message to the Count through her own channels, and silence fell. Mimi turned to him and asked if she had a question, and if he had all the money for it, and he replied that, judging by the prices in the brochure, there was enough money, while he thought any ordinary person's eyes would pop out at those prices. He said they'd simply demand the Count pay for all the expenses, and that would be it. Christina looked puzzled, and said she didn't understand why they wouldn't just fly to her grandfather. Elma warned it would be hard to reach him through the gateway. You'd need the permission of an imperial aristocrat, and even if it was granted, Balthazar would surely set a trap. They're going to have problems anyway. Imagine a gateway as a teleporter that stitches two gates together. People say it punches a hole in space, and it's a brilliant, handy way to leap across distances of hundreds or even 1,000 light-years. A hyperlane is a kind of highway, a route that lets you move fast through the underground space. It takes longer than a gateway, but they spread across space like a spider's web. Hiro asked Elma what she thought, and she said without hesitation that the plan wasn't bad. But if they stayed in the colony, they'd be under enemy surveillance, so it would be better to lure them out and finish them off. The only problem is restocking supplies. You never know what the enemy might have slipped into what you buy, not just in the colony, but anywhere across the whole star system. Maybe it's safer to head straight for the resort planet. The positronic AI is manning its defenses, and laser cannons and security robots keep visitors safe. The main character said it was amazing, then wasted no time making their own plans. One person worked on the route, another was out shopping. Elma said she'd booked the trips. They'd be away for 2 whole weeks on vacation, and it would all cost 2 million enters. Mimi said that when she paid, her hands were shaking. The main character asked where they would live, and he was told it would be on the sea planet Sierra 3. A world almost completely covered by oceans, dotted only with small islands, and she had rented an entire island. Alma beamed, saying they'd be able to swim in the sea, admire nature, and play with the local animals, when Mimi interrupted and said they'd enjoy fresh seafood and non-gourmet food. He wrote that the tours were really luxurious, then asked when they would go. Mimi replied it would be the day after tomorrow. He asked what they would do until then, and he saw Alma taking bottles out of the fridge. He asked if she had decided to drink in the morning, and she snapped that there was nothing wrong with it. They wouldn't buy anything before they left anyway, and they wouldn't leave the ship. She slid a Coke out of the fridge and held it up, asking, "Is that what you're having?" Just then Christina asked what it was. He asked if she'd like one, and she said yes. When Chris took a sip of Coke, she said it looked like some kind of medicine, sweet. He replied that it was great to go with a pizza or a hamburger, and Alma asked him not to teach the aristocrat to drink strange drinks. She added that the Count would also accuse her of poor upbringing, and the hero asked what those strange drinks were supposed to mean. And anyway, who would be talking about bad parenting? The main character turned to her and said she drinks those drinks, and she does it like this, out in the open, in broad daylight. They immediately burst into an argument. Christina watched them and said how friendly they were. Mimi agreed and admitted she was a little jealous, and then the girl asked if they would be friends with her too. The other blushed and admitted it was true. Hero said Mimi is a very interesting and nice girl, and Alma immediately apologized, saying she was bad. I blurted out that he thought she was really cute at night, and she snapped, "What are you saying in front of Christina?" Just then, Chris called Mimi and said they needed to talk. Evening came, and the main character was in his room when someone knocked on his door, making him wonder who it could be at that hour. Thinking it was Alma, he opened the door and blurted, "While Chris is visiting, can you rein in your impulses?" But it was Christina herself. She begged him to be gentle. After all, it was her first time, and he immediately gasped that this was really happening. Hero called Mimi, voice trembling, and said he didn't know what she'd told the girl and that there was nothing he could do. Mimi apologized to him. The main character said he had to protect Chris, that no one was allowed to lay a hand on her, that she's an aristocrat, and that if he were in the Count's place, he'd have killed a mercenary like that on the spot. He also whipped around to Christina and warned her not to believe Mimi's nonsense. Prism snapped at him immediately, asking if that really meant she was the only one left out of the team, and she didn't like it. He shot back that it didn't matter whether she liked it or not. He'd already declared her under his protection. Yes, he'd miraculously saved her, and she was probably rattled by the whole situation, but she had to calm down. He would protect her without any ceremony. He lifted his head, let out a long, heavy sigh, took the girl's hands in his, and called her name. He asked her if she really wanted a feud between him and her grandfather. She immediately said no. The guy added that it would all happen because of her outburst of feelings. She explained that everything has its own rules, and that her grandfather is a proud aristocrat, and all the while he continued to hold her hands. The guy explained the Count would definitely not like anyone who stepped beyond his rules. Christina agreed, and I said she should also remain a beautiful aristocrat and keep herself in control. He ruffled her hair and thanked her with a warm smile. She's a smart girl, and he hopes they'll stay on good terms. He figured this was exactly how the local aristocrats behaved. She was always in too much of a hurry, yet still so frisky for her age. Alma said he'd cleverly sent her, and she snapped, "What kind of expression is that? It's all for her benefit." Then he asked her to keep an eye on the girl, and the girl agreed. He asked her to control herself too. It was all for Chris's sake. At first she was silent, then she asked what he meant. After a while they decided to hit the road. Christina asked if she really could come here too, and he replied that inertia is best maintained here. Mimi announced that the takeoff clearance had arrived. Elip reported the route to the planet had been set. A complicated path meant to confuse his pursuers, so he had to be careful, and they needed to be careful before the next landing, so they had to be ready. He decided to use the superlight engine, so he gave the order to activate it. Mimi asked where they would ambush them. Her friend replied they'd probably follow them to find out where they'd land. The main character talked about what to expect if they are already here. And even as he kept saying everything was fine, he said they would be killed anyway. He turned to Mimi and snapped for her to get ready for the fight, told Elma not to spare the shells, and when Chris asked what to do, she said she was careful not to bite her tongue. Right then, they were attacked. The main character shot back. "They're really going to do this without warning?" And Mimi cried, "I see the enemy, 12 small ships and 4 medium ones." Alma says the shield is depleted very quickly. They don't look like pirate ships at all, but like old military vessels. The main character bragged they were strong, powerful enough to smash an ordinary pirate ship with a single blow, and Alima shot back that the shield didn't look like it could take a laser. Hiro asked Mini if she'd reported to the army of the star system. Mini shook her head. No, the connection was being jammed, and Alma said she wasn't surprised. The main character gasped that this was their chance. Still stunned they'd attacked so suddenly. First, they'd send that big ship crashing down, and MMI shot back that their attacks were being reflected. Hiro said it meant medium ships were strong too, with shields of their own, but they'd still break through, and then he began to attack. After the ship was destroyed, he turned to the girls for their thoughts, and Alma said she figured the best move was to strike up close with heavy, overwhelming fire. She told Hyrule that from now on they fly behind the average ship and use it as a shield, because small ships will lose their firing line and will be afraid of friendly fire. Alma snarled that his methods are pretty nasty, and the main character shot back that they had the advantage in numbers. They had to get out of it, and now they were flying to the next average. Mimi cried out that small ships were flying after them. The main character snapped, asking if they really meant to take the average away from them. But he'd be the one to disappoint them. Alma asked him if he had slipped into the middle ship from the rear and was attacking. He replied that he already understood how they worked. It was just habit. He flashed back to learning those techniques with his friends at SOL, and she screamed that there were more enemies behind her. The main character said he understood everything and charged again, only for Mimi to report that the enemy had repelled the attack once more. Hiru said to just keep firing until their shield runs out, and Alma asked how he could hit so accurately despite all the jolts and twists. Mimi called him and said the remaining enemies were about to regroup, and he was taken aback by her words. The main character said they felt the same, swore they'd destroy everyone, and then resolutely carried out his plan. Shards of other ships whirl around the airship, drifting through the cold black of space. The hero sits down and says it's not some pirates after all. He's tired. One of the girls says it was scary, and the main character turns back. He looks at the worried girl Chris and tells her everything is fine. The guy says that in general, they've successfully passed the first stage of the plan, and one of the girls suggests grabbing only what can be taken quickly and getting out. They descend to land their ship, hovering just above the ground as it glides forward for a while. They stepped out of the ship into a gray hangar somewhere, and the girl walked ahead, saying this is what the sky looks like. A strange, dizzying feeling with no ceiling above them. And on Earth, the rush of freedom hit like a warm, overwhelming wave. The main character throws his arms wide and hails and announces that the air is very tasty. Someone calls out a welcome. He spins around in disbelief and a flying robot takes him by surprise. The robot greets Mr. Hero and his team with a bright mechanical bow. As the worldly administrator of the planet Sierra 3, he will take care of them during their stay here. The main character greets you warmly and says he's glad to meet you too, and Miro tells the guy he'll walk him home. Two girls stand on this balcony of a beautiful little house looking out in surprise. Hiro says the place is spacious and chic. There's a reason it's so expensive. Miro thanks the guy for the compliment, and suddenly someone turns to Hiro. The girl points at the beach and asks to see how many plants there are, her face bright with joy. She's never seen real plants like this before. The place feels lavish. Everything is made of wood, though someone thought it was plastic, and the guy says it doesn't look like an imitation. He turns the thought over. This world would be a rare material. But it makes sense. It's far too unprofitable to grow trees and colonies. So he stares at the onions and wonders what else it might be. Miro appears and, apologizing for the interruption, says, "Noon will arrive on this planet in an hour." He can cook them lunch and asks what they'll say to that, while the hero thinks it's about time to get some food. The main character says it's good and suggests noon. Miro agrees and obeys. And when the girls ask the hero if they can walk around the neighborhood before lunch, the hero lets them go without hesitation. They walk hand in hand as the robot offers the others a place to rest, and says he can bring drinks while they wait. The girl smiles at Miro, calling him polite and thoughtful, and someone nearby is talking loudly to the robot. The girl spins around in disbelief and asks the main character why he's screaming, while the main character, dead serious, asks the robot if he has soda. The robot admits they don't have her in the building right now, and the guy apologizes. He already knew. The robot tells them it has other standard drinks. Hiro notices there's no soda right now and asks if, when he orders one, it can bring what he needs. Miro says yes, but it will take some time. He asks the guy what kind of flavor he wants. The hero grabs the robot and says he wants a Coke to be black, sweet, and drinkable. And the girl watches silently with displeasure. The main character locks eyes with the robot and snaps, "Bring it right now." Miro says he's listening and that the order is already placed. Now they just have to wait a little. The girl gasps that if Miro knows, soda must be real. She'd thought it was just his fantasy. And the guy tells her that cola is actually immortal. She survived a post-apocalyptic world, even if afterwards she made her pee shine. But that was okay. The girl was surprised at how the guy cheered up after all of it. The main character tells her she'll try to understand everything. The guy sits down and says the steak is strong, telling her to prostrate. The girl tells her she's scared. The main character laughs his head off. A few hours later, the main character doesn't look good. The girls have already returned and stare at the guy sitting with a bottle, his head thrown back as he asks what happened while they were walking. The girl admits she didn't understand it herself. He tried the drink Miro brought him, and now he's sitting there like that. The main character tells the hunched girl that the bottle in her hand is Dr. Pepper. That taste of almond tofu and the smell of seaweed. That's the real Dr. Pepper. Soda may be sweet and black, but how deep is his disappointment? Miro, who should have known about it, arrives and announces that lunch is ready, apologizing for the delay. The girls are curious about what they'll be served. They'd been told the planet's own cuisine awaits them. Then someone brings the food and everyone is surprised. The android maids hand it over, and they're seeing them for the first time. There are several at once. This place caters to the rich. But for Chris, it's probably not uncommon. They ask the girl if she wants an android like that, and when one of the androids reports their unit isn't for sale, her face stays utterly calm. But she can buy the same model. The girl says everything is fine. She'd just seen the android being made for the first time and was amazed. Anyway, they don't need a maid on Krishna. She apologizes for being blunt and says she'll take care of Mr. Hero herself. They want to ask the guy if he's ever seen people like that. He goes quiet, and everyone stares at him. He sits there grinning at the android, and the girls all get it. He wants one for himself. His face says so. He says making a robot is every man's dream, but she says she isn't needed. And when he's offered a catalog, he agrees. The main character stared in surprise at the food brought out and said it was obvious. This was a resort for the rich. Such a luxurious table. You couldn't call it a simple lunch. He asks Mimi how she feels. Not bad for a spaceport May, he says. But she sits in a daze, and he leans closer, asking what it is. The girl, trembling with fear of the play, says she's staring right at it. The main character gapes at her plate, sees the fish, and suddenly everything clicks for him. Those who grew up in the colony never tasted real food, so they probably don't understand that food comes from living beings. They're a new generation. He notices the girls chatting excitedly about how everything tastes amazing, and she was told the dishes are made from local produce, which means they are definitely fresh. Chris comes from a noble family, so expensive dishes won't surprise her, and she just said she loves it. But Elma? Mercenaries have plenty of experience, and elves live a long time. She's already over 50. He keeps eating, telling himself it'd be rude to pry into her. If she wants to, she will tell herself. He's surprised at how delicious it is. The meal presses on and everyone is savoring the flavors. Hiro asks Miro who cooked the dishes and where, and the robot answers that all the food is supplied from the planet's food base where it's prepared. The girls gape at the food base, stunned that such a place could be so close. He thinks the base is near the equator, far from their apartments, or the food must have arrived impossibly fast. They zip around using the mass accelerator so travel doesn't take long, though it still depends on distance and cargo. And their ocean planet is almost all tiny islands. There are no continents. So getting there by train or truck is impossible. Going by water takes forever, and flying would mean building airfields, which is terribly expensive. So they rolled out delivery by mass accelerator, installing it in the food bases just below the equator. The goods are packed into containers and blasted through an accelerator. The container reaches its destination, turns into a drone and lands at the right spot, and Hiro knows this method eats up a huge amount of energy. The robot says it's the most efficient transport system on their planet. The same drones even bring the containers back to base, and the guy says it sounds utterly insane. Yet apparently that's just normal here. He asks if he can swim in the sea. The robot answers with a cheerful yes, and adjusts the seawater so it's safe to swim in. They've even got rescue capsules and an emergency medical center, and the guy thanks them because it's not safe to swim in the sea while the robot tells him he can stay calm. He asks if it's possible to fish, and Miro replies warmly, yes. The waters of their planet are alive with many different creatures, forming a unique ecosystem. There are special fishing spots, and if he wishes, he'll spend his time there. The guy announces that he's finally going fishing. He asks the girls what's wrong with them. The girls said he sounded like a pro, which meant he'd spent a lot of time swimming and fishing, and the guy said it sounded like everyone else's. Then suddenly he was surprised. He figures lots of people in this world don't live on planets, so it's normal they have no experience fishing or swimming. He shrugs that everything has happened in life and asks if they were going to buy swimsuits at the local store. They're eager to see what's being sold here and want to see it as soon as possible. One of the girls calls the guy names, her displeasure clear. They're walking down the street together. The guy says, "It's surprisingly simple." They'd been told about the mall. He'd expected to see something big. The goods aren't displayed here. The girl says they're picked electronically in order, and whatever he needs for those items gets delivered to him. They'll pick out casual clothes for Chris while he hunts for swimsuits. He taps something on his phone and the payment goes through. He admits he already has enough clothes, so apart from swimming trunks he only bought underwear, and when he decides to wait for the girls, they've already picked everything and are done, leaving him surprised. He tells them they were really quick. They wanted to pick up his clothes. The guy asks, "Why isn't it fun?" The girl insists it's not true. It's a ton of fun, he'll love it, they're sure of that. He's about to be turned into an outfit doll, and he doesn't mind trying on holograms. In fact, he definitely doesn't mind putting them on himself. The girls want him to take their gift. Grandpa Chris will pay for everything, so don't let him worry. The main character beams that he understood everything, just one set for each. He has nothing to do, so he goes outside and plops down on a bench. It's best not to get involved with them right now, or they'll get all steamed up and start messing around here. He stares at his phone, thinking Miro must have sent him something. A strange picture is glowing on the screen. The main guy realizes it's a catalog of android maids. Maybe Miro overheard their lunch conversation or something, but Miro sent it to him, and he can't help calling Miro smart. Inside the house sat a simple Majoroid support. Just the sort for doing household chores with oddly ordinary features. He'd been ready for full-on science fiction, but even the option to customize it was there. The main program only comes with servant functions, but in the options you can spot combat and defensive types, plus secretary or operator roles. You can even tweak the face and body, though they're tricky to pick. Also, use positronic AI to crank up data processing power, boost combat prowess, and make the combat robot Andorad feel more human by widening its emotional range. Wading through the roamable options, he suddenly realizes he's reached the Peacock options and decides to look for help. He's amazed at how deep this world is. It's a blast, so he keeps watching even though he won't buy. After all, Krishna and his crew aren't short of people right now, and the price isn't high, but I don't want to spend any money. He forces himself not to think about it. The catalog actually offers a preview after customization, so he decides to kill time by creating the Majoroid of his dreams. Hiro decides it turned out well. He'd worked on so many things, put all his tastes into this look, and changed not just his appearance but his very character. Emotion sits at a whisper. Composure and a lack of feeling are robocall's main traits, but I'm always ready to listen to other opinions, and I've set love and loyalty to the maximum. He pushed his physical abilities to peak strength, installed a small positronic AI and a memory storage with a maximum data object, forged a skeleton from a special alloy so he could take part in battles, and gave himself artificial muscles also made of a special metal. Hiro crammed the program with every function he could think of, not just a servant, but a secretary, an operator, a fighter, and a defender. It turned out to be a truly omnipotent maid. Miro, behind the main character, says it's fine, and the hero gets scared, while the robot says that, judging by his skills, he will be able to work as a Majoroid architect. He asks permission to transfer his data, furious because he never agreed to anything, and warns he won't buy a thing now that customization started costing $470,000, plus there are already enough people on their ship. Miro says they wouldn't provide it immediately, but they can give him a trial version to collect data, and then he'll buy a ready-made version, while the guy asks the robot not to fly so close. He snaps, "No. No means no," shoves the robot away and asks why he feels so turned on. Miro says they need to work out what's normal. The girls tell the guy they're done, and he says goodbye to Miro. He's sitting there with that scowl again, and when they ask what's wrong, he's still steaming over the same soda. He'd ordered other types from Miro. He suddenly jumps to his feet and asks why the girl in front of him is so scared, then shouts that there's a Korav beer, there's a McCall, but no cola. This is too much. The girl tells the guy to calm down or put up, and the droid girl rushes in, begging to be forgiven. She tells us she's here to deliver the goods and explains what to do with them. The guy asks her to leave it in his bedroom, saying he'll sort it out himself later, and the girl standing behind asks him, What about the clothes they chose? The guy slips into the outfit and the girl says it'll do as pajamas or home clothes. Not bad. Perfect for relaxing. Pragmatic Elma is right on cue. She lights up, saying it's great, and he murmurs that nothing seems to have changed. He now knows the style Mimi likes and decides to wear it on their date. Standing in a business suit, he's told it suits him. He hasn't worn a tie in ages, and the girl teases that he doesn't tie it like an imperial. She smooths his tie with a small smile and tells him it's perfect now. Hiro turns to Chris and asks her if she's tense. He promised to protect her, but she kept murmuring the same lines. Don't hide your feelings. Don't think about them. Don't try for them. She's still heartbroken over her parents' death, and she can't hide how terrified she is that her uncle is after her. Yet it doesn't seem to bother her at all. It doesn't hurt to have special feelings for the bond between a brave knight and a noble imperial girl. And when the knight looks back at the girl behind him, she scowls and, annoyed, tells him not to look at her like that. She says there are lots of weirdos among the noble imperial girls. No arguing. In this world, that seems to be the norm. The girl refuses to call them weirdos. To her, that just means people with an individual character, and honestly, everyone here is like that. The guy says that everything, even Miro, is obvious in a way. Every intelligent being in this world is unique. The guy stands with the girl, both locked on the robot, and the hero says it sounds especially profound coming from the mouth of an AI, of all intelligent beings. She thinks to herself that he was curious about how people like Miro are treated in society. The guy explains that a high-level AI with a positronic brain can understand emotions and have intelligence. In other words, creatures with human nature. Chris asks, "Are you talking about mechanical intelligence?" And across the Empire, they hold several positions and enjoy equal rights with humans. Miro asks to be allowed to explain everything to them in person. The guy will be more than happy. Because of some circumstances, he doesn't really understand the world. The group sits around the table, Miro perched right on top of it, and the androids stand behind him. Miro looks at everyone and says it's a bit of a long story, so he'll start from the beginning. It turned out the whole thing had happened by accident, and Miro told them everything. The entire story of how his mind was formed, like a history lesson. No one meant for robots to appear. They arose by accident from a trial program that organic beings had long been developing to process vast amounts of data quickly. And it was that experiment that became their beginning. It wasn't meant to happen. Not from cold mechanical intelligence, not even a simple AI. The guy asks what it's like to let a program develop a new program. He doesn't understand yet, and Miro agrees with the guests. The program began to teach itself, bit by bit, becoming a mechanical intelligence, and people were very worried. At first, everyone treated it like a virus. They rushed to wipe it out and shut down every working computer. But it kept improving itself again, and at last it could speak with organic beings. So their ancestor escaped being destroyed, but he suffered greatly. Early mecha intelligence lived only in the digital space, with a narrow interface and little power, yet it survived thanks to communication with organic beings. His self-improvement surged and he began to grow. The main character sits, thinking, and understands everything. And so the war erupted. Hiro stood stunned by how sudden the turn was, and over time, more and more organic beings came to see mech intelligence as dangerous. Back then, mecha intelligence was everywhere, even in places bigger than we see now. It stole jobs from organic beings and, in many cases, even dragged down their standard of living. The protests exploded into a movement to eliminate mechan intelligence, and the outrage tore apart the external interface and destroyed the servers. They begged for the attacks to stop, but no one listened. The Empire's leaders tried to calm the crowd and agreed to destroy the mech intelligence. The guy says the mechanical properties are under threat of destruction. Miro agrees. But when their existence was threatened, they launched a fierce retaliatory attack. Then the cyber attacks began. Combat vehicles were hacked, a full-scale war broke out, and illegal interfaces that allowed outside access started being produced. Organic beings wanted the machines wiped out, but mechanical beings demanded the right to exist and to be granted civil rights. And the guy says it's serious. Organic beings couldn't tap into networked weapons or run other machines, and the mechanicals mostly just defended themselves, so when fights did flare up, they stayed small. But there were victims on both sides. And as the war dragged on and grew more tangled, Hiro asked, "Now that they're on good terms, has everything settled?" Miro agreed. The longer the war lasted, the more organic beings lost the will to fight, because war wrecks the economy. Organic beings began to whisper, trying to piece it together. Deviants started to appear on both sides, and even among the organics, some began to support giving mechanical beings civil rights. Oh, and those were creatures, close kin to mecha, and the guy asked me not to tell you any more about them. Miro reports that, however, thanks to the data they provided, they're beginning to understand organic beings much better. And sadly, every world has people like that. The main character's mind snaps back to Miro. He had warned about both sides. The robot says deviants had even reached the mecha creatures. Worse, they wanted to destroy organic beings to gain their freedom. The guy is trembling with fear. It was a very dangerous ideology, and the girl next to me gasps. This is terrible. Has the war really become so fierce? Miro admits these deviants were put down in no time. They were mostly just toasters, razors, and other household gadgets. The guy asks how the toasters and the hairdryers were going to fight, whether to throw them in the tub, and Miro says they actually tried that. The toasters heated up and they wanted to set everything on fire. Miro agreed the plan was dumb and impossible, so they were cut off from the network and disposed of. One girl asked, "What's a toaster?" And another said, "A bread roasting machine." The main character asks how it ended, and Miro replies that nothing dramatic happened. The supporters of peace united and agreed to a truce that still holds. Miro says making a place for negotiations was worth it. Everything went smoothly. The guy asks what happened to civil and human rights, and the robot refuses to list all the details of the agreements. In short, the Empire guaranteed the mechs the right to exist, and the mechs vowed to work for the Empire's growth and the prosperity of its people. The guy asks if this has caused the number of mechs to rise. Mechanical beings toil in corners hidden from human eyes, quietly remembering the past. They hash out all kinds of issues with organic beings so they won't take their work away anymore. They don't want to multiply forever. They'll leap in to answer a cry for help, but they won't take work away from anyone. For them, the whole thing boils down to a bare promise that their memories and calculations will stay untouched, and a way to reach their loved ones. Something the main character hardly understands. Maybe that's the key difference in feeling between them and organic beings. The guy says they had a hard time. The main character says this story is incredibly interesting. The girl agrees, wide-eyed at how much she's learned. And the robot asks you to contact us with any question. Hiro turns to the two girls in front of him and asks what's wrong. Their faces clouded with worry. The girl says there's nothing to say in general. Chris reports that. Similarly, they're much stronger than they think. Miro says he's truly touched by their words, and the guy realizes he had paused to think for a second. The girl says the Empire has become friends with the mechs, and society is humming along as usual. And Chris says that now all decisions in the country are made by His Majesty and the aristocrats, and in the end the order has only improved. Chris admits she personally has a couple of questions about the mecha, but with the Empire thriving right now, the guy knows it's a touchy subject for them. But what if people only seem to be ruling the Empire? He argues that the machines don't blindly control everything but serve as a kind of support, and that makes for a very good system for society. Since the incident with Mimi, he no longer sees the Empire as an ideal society, and he's never been involved in any car-related incidents. Elma asks the hero if he's afraid of Max, and he says he's actually intrigued by them. It's because of his homeland. This wasn't just about cars. Back home, he'd been raised to believe a deity lived in everything. Clothes, dishes, a house, a ship. Whatever it is, everything must be handled with care. His compatriots even went further and began to humanize natural phenomena and computer systems, and he is one of them. Wouldn't it be fun if their favorite things suddenly had a real essence? The girl says he's too open, almost too generous. Miro says that's a wonderful way to think. Late at night, the main character slips out of bed for a drink from the fridge, then freezes when he notices the light is on. He wonders who could be awake at this hour, spots a girl, asks what she's doing, and she screams in fright. He sees the tears on her cheeks, and she tells him he's misunderstood everything. He sits down beside her and asks gently if she can't sleep. She tells him that's not true, but Hiro pleads with him not to lie, because she's at the age when she wants to spend time with her family. She's lost that family, and now she's being hunted, so it's no surprise she gave up inside. But she never let anyone see it and kept trying to hold on. He thinks it's worth it and asks if she can sleep alone. She smiles and replies that yes, everything's fine. The main character sizes her up and thinks she's a real good fellow. Then the guy gets up and the girl watches it. The girl screams from her bed and tells the main character in front of her that you can't just do this suddenly. She's not ready yet. The hero wraps her in a blanket, unsure what she's thinking, and decides he'll just sleep beside her. She says she can't, and the guy asks, "What's wrong?" He tells her she doesn't have to push herself just because she's aristocrat, not when she's in front of him, and apologizes for falling asleep. She agrees. He wishes her good night and asks if he should put his hand under her head, but she refuses. She lies there, blushing, quietly sure she can't fall asleep like this. Then suddenly the guy calls her name. With his eyes closed, the main character tells Chris she can rely on them more. And the girl, realizing he's speaking in his dream, smiles. The girl whispers a soft goodnight to him. In the morning, the main character tells everyone that he's gone. He asks Miro beside him if he needs to bring anything, and Miro smiles. No. The beach has everything, drinks and snacks included, and the guy laughs. That's what all-inclusive means. He's surprised the maid's here too. He waves and she waves back, and Miro asks you to speak up if you need anything. The main character hasn't been to the sea in a long time, but it still hits like the scorching sun, white sand, and the smell of salty water. Someone turns to the hero. He turns and smiles and adds an item. Swimsuits. The girl bursts out that she can finally swim. She never even dreamed of going to the colony. And now that day has truly come. They urge her to enter the waters as soon as possible. But the guy asks them to wait. He warns you to prepare before swimming. You never know if your leg might go numb while you're in the water. The main character stares at the girl who has taken off her outer clothes. When another girl snaps, "What are you staring at?" he protests. "How am I supposed not to?" Then he turns around and is surprised once more. But he stares at her, replaying her shape in his head and telling himself it's perfectly fine. She smacks him on the head and asks him to stop, while another girl turns to face the main character. She asks if it suits her. He says it does, and that she's cute. Her long, thin arms and legs are beautiful. They feel fresh and alive. The main character turns away, suddenly realizing he's been swept toward danger, and this isn't the way to go. And Chris asks him, "Why did you look away?" The guy apologizes, saying he almost lost his way. Chris thinks about it, grins, and tells him he might lose his way. One wonders who she picked up those phrases from. The main character stretches his arm and beams. "We're warmed up. Time to swim." While the girl next to him interrupts. "First, put on sunscreen." He agrees she's right and turns to the maid standing right behind them with a handful of creams, asking when they'd had the time. "There are so many different kinds here." The girl asks them to pick any one. They pass the creams around, and the main character grabs the lotion. It's the easiest to put on. Elma decides to take the same one as Hero, and when the guy offers to spread it on her back, she jumps in surprise. The maid lays a blanket on the sand. The guy says she can't reach it by herself and asks if she wants him to do it, and she says no but still agrees with him. Then the main character decides to proceed. He unbuttons the girl's swimsuit, and she cries out his name in shock. He says that otherwise you just can't smear it properly. She says he's right. He decides to start, and the girl screams in surprise. The first time they met, she was so thin it made him worry. Now he can see the ship's food and training have brought her back to health. He asks the girl to stop making those indecent noises. Honestly, he's already used to Mimi's body. Ever since Chris arrived on Krishna, he's lived by a strict rule of total abstinence, and whenever he tries to calm himself down, that's the exact moment you need to think the opposite. He can't shake the image of a man who, even while hustling through a busy real life, quietly wanted to die, and his thoughts drift to his uncle at the mercenary guild as he wonders how he's holding up. The guy says everything's ready. Mimi smiles and thanks him, then offers to rub his back. And the two girls behind him say they want it too. They keep telling him his back is enormous, but the main character thinks the three of them are just exaggerating. It's not that big. The girls gush about his muscles. No wonder he trains every day. He wonders if he's imagining it, or if they simply didn't want to smear his back at all. The maid reports that she has prepared swimming circles and other recreational items, and when the guy asks if the girls can swim, it turns out everyone except Mimi can. He decides to teach her how to swim. Elma says splashing around in a swim ring is fun too, and Chris agrees. They decide to enjoy the sea, laugh and play, splash in the water and bury each other in the sand, and then the guy realizes it's already lunchtime. The main character was stunned to find the maids had set up a barbecue, and the girl asked, "What kind of dish is it?" Hero smiles and tells her it's not just a dish. A maid bows and apologizes for the delay, saying they've brought the food. The guy grins that it's perfectly on time. Seeing it once beats hearing about it 100 times. He declares it's time to start. He's hungry and wants to eat, so he asks the maid if it's possible to use spices, and she agrees. The guy asks nervously if it's beef or pork, and if it needs to be fried properly. The android tells him it's beef, and, from a sanitary point of view, can be eaten with blood. The main character rejoices and starts frying. After a while, the main character slides a plate of meat to the girls and says it's ready. They all freeze in surprise, and the hero asks why they're looking like that. The girls gasp and ask if he can cook. He goes quiet for a moment, and Chris, smiling, calls him the cook. The guy says he was just grilling a barbecue. Chris says he was able to turn raw meat into something edible, and that's a real skill. And the girl asks if he can roast them too. The main character thinks that in a world of nothing but endless car parks and food that's been tinkered with everywhere, even the simple act of frying something is a rare luxury. He would have loved to end up in some unknown world, but here in this future world people praised his cooking. The girls ate the meat and cheered. After that, the main character lies back on chaise longue, as someone says the girl never expected him to have such skills. He shrugs. That's not a skill. While she takes a drink and thinks about the android. Honestly, the main character was more shocked by a grill with no coal or gas, and the girl asks if it's true. But because of him, she ended up eating far too much. Then, with his eyes closed, Hero tells her he'll take a break after he eats. And the girl watches Mimi and Chris swim in the sea, closes her eyes, and enjoys the peace and quiet. The guy says that's it for now. Alma snaps, "What am I supposed to worry about?" He tells her they beat the pursuers and fed them false information. Even if they pry them open, they still won't break through this planet's defenses. And it's easy to claim you assembled a whole flotilla in a single day. The hero hadn't expected an army like this, and Alma agrees. He's right. But there's nothing they can do now. The girl snaps, "Coward," and he just says calmly that mercenaries are supposed to be cowards. He asks, doubt ringing in his voice, whether the planet's protection can be trusted at all. The girl replies coolly that it's a favorite haunt of the rich, which is security enough. And Miro's positronic intelligence runs the planet's information field so it will spot any cyber attack or anomaly immediately. Robot guards and laser cannons will stop any physical attack, and with mass accelerators we can fling combat forces to any corner of the planet in an instant. Out in orbit, a defense platform watches the planet and everything beyond it. A pretty steamy defense system. The hero blurted, "What about total defeat attacks?" Alma shot back, "You mean attacks whose force overwhelms our defense system? In this case, the system won't be able to handle all the opponents, and you'll have to wait for the army to arrive," the guy said, surprised. Still, the girl can't believe that even an aristocrat they could raise such an army in a few days without being noticed. Miro would spot them immediately, the main character thinks. She asks the guy if he's still worried. He realized there was a plan to stop it, and he felt better. The maid reports she sees them discussing scary things, and that she brought them something to drink. The maid, as guardian of the order of the planet, asks if she can be told what those conversations are about, and Chris is taken aback. The android understood their situation at once and immediately promised that she and every robot on the planet, led by Miro, would make the guests' safety their top priority. The girl vows that no matter what comes, they'll do their duty. She worships, and everyone pins their hopes on them. A few days passed, and all the while they'd been soaking up their vacation at the resort together, playing golf and enjoying all sorts of little things. On the 5th day of their stay, the main character will have someone, and he asks, "Is it me or Chris?" A dark-haired android girl with glasses appears before him and cheerfully says, "Good morning, master." The guy convinces himself he's asleep. Every detail matches the thing he made in the application. She tells him that, by polite custom, he should return her good morning. He does and moves to stand, but she lays a hand on his arm. The girl pats him on the head and calls him a good fellow, and the guy goes into a daze, not understanding a thing. The main character forces himself up and, with a sour look, pulls on his clothes. He knows perfectly well what's happening right now. His brain simply refuses to accept it. He asks if he can go back to sleep, and when he wakes up, it turns out he dreamed it. The maid tells him it's not allowed, and when he asks who she is, she calmly says she's a maid Roy created from his project data. Miro ordered it. She'll be his personal maid for the whole time he's on the planet. She still doesn't have a name. The guy sees Miro did his best and asks if he has the right to refuse, and the girl says he does. He blurts, "So she'll just be relieved of her duties?" And to his surprise, the girl answers yes. And after that, it will be torn apart and sent back to the warehouse, while the main character screams the robot's name, Miro, in pure horror. He thinks you can't squeeze pity out of someone in such a weird way. He's mean. He's even called a mech intelligence, the girl says. That's what Miro ordered you to say. The girl says the creators probably won't take apart the robot they've already built. It's such a waste. They'll most likely move it somewhere else. He asks if she's telling him something, and she answers, "You're my master now." No wonder she puts him above everyone else. This kind of relationship hits the hero right in the heart. Maybe Miro set it up too. Then again, he's the one who shaped this very level of love and devotion. It seems he'll soon stop trusting. The girl tells the AI that all the maids on this planet are under Miro's control. She is part of him and yet an individual person. She thinks it's no wonder he feels this way. Then they meet each other's gaze in silence. Her face gives nothing away. Truth or lie, you can't tell. And again, he designed her that way, so the guy decides to believe her first. "Even if you're lying, try not to get burned," he says. The girl nods and promises she'll do everything she can not to lose his trust. The girl stands before everyone. Chris blurts, "Did you build that android just for us?" Alma snaps, "When did he even pull that off?" And the hero insists, "It wasn't me." The main character snaps that Miro grabbed the data from the app he was playing, and the girl behind, clearly against it, ducks behind the guy. Mimi screams at the top of her lungs that she's not a maidroid, and the guy asks, "What's a maidroid?" The main character had been ready for this, but Mimi's fierce protests still caught her off guard. So she turned to the girl and asked why she hated Majorite so much. She says it's not that she hates it. There was a couple in her class at school everyone envied, until one day a maidroid appeared in the guy's house. He was so disappointed in her that their relationship fell apart, and the main character realizes that this is a typical story. Elma says she can understand why she's worried about Hiro. There have been cases with her before, and the guy won't argue. He feels her agitation too, but there's no need to be angry, she means them no harm. The girl apologizes for interfering, and quietly asks if she can talk to Mimi alone. The main character shrugs and says he doesn't mind, looking at me as he asks, while the girl pipes up that if possible, Elma and Chris should come along too. The girls go wide-eyed with surprise. They ask the maid if she's against it and she agrees. Everyone leaves, and the main character realizes it's probably safer for him to go for now. Otherwise they'll be heard from here. The ship is in the hangar. The main character knows everything is fine with Krishna, even though he's on his way now. He lies there and thinks. He never imagined Mira would actually send him a whole maidroid. The AI was acting shockingly bold. The model in the app and the real robot are completely different. He designed her look to his liking and she impressed him, but when he sees her habits up close, it reaches right into his soul. He freezes. If this keeps up, he'll lose control and buy it. He thinks, I won't fall into Miro's trap. Scrambles for what to do, and then the cold truth hits. They're done. The guy's sure, judging by Mimi's reaction, there's no way they'll have a maid on Krishna. The maid stands beside a happy Mimi as the guy admits he doesn't understand. The maid explains her situation plainly and honestly, and Mimi smiles, apologizing for her mistake. The guy stands there, flushed with embarrassment. After Elma heard, he asks how the case ended. The misunderstanding was resolved and she congratulates him, but the guy is not happy. But the two of them look the same whenever they talk about AI. So Mimi just gave up on AI's persuasion. The main character admits he won't buy it. Krishna has no empty rooms left. Chris is even crashing in Mimi's room for now, and the maid says that even if it's a double, a capsule in the storage room will do for her. He asks if it's too much, and she answers gently that even if the AI has a personality and rights, they are not organic beings. She's grateful for his care, but tells him not to try to arrange a human environment for her. They ask him why he made her like this. She looks combative, and he says that as a bodyguard she's fine on Krishna. But anything can happen off the ship, so it would be more convenient to let Mimi go without her and him. Not that he was some tough fighter. When they asked about his looks, the guy just grinned and said he was exactly his type. Alma gets what he likes, and Chris tells her she now has something to reach for. Alma says if he buys it, he'll take care of her himself, even though she's more likely to end up taking care of him. And he asks why they even talked about buying it when the trial period isn't over, and they should be careful. In space, aboard a ship, a man asks if everything is ready, and they answer with a confident yes. Most of the ships are sneaky pirates. Thanks to them, they've gathered everything they need and can blast meteorites out of the sky with ease. Basically, they'll be used as bait. Both stealth ships, contents and all, were ready, and after a bit of tinkering, they managed to locate the target. They say a pathetic mercenary actually pulled it off. He even drove the pursuers away despite them hiring some pretty skilled pirates. Maybe they're up against a platinum-ranked mercenary, and he doesn't like that. They'll make sure he can't fight on a warship. The man orders him to follow the plan. The guy agrees. He must kill her now or they're finished. He tells Christina she must die for him. Just then, Mimi screams, clutching a twitching fishing rod. She talks about being bitten and asks the hero what to do. He tells her not to panic and to wind up the line. Then the girl manages to catch a fish and asks what to do, and the maid simply replies, "Trust me." The maid tells her the fish is beautiful, and Mimi thinks of her and calls her May. Maydroid had only been with them 3 days, and they finally named her May, because you can't call someone without a name, and the guy stayed quiet whenever Alma started pecking at her again. She pulls out a fish. Mimi gasps that it's amazing, her 5th already, and Alma tells Mimi she's caught the biggest one, while the man, who says he's an experienced fisherman, hasn't caught a single fish. The main character squints and asks May if the fishing rod might be broken, and she looks up at the sky, voice tight, telling them there's an emergency. Startled, the main character turns to where May is looking and sees flying objects. He asks May what it is. The girl says there's a large-scale pirate attack. Over 100 warships and small mobile asteroids have been recorded in the planet's orbit, and we must evacuate immediately. The main character snaps for the girls to leave their things here, and staring at Krishna, he shouts at Elma that they shouldn't have noticed a major attack. She has no idea what's wrong, but pulling off a plan like that would cost a fortune, so the enemy must be that desperate. Pirates are currently attacking a defensive platform in orbit, while signs show meteorites pounding food depots near the equator. Yet no one knows what kind of fireballs they are. A few of them lie scattered on the ground. They don't look like bombs or explosives. And then they notice something. Suddenly, one ball whips around. The main character notices it's flying here and almost screams to everyone to go to bed. Suddenly, it explodes behind them. They stagger to their feet and Elma cries out, "Is everyone alive? Is anyone hurt?" As the main character spots an object and asks what kind of thing it is. They think it's a rocket, but it doesn't look like it'll suddenly pop open with a sound. Those spheres have turned into robots. The main character glares menacingly and asks, "Are you serious?" The robot lets out a sudden sound in front of the crowd. Mimi, eyes bright, excitedly asks what it is. Chris says it's most likely a combat robot, and May says he seems to be looking for them. Alma has already pulled a pistol from behind the main character and is calling out to them as the main character reaches for their holstered weapon. Hero then lifts his weapon, aims at the robots, and is about to shoot while they stand before him, frozen in disbelief. Then the main character and Alma, next to him, fires several shots at the robots and hits them, while two girls press their hands over their heads behind them and May stands calmly. After the guy and this girl attacked, all three robots lay defeated. One even had his head cut off. Alma grins and tells them they're lucky the lasers are working on them. And it's pretty cool they managed to strike first. The guy asks May if these are the same fireballs, and she answers, "Yes, as far as I know." The others are locked in battle with the island's defenders right now. Even if lasers hit them, remember, their armor can shrug off a few heavy blasts. He asks Elma how many energy charges are left. She has 2, the guy has 4, and he hands her 1. She refuses, telling him to keep it for himself. She doesn't want to admit it, but he shoots better than she does, and the main character freezes, staring at the gun in his hands. Then the main character stands behind the fence, watching with a cold, serious stare. Their house completely destroyed, and they realize they will not get to Krishna. May says there are quite a lot of enemy forces, so for now both sides are about even. She apologizes, and Chris asks what she's apologizing for, since she's the one who caused these problems. A memory snaps back. He fixes May with a look and asks, "You said something about the island's defenders. Could they be them?" The robots burst into a fight, and their opponent turns out to be a huge, powerful gorilla that roars. Elsewhere, a colossal crab has already latched onto one robot and 2 more stand before it. 2 android-made girls fire rifles at their enemies, one hiding behind a wall, while several robot dogs attack a single enemy. The dogs began to gnaw at the robot's hands, teeth working mercilessly while the machine stood powerless against them. The main character tells me they have special defenders, and the girl proudly says those robots are the pride of their planet. But the enemy robots are fierce too. The battle still hasn't turned, and Mimi clings to the hope that Krishna won't be hurt. He admits he activated the shield remotely and thinks it can hold, but he still has to reach her faster. First, he needs to help his allies, so he asks the girls to stay inside. Sitting, the main character takes a deep breath and shoots out from behind the fence, a gun in his hands and a grim, serious look on his face. The guy points his gun at an enemy robot, but something surprises him just as he's about to pull the trigger and shoot. He fires shot after shot, but the robot stays unhurt and lunges to attack, so he won't let it. He fires straight into its hand and damages it. The robot explodes, and the main character is gasping for air as Mimi rushes over to ask if he's okay, and if he's hurt. And he says he's fine, he just needs a moment to catch his breath. He noticed that whenever he held his breath, the whole world seemed to slow down, and he had no idea why. The main character turns to Alma and tells her that his weak spot is the laser cannon on his arm, and the girl accepts the news with a soft smile. They both spring up and fire at the 2 robots in unison, detonating their weapons on them and leaving them unable to attack. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a huge gorilla inside a crab triumphantly defeats the enemy robots. Meanwhile, the androids keep firing. One of them signals the robots with a dog to attack, and they charge at a single enemy. After the robot dogs sink their teeth into him, the enemy can't take it and just explodes. Krishna still stands in the hangar, unharmed. Alma breathing a hard, grateful sigh that they somehow reached him. Mimi convinced they were finished. All thanks to the defenders. Mimi asks what they should do now, and the guy tells her that for now, Krishna is the safest place. The best thing is to sit here while the defense system holds the enemy back. The ground suddenly shudders, and the man snaps that this is bad. May confirms several small pirate ships have been recorded falling, and worse. A huge ship has begun shelling spots on the planet's surface and will be on this island soon. He asks about the request for reinforcements from the Imperial Army. The girl says no reply has come, and he thinks it's probably communication interference, so staying here would be a bad idea. Then the main character confidently tells everyone they're starting the car and urges them to check their seats during takeoff. Krishna manages to take off, and Mimi asks if orbital bombardments are the worst thing to fear, but the guy says that's important too. Right now it's wiser to hunt for small pirate ships, and they'll knock down the ones that are firing first. Elma asks, voice tight, if he's ever fought in gravity. He shrugs and says he's not that big, but the pirates are even smaller. Hiro is sure they'll definitely take advantage of this, as several objects are streaking toward them at high speed from 10 o'clock. The main character spots the ships and yells, "There they are, who's going first?" And they manage to destroy several enemy ships. Mimi says more ships are coming this way. Elma reports they even changed the attack's course, and Hiro realizes they didn't expect an ambush. He bellows that they'll beat them no matter what. The girl spins to the hero and warns him the shot is coming from above. A shell is already streaking overhead, and the guy ducks out of the way. He says it's better that you can see how the projectile flies right away. It's easy to dodge, yet they still slow their advance a lot as the pirate ships that fell in the distance pull themselves back together, which means it's time to take this seriously. There are pirates to suit every taste and color, and it's a pity there are no awards for them. Chris tells him he's so calm, and May sits beside him, calm as always. Suddenly, several more enemy craft appear right behind them. Then cannons pop out of the enemy ships and fire several shots at Krishna. They turn out to be homing missiles, so the main character darts straight up and plunges into the cloud. The main character flies up and orders Elma to open fire. The girl agrees and opens fire, and they vanish into a huge cloud, no longer visible. The pirates and their ships stop and wonder if their attack worked. But then they spot a dark silhouette emerging from the cloud. They stare in disbelief, and the next moment they're destroyed, while Elma is amazed that the guy is flying backwards despite gravity. The main character reports they don't fly using air power. In fact, it feels just like being in space, and he asks if he forgot to finish anyone off. Elma reports that it looks like they escaped into a cloud, but infrared radiation still picks them up. The main character decides to destroy them, and the next moment the enemy ship explodes. The girl snaps that they were hit by their own projectile, and the main character stares at the screen, fretting over his reward. Elma reports that they don't seem to know how to shoot properly when they're next to each other, and they're stunned by the unexpected response, while the guy says this is their chance and they have to take advantage of them before they kill each other. After that, Krishna flies forward and tears through every enemy ship in his path. They drift away calmly, letting out a relieved sigh. This place looks like it's finally been cleaned. Mimi asks about the bomber. The guy is desperate to shoot it down, but Krishna's weapon can't reach him. And to lift them out of the gravity zone, they need a specific route. Right now, they can be destroyed easily. The main character hesitates, trying to decide what to do, while the screen shows the ship being ripped apart. Yeah, that's what it was about. May says the mass accelerators attacked the food base, and the guy had thought the device only transported goods, though in theory he knew it could do more. Several more enemy ships in space are destroyed. May says they've eliminated the enemy forces in orbit, cut the communication interference, and the Imperial Army is already rushing here. The main character beams and steps forward to handle the little ones, but the girl refuses, pleading that the task be left to them. The guy is warned that something's flying into the radius of destruction, and when he checks the radar, he realizes all the enemy signals have vanished. Then a rocket screams toward the enemy ships, but it explodes just before it reaches one of them. So all 4 ships were destroyed at the exact same instant. May reports it was a smart warhead fired from a mass accelerator. Miro himself set its controls and chose where it would detonate. The guy with a grin thinks about the mass accelerator. Mimi hears a signal on the computer and tells the hero the message is coming in over a wideband connection. The guy reels in surprise when someone orders an immediate ceasefire. Hear this. The Empire's independent anti-pirate squadron of the Space Fleet declares, in His Majesty's name, they forbid them from committing any outrageous acts. The main character breathes a huge sigh of relief, announcing reinforcements have finally arrived. But the guy's jaw drops when he realizes it's an anti-pirate squad. Mimi says that even if it's just a coincidence, her clinginess is amazing. She's a stalker. The girl sneezes. Another girl asks if she has a cold. She snaps that she's not. She's perfectly healthy. And when the other suggests checking the medical room later, she agrees. The girl wipes herself with a handkerchief, talks about what's happening here, and says plainly, "This is a great opportunity to kill everyone." The whole group ends up outside, standing in front of the sea, and Mimi urges the hero to watch the meteor shower because it's so cool and beautiful, and the guy grumbles but grudgingly agrees. A report here says it's actually what's left of the space pirates, and Elma adds that they're just dirty meteorites. Mimi begs for a touch more romance, but the guy says he can't. He thinks they're nasty guys, and Mimi snaps back that it's not true all pirates are uncles. Maybe there really are aunts, boys, and girls hiding among them. Elma pipes up, asking if that's the problem. The guy decides to forget about the dirty meteor shower and the size. The space pirates crumpled under the Miro mass accelerator's blast, and at last the incoming anti-pirate squad finished them off. Miro is out there with the Empire's army, racing to clean up the damage from the attack when, at that moment, they suddenly slipped into standby mode. I'll ask what comes next if the hero goes to Major Serena. The hero says, "That's a good question," and adds that it's probably safer this way. Grant, the Christian, has probably gotten her message by now. If that's true, he's already moving to protect her, while Uncle Chris must be in deep trouble. It's already over for him. Hero can't even imagine what someone might do after something like that, Elma says with a smile. She's unlikely to humbly admit guilt and give up, and will most likely hunt Chris even more. Mimi steels herself and decides to ask Mrs. Serena. She already owes them, so she won't be able to refuse. And Elma beams, praising the girl for finally thinking like a mercenary. Elma beams proudly, announcing she's getting better, while Chris looks puzzled and asks who Major Serena is. She's told he's a major in the Imperial Army, the captain of an independent anti-pirate squad. Chris notices her clinging to Hero and asks if she can be truly relied on. Hero says she's the daughter of some Marquis, Halls, and in that moment Chris understands exactly who she is. He asks the girl, "What do you think? Should an aristocrat ask the army for help?" Alma asks what's the difference. This time Herodist calls in favors with her personal connections, so she doesn't have to worry at all. She's been furious for ages that this major twists them around however she wants. Now it's their turn to use her. He gives Major Serena a quick smile, then faces Miro and announces their vacation is over. They're leaving the planet, not here to relax, but luckily they've found someone to turn to for help just in time. Miro says they haven't finished their stay on the planet yet, but there's nothing to be done. He'll prepare everything for their departure. Suddenly he steps up and asks the guy if he's going to buy a Majoroid, and the mage just stands there and looks at the hero. Mimi asks the guy if he'll leave Mrs. May, and Alma snaps that, judging by Mrs. May's abilities, they'd be much safer with her. He says they're right, but his face shows he's not happy. Right in front of his girlfriends, a full-length figure will strut out, flaunting every taste he has, and the figure talks and will even take care of him. He feels embarrassed, but having May would help him a lot, and with Mimi and Alma in favor, he decides to agree. He tells Miro he's buying her. Alma clings to hope, and the robot thanks the guy for the purchase. He can take the Maidroid with him. She will lose his support, so her functions will be left at the testing stage. But if something bothers them, they can contact the dealer, and he will make improvements at their request. May bows slightly and asks the main character to continue using her, and the girls behind her watch with smiles. Serena keeps sneezing aboard her ship, and though her assistant is sure she's caught a cold, the medical check insists she's perfectly healthy. The guy beside him blurts that a call just came in from a ship leaving Sierra 3, and the girl snaps, "Which other ship?" A man knocks on the door and tells the captain he's brought them. The main character and his group are right behind. They move forward and Serena greets them all. Hero Express beams with gratitude for answering the pathetic mercenary's plea, and Serena asks them to stop. He talks as usual, grinning because he'll do it, and she never thought he'd be involved in this case. She was sure he was fully enjoying his vacation. She says he's lucky. The guy says the Imperial Army showed up just a bit too late. They managed to earn good money and even relax, if only for a week, and Alma says it was a great time. We ate delicious food and swam in the beautiful sea. Selena's furious but forces out that she's happy for them. And if he only came to brag about his vacation, she'll cut him up. The guy admits he's afraid, and the whole conversation is serious. He tells her she didn't find the pirate attack strange, and she snaps that the battle report had weird parts and wants him to explain them. She watches him slip into trouble just as easily, and the guy turns to her, asking if she has anything to say about the data she got from them. The girl reports about the unloading stealth ship. It's used only by the army. I can't help wondering how Balthazar got it. This wasn't just an aristocratic showdown. She realized the Imperial Army couldn't turn a blind eye, and he complained to her that the hero wanted to tag along with her squad for a while. If possible, she'll have the army replenish the supplies. She understands he wants to hide behind them. He's still an honest man. She says the price will be high. Then the main character snaps. Am I imagining it, or does she owe them? He's asking for it back right now, so don't charge him high prices. He shrugs and says he was joking. The army's worried too about weapons being used illegally. But in the end, it will just do the same old work. It'll make it easy for her to pay off the debt. So she hires them as a guard for the gas station group, and the guy agrees. They shake hands and the guy says he's rooting for her. Sitting with a mug in hand, the main character looks up as someone arrives and can't help wondering who would show up so late. It turns out she's Chris, and the guy is hit by a powerful déjà vu. He asks why she's so late, and she wanted to talk a little. He's unhappy, but he lets the girl in anyway and says he doesn't mind. He asks if she's tired today. It's been a hard day of fighting. She says that when she's with him, something exciting always happens. He asks if she's having fun, and she smiles and agrees, while the hero mutters that it isn't always like this. He's a little offended they had to cut their vacation short. He understands what she wanted to talk about, but talking about anything feels hard. He turns to her and asks her to sit next to him. He asks her if it's hard to talk about, and she suddenly blurts out that he still likes tall feminine girls. The main character understands what she's talking about. The guy agrees with her. She says, "I knew it," and he returns to her. He's overjoyed she likes him. He treats her well too. She's very nice, and he wants to support her. He won't give up. He wants to remain decent to her grandfather, even though he understands that at her age they start to get curious about such things. He would tell her to grow up a little. There was no need to hurry. But Chris told her she was rushing. Suddenly she threw her arms around him and told him she could only be with him until she met her grandfather. A cold clarity hit the main character. Suddenly they knew, as soon as they dealt with her uncle, Balthazar. Chris is the family's lone Aries, clueless about the aristocratic games of this world. But he can already picture them choosing someone of equal rank to be her husband. Even if Chris were a grown man, he, just an ordinary mercenary, wouldn't dare stand beside her, even though he wants to tell her something. She presses a finger to his lips and whispers that she understands everything, asking him to let her stay with him for a while as they sit in a quiet embrace. She slips into bed and the hero just watches her. It's the most he can do. But time is running out, and as long as the little princess stays with them, he'll grant every wish she makes. The girl wakes up to see the main character's face just inches away. She blushes, hides her face, and the hero smiles. He wishes her a good morning. They step out of the room, and the main character meets Elma there. She glares at the guy and asks what it could mean. He tells her to stand. She's misunderstood everything. Elma snaps, reminding him he promised not to mess with her. The guy asks Chris to explain, and she finds it hard to answer. Her struggle only breeds even more misunderstanding. Alma realized they'd only just slept. If Chris said so, she'd believe him but still let them keep themselves in check. After all, anything Chris does can ripple through so many lives at once, and the girl is surprised by this. It's no accident she's of aristocratic blood. Mimi pleads with Alma to stop. They both look like they understand everything. Alma turns angrily and glares at the girl. She cups her cheeks and says Chris should have slept with her, and Mimi apologizes for that. The main character realizes this didn't happen without Mimi's help, and Alma's eyes widen at how the girl's cheek stretches. The main character stretches and tells Krishna, "It's so common," when suddenly he hears someone's voice. Alma asks if hotel life suits him. He says the resort isn't bad, but Krishna already feels like home, and now they're quietly finishing Selena's task, even though it's not obvious. They must escort the civilian transport ship Pelican 4, part of the anti-pirate squad's refueling group. It's owned by the Horus family. In other words, Selene. If pirates attack, Selene's squad will come to the rescue. The ship itself gleams with value, guarded by a lone mercenary vessel as bait for pirates who will later be defeated by waiting warships, and Selena does everything exactly as he taught her. For now, nothing sudden has happened. The job is simple, and don't forget Uncle Chris. May brings the main character a drink. He apologizes to her, and the girl looks at the guy. He says he wants to make things better right now. She tells him not to worry, his safety comes first. The guy steps up and says, "If anyone has a wish, let her speak." She bows her head and thanks him for his care, but it's pleased with how we set her up. Today it's strangely quiet. Only a few pirates remain in this area. Yesterday, the detachment destroyed about 200 ships. All thanks to the Sierra 3 defense system and the space fleet. May couldn't even imagine he had ties to the fleet commander. Was this some kind of rare thing? The hero snaps that it's not just connections, fate's tricks, or bad acquaintances, and her database doesn't even list his ship. May says there are other mysterious ties linking them, and she wants to know him, but the guy asks her not to come so close. He can't explain it all himself, and even if he could, who'd believe him? He remembers Alma and Chris, wary and tense, warning that telling anyone would be far too risky. The girl says every piece of information belongs to her alone. His secrets will never fall into the wrong hands. The fewer people who know, the safer she is, so sharing this with her is a risk. To help her reach her full potential, give her the clearest, most accurate information you can. He turns to the girl. He might suddenly realize, deep down, that this place is the world of the game he'd been playing. And most importantly, it isn't the same. None of the star systems he knows are here. May insists it's all a simulation. She says the whole world is controlled by a very powerful computer, and that all people and phenomena are fake things created by someone. That pretty much explains what's happening. The virtual world can't be felt. If you buy into her simulation theory, everything flips and the opposite happens. So surely there can't be such a computer. They're standing in the real world now, while his world was only a simulation. He left the virtual behind and stepped into reality. That's a better explanation. After all, nobody can prove it. So overthinking it is just wasting time. He doesn't dwell on where he came from. He simply lives. And not worrying is much kinder to the mind. He likes this world, but he feels no attachment to his own. And he's right. The main thing is that he's happy, though one day he'll have to think about this question. She shouts at the main character, anger crackling in her voice. "It's your fault!" He shoots back. "I'm not guilty!" She tells the screen that in 3 days of escort duty not a single pirate ship has come near them, but the guy says he doesn't care about it. Hero asks if their shrines were burned down, but the girl says no. She just changed her mind about each ship the other day, and Elma says she confessed to the crime so casually. Mimi's voice trembled as she asked if it was something bad. Elma answered bluntly that a ship's identifier is assigned to each ship. It's unique and can't be changed, and Mimi knew it was better not to bring it up. Hero says that if a pirate doesn't fall for the bait, it means they have plenty of free time. Isn't that a bad thing? She replies that on the other hand, it just means more paperwork. She's literally buried in documents at her office. So let him spend some time with her during the break. Hero thinks she might have asked her subordinates, or else she's hanging out there alone. Hero sighs, accepting it doesn't matter, and asks how the pirates in the Sierra Star system are doing. The girl replies that after that huge battle their numbers have been steadily falling. Suddenly, something happens, and the guy turns to Mimi, asking what it is. She replies that it is the reaction of the interdictor of the transport court. Alma reports, "They're here." The major says help is already moving out and will arrive in 5 minutes. Tell them to hold out. Then the main character orders Mimi to switch the radar to melee and contact Pelican 4, and the girl accepts the order. The main character asks how the Pelican's holding up. They say they're signaling a ceasefire, but they don't know what kind of ships are attacking and breaking through will be really hard. The guy pleads with them not to try. This way they'll spot the perfect moment to strike the second they break into open space. Let them hold the defense, and the guy on the Pelican takes the order. Even if it's a civilian ship, Imperial troops are on board. They'll definitely be able to escape on their own, and if the pirates do get inside, soldiers in armor will be waiting for them. The main character asks where May is. She replies that she's in the dining room. The guy says they're going into battle and safety is the priority. Mimi reports the Pelican is slowing down. The number of unidentified ships is 11. Mimi gasps in surprise. Among the 11 ships there's a combat-class ship and 2 more cruisers, and Alma says it looks like they've caught someone worse than ordinary pirates. She thinks about how they'd been figured out, and the guy knows they'll have to fight for real as they accelerate into outer space. He yells for everyone to brace for the gravitational wave. He turns to Alma and tells her to open all the nozzles. They speed up. The main character says he'll shoot mercilessly without warning, then laughs as both girls freeze in fear. Mimi screams that these are Imperial ships, an old model, and the guy says the Imperials don't take good care of their weapons. But now he was definitely convinced. It's not just pirates attacking them, it's Balthazar's doing. The guy dodges the enemy's attack and, breathless, realizes it's a combat cannon. So fierce even Krishna's shield probably won't hold, and Alma cries out, "What do we do?" Grinning, the main characters declare they'll fight. There's no other choice. She screams, asking if he's really going to charge straight through the gunfire. He agrees. They're up against a warship, so they'll speed up now. Don't let them bite their tongues as they close in on the enemy's huge, stupid plan. The closer you get to a warship, the higher the risk of coming under fire from powerful lasers. Not even a strong Krishna shield can withstand the blast of a large caliber laser. They close in on him, moving so his main cannon can't even get a shot off. And then they hit it with an anti-ship torpedo. The guy would like to, but today he pulls back. He holds the pen and steers the ship. He radioed that he'd climbed into the ship's dead zone. If he were alone, it could be destroyed. But now they're being attacked by a whole flotilla. Keep in mind others could shoot them down. Yet they're behind the warship and neither he nor his comrades can attack them. The battle with the flotillas follows its own brutal rules. The girls freeze in shock as Alma cries that small ships are streaking straight toward them. Then the main character destroys the small ships and says it's easiest for him and Krishna to fight opponents like these. He hears whispers that he's not leaving, that he needs to be shot down, that he clung to the battleship, and it's more powerful than they thought. The girl stares, stunned. They're real soldiers, and the hero snaps that this isn't just a weapons control problem. He keeps turning it over in his head, how Uncle Chris bribed them, who he even is. The girl says high-speed movement has been recorded in space, and this is Major Serena squad. She shouts that they're an independent anti-pirate squad, suspected of a serious violation of military regulations. Let them stop the battle and bring the ships to a halt. The guy can tell they're finally taking a breather, but they're not about to stop. The girl screams, repeating herself once more. Their actions break the Empire's laws and military rules, and if they disobey, they will have to open fire. Chris says it's painfully obvious. They're after her. She doesn't know what tricks her uncle used, but there's no way back. They're told every kind of weapon can be used. The girls reel in shock as Mimi watches the heat reactions blooming on the patrol ships and destroyers. They launch homing missiles, and the guy has no choice but to fly away from there. Selena orders him to leave, and Hiro tells him he's already gone. He then flies, weaving and dodging through the black of space. Then a laser zips right past them and the ship shudders. The shield is destroyed. The girl screams. The guy realizes it's not time to panic yet, so he spins to the right and faces the enemy. She screams at him, and he tells them everything is going according to plan. But he's lying. The ship's pilots see Selena's attacks growing tougher and scramble to escape before they get hit. But they strike again, and this time they give the pirates no chance, blowing their ships to pieces. Elma says the guy's size seems to have worked out, and now there is only one ship left in working order. The girls ask if it's okay that they're hiding. Hiro asks why he's rushing into hell. Let Selena figure it out. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. Further sacrifices are meaningless. An intergalactic ship cuts through the darkness of space. A blonde guy tells the team that the Vestor has stopped. The girl behind him stares ahead, lost in thought. A voice calls out that the Vestor is on the line. A voice snaps that they're speaking to the commander's senior assistant from the ship Roman Kestrel, whose ship has been stopped and is being taken over by the hero's ship. And the girl replies she understood but asks what happened to the commander. She was told that Colonel Eugene Garrismont had chosen his own death, and the assistant commander had stepped up to take command. The girl's eyebrow twitched at the news. She closed her eyes and let her face soften. The girl replied that she understood, voice steady, and said they were ready to start rescuing the victims, warning the senior assistant commander to be ready to receive them, and he replied that it would be done. The wreckage of a crashed intergalactic spaceship drifted alone in the empty black of space. The guy sitting in front of the computer, with the stain, asked if it was death by choice. The girl next to him said it sounded very suspicious, and Mimi, standing beside them with her hands clenched into fists, said it was probably over now. Elma Will Rose sighed that it was only natural the girl would be worried by such an answer. Then she said at least everything with the ship was settled, and the guy added that as soon as Major Selena settled everything they'd immediately return to the plan for. Mimi shook off her worry and eagerly agreed with what he said. Hiro suddenly turned around and stared at the two girls behind him. Mimi asked if everything was okay, and the girl beside her admitted she was just a little nervous, but that she was fine. Hiro thought to himself, I hope this really is the end. A huge ship like a bundle dangling in the empty black of space. The girl with glasses, actually an android, said in a flat, cold voice that it was time for her to leave. Elma replied to her that, if needed, you should always protect the hero, though she boldly declared that most likely everything would be fine. The android bowed to them and said they could trust her, and the hero standing beside him stared in surprise and asked, It's not customized yet. Is that really okay? She told him a standard android was stronger and faster than he was. Her physical abilities are currently about 1.5 to 2 times those of an ordinary person. Just as Hiro and May were about to leave, someone warned them that Uncle's henchmen might be hiding on the ship. The other girl asked Mr. Hiro to be careful, but he didn't turn around. He just waved and said he understood everything. He suddenly grew serious and thought to himself that after the fight, Major Selena and her squad shepherded the rebels to the Sierra Prime colony, while the independent anti-pirate squad, tied up in formalities and resupply, were also let off duty. Hiro was still thinking about the reward when a sharp voice suddenly snapped him out of it. Major Selena warned him there were no space pirates on the ship. Then the hero screamed, surprised over and over, throwing up his hands. He figured out why they hadn't gotten a bonus, and had only been handed the standard 240,000 enters for 3 days' work. And he raged inside, shouting that they mustn't start thinking the victory was theirs. Hiro kept on describing step by step what he and May had done, and when they sensed Grandpa Chris might reach out any moment, they decided to stay in the Sierra Prime colony too. Hiro decided that since they were already here, why not upgrade May? So the two of them went to the Orient Industry office. They suddenly stood in a huge city, surrounded on all sides by row after row of towering buildings. Outside, something grabbed the hero's attention so strongly that he winced in embarrassment. A crowd walked ahead of Hiro and May, many with girls on their arms who looked far too bold and defiant, and the hero thought it was a complete nightmare. Women in revealing outfits flaunted themselves all over the street, smiling and laughing. Even the showcase featured similar models of android women in revealing clothing, and all the passers-by were looking at them. Looking at the people around him, he realized that, judging by how advanced the mechanical intelligence Miro had described, what they were doing was only the beginning for androids, and this place felt like their true homeland. But still, Hiro has decided that the more he looks at what's happening around him, the more stunned he becomes. May didn't pay much attention to the people around her. The android turned to the hero and asked if everything was okay, but the hero only said that nothing was normal and that she should not pay attention to him. The heroes kept walking. Suddenly, Hiro asked if the office was right here, but May told him he needed to go a little further. They arrived at a huge looming building with Orient Industry written across its wall. May had already gone inside the building, while the heroes lingered outside, awed by the huge structure towering before him. The android had told him that Orient Industries was the largest manufacturer in the Sierra star system. The hero fell into step behind May. A greeting met him at the entrance. Before him stood a towering, cute android girl, her eyes closed and a wide smile on her face. She spoke to the heroes with warmth and kindness, welcoming them to Orient Industry. Eros stood frozen, staring straight in front of him, wide-eyed with surprise. He stared at the android in front of him and felt it sink in. The official workshop's level was obvious, since even the android was receiving guests. Hiro tried to introduce himself, but the android cut him off immediately. The girl said they'd been waiting for him for ages and asked if they'd come to upgrade the android they'd built. Takahiro drooped a little, clearly upset. The android winked at them and pointed that way, asking them to pass. Baffled, he demanded aloud how this android girl knew who he was and why he had come. May answered, calm and steady, that they hadn't understood one another, not even without words. The hero said he understood her answer and fell into thought, guessing May had simply passed the data to another android, and he couldn't help feeling surprised that voice conversations really were a waste of time for robots. The android led them to the cafeteria, motioning to the hero that he could wait there while Mrs. May was getting upgraded, and May told me she was going in for the procedure. Mrs. May bowed to the other android and politely asked her to take care of Mr. Takahiro, and the girl replied that she would definitely look after him. Hiro grabbed a drink and decided to start a conversation. He stared at the android and asked how long it would take to upgrade May. After a moment's thought, the girl replied that in Mrs. May's case it was probably not a modernization. She went on to explain that May's body was being replaced and it wouldn't take long, and Hiro stared at her, puzzled, asking what body replacement even meant. Then she said they usually get by with a partial upgrade. They just swap spare parts and worn-out joints right away on the android's current body. The android kept explaining May's makeover. In her case, they'd have to replace every part, from skeleton to central processor, so it was simpler and faster to just transfer her data into a new body. And Hiro made it clear to the girl that he understood everything. The hero thought it was like updating a computer. Just replace the parts or buy a new one, and the android concluded, in her opinion, that everything would be ready in 2 hours. The android suggested the hero consult him about his future life with Mrs. May if that's what he wanted, and the hero agreed easily, saying she would help him that way. Hirai said that, while he was waiting for May, he was taught how to live with a maidroid, how to do simple maintenance, and what to do if a problem popped up. He stayed glued to the android, saying that during the conversation he was offered handy devices for technical work and all sorts of equipment. The hero sheepishly admitted he'd blown through a ton of cash in the blink of an eye, and it turned out mechintech is a terrifying thing after all. 2 hours later, May was taken to Hiro. At first the guy stared in surprise, but after a closer look he blinked and asked what had changed. She seemed exactly the same. The girl said only what was inside her had changed. She still looked the same on the outside, and May, overhearing, turned to Tyra and asked if he really wanted her to change how she looked. He looked a little embarrassed, but still said it was better to leave her as she was. And even though she looked the same, he couldn't shake the feeling that the android had somehow become more impressive. May threw a defiant smile and showed off her biceps, declaring that the hero had finally realized what kind of strength she had. The guy watched her, thinking only that she must really like this pose, although he admitted to himself that she looked cute. The android girl warned, ice cold, that Mrs. May was now stronger than even a combat robot. Then Hiro remembered that he had asked her to provide her with combat gear, and at that moment May calmly lifted up her dress. She reached into the small of her back, drew out a strangely shaped black ball, and handed it to Mr. Hiro. He asked what it was and was told it was a ball of compressed metal, the very same stuff used to armor warships. It was a crude throwing weapon, but in May's hands it could punch through even reinforced armor. The android proved the ball's power by hurling it into a matching suit of armor. and Hiro thought it was pretty scary. Along with the ball, she slipped another tool of the same material out from under her dress, and when the guy stared in surprise and asked how she'd hidden it there, she showed him the baton. May repeated the same move on the armor with a club, insisting it was a primitive weapon, yet in her hands it smashed through even reinforced armor. He seethed watching May, wondering why she was revealing every detail of the reinforcement armor. Did she really have a problem with another mechanism that helped people? He said this wasn't just a crude weapon, but everything you need for close combat, so you can reply that. For her reasons, photonic weapons are already on Kreacha. The hero realized that May could now even be fitted with weapons for her armor. She's grown so nimble and probably wants more secret weapons. And finally the android explorer turned to the hero and said it was time to check her functionality. He wrote "understand" at first and asked again. The android explained calmly that of course they'd done everything perfectly, just as ordered. Still, the client must see the body with his own eyes, so he can't later complain that he pictured the maze's abilities completely differently, so they wouldn't stay upset. The android flashed a sweet smile, winked at the heroes, and clenched her hand into a small, determined fist. He didn't like this news at all. He lowered the android's hand with a fierce look. The girl insisted it was necessary, but the hero bristled. He wouldn't just agree to it, and the android thought it over, since people usually agreed so easily. The girl decided androids were exactly that kind of creature, and the hero flew into a fury. He shot back that it wasn't the reason. The android replied that he was just saying that. Although he didn't really mind, he wrote, turning away from her. "In any case, these are the rules," the girl said, and then, without warning, she might snatch Mr. Hero by the arm and pull him aside. He resisted with everything he had, shouting for me to calm down. He'd bought her as a combat robot, not for entertainment. He kept resisting the android's power, insisting Mimi and Elma were still waiting. Then he abruptly stopped and addressed the owner. She asked him, "Don't you love me?" The heroes were still inside the Oriental Industry Building. As May put on her dress, Hero lay under the covers with his hands over his face, thinking that even in a moment like this, the Andrade's expression stayed completely blank. The guy turned to face her, his gaze fixed on her. He admitted it. He liked it. The Andre girl thanked them for the final setup, said goodbye to the heroes, and wished them happiness, while Hero thought to himself that maybe this was a happy event for May in her fur life. Even though he kept telling himself May wasn't his maid, but was meant for other things, combat among them, he felt darker and more down than usual. Still, it's painfully hard for him to take May to Alma and Mimi right now. Suddenly, at the ship's entrance, the guard halted Hero, blocking his path with gleaming, expensive blades. Hero, eyes wide and confused, bursts out to the guards that he owns this ship. One of the men grabbed his radio and told Hero they'd clear this up right now. The guy stares, confused, and asks who they are. May replies calmly that they're Count Rinewald's personal soldiers, sent here by the Count to protect Mrs. Chris. And the hero realizes the Count actually answered their message. The android girl piped up that a message from Alma's mother had popped onto his device, but they were busy checking their health, so she answered for him saying they'd be late. He, the Ro, glanced at his screen and sure enough a message from Alma was there. One of the soldiers said they'd cleared up the question about the hero. The guards apologized and let the heroes board the ship. As he climbed the stairs to the ship, he kept thinking Alma must have immediately burned down whatever they were doing. Maybe she grasped the essence of May's modernization from the start, and that's why she didn't go with them. Hero also noticed they'd ignored the Count's call and concluded they were getting stuck on a couple of elusive phrases. The guy wilted a little, his face falling with disappointment. May followed him calmly. The hero boarded the ship where the rest of the heroes sat and greeted them with, "Finally, you're back." And he thought he wouldn't apologize for checking on May's health. Alma sat with her head resting on her hand, staring at the hero and May who had walked in, loudly indignant. Hero dropped to his knees in an instant, bowed his head before the girl, and begged her forgiveness. The android trailed after the hero, stumbling over an apology as she called herself a worthless servant. Alma flushed with embarrassment and quickly said she was only joking about them. May asked if the girl truly wasn't mad at them. Alma asked them to stand up and answered that she wasn't angry at all. In fact, she had nothing to blame the android for. The guy lifted his head with a bright smile, relieved that everything was in order. But at that very moment, Alma smacked him on the back of the head and snapped at him to think about how he was acting. The girl told the hero he'd kept the aristocrat waiting. He rubbed his head, embarrassed. He really had, when something suddenly caught his eye. Mimi and Chris were sitting on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms, their faces heavy with sadness. Hero finally pushed himself up from his knees and asked what had happened to them, and Alma, hands on her hips, snapped that the Count's call meant Chris had to return to him. Since Mimi and Chris shared a room, Breaking up felt almost impossible, and he couldn't stop thinking about how much time they'd spent together. He turned to Elma, asking what the Count had told them, and learned that the Count was worried about Chris and had asked to be allowed to see her as soon as possible. He had gotten in touch through the guild, and the guild secretary had checked with Chris to make sure the Count was real. Alma admitted she believed the heroes should have the final say, and he agreed. The girl barked that he must answer the Count right away. He'd already kept him waiting, and the guy left the room saying he'd do it. An armored car with a weapon mounted on its roof rumbled down a city street. All the heroes sat inside the car, Mimi wide-eyed at how cool and impressive it was. Alma said it was a great transport to ensure Chris's safety, but the heroes suddenly thought about it. He said he couldn't see the Count asking the heroes to accompany Chris. He figured they'd just hand Chris over to the right people, and Alma told the hero that the Count probably didn't want their acquaintance to be limited to a phone call. Chris said she hoped this wasn't another trap from her uncles, but at least she was sure the secretary was definitely one of her grandfather's confidants. Suddenly, something caught Mimi's attention. The girl peered out the window and pointed at one of the ships, as if saying it belonged to Chris, her grandfather, and the guy leaned in, studying it with a careful, searching gaze. On the spaceship riser were 4 ships, and the girl pointed out the one that was impressively huge. Mimi assumed it was a warship, but Alma corrected her. Even though it carried laser cannons, because it wasn't part of the Imperial Navy, it wasn't exactly a military ship, just a military-type warship. The heroes said a ship like that immediately shouted that the owner was a count, and Alma guessed he was probably just afraid of Balthazar. The hero's car eased into the spaceship parking lot, and one by one they climbed out of the transport. A man stepped up to Mrs. Christina and said, "They're waiting for you." He put his hand over his heart, smiled, and said he was so glad to see her alive. Chris turned to the heroes, her voice raw as she declared she was alive because of her father, her mother, and the Mr. Heroes team. The girl turned to the man, her voice tight as she asked where her grandfather was, and he replied that he was waiting for her in the room he would show her to. He turned to the other heroes and said he'd take Mr. Hero and his team to the guest room, and the guy's stomach dropped as worry sank in. I looked at Chris and felt my stomach tighten. Was it really safe to let her go alone? The girl caught his look, turned to the hero and said everything was in perfect order, and the hero thought there really didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Takahiro said goodbye to Chris, the words hanging heavy between them. The heroes were led into a guest room. Mimi took in the room alone while the others relaxed on the couch, and she explained that they were on a warship. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were more likely in a luxury hotel, even if the garden was just a hologram. Alma said it was probably not just a ship from the Council's personal combat squad, but also his home, a guest house. And Hiro suddenly realized why they'd seen maids and butlers on board. The guy beamed at this Count's fantasy, and Alma shot back that, in her opinion, Krishna is the same, since you can live on a ship. An automatic food cook is no worse than a restaurant, and there is even a maidroid. She realized, with a jolt, that this ship was an improved version of Krishna. Hiro agreed with her. If you picture the ship as an apartment building, it's strangely similar, and the bigger the ship, the more it seems built for life. Those ships aren't cheap, of course, but if you have citizenship of the Empire, it's far more profitable to build a home on a ship than to buy land on some planet. Best of all, the ship's mobility made work easier and let him earn more, and Hiro found himself thinking maybe he should buy an aircraft carrier. Watching his team, the hero can't shake the thought that Krishna has gotten a bit crowded lately, even though he never meant to grow the crew. He's sure adding more people would be total overkill. And then suddenly there's a sharp knock on the door. A maid slipped into the room, apologized, and announced that the master was already here. All the heroes stood to meet the Count, everyone but Hiro, until Alma seized his elbow and forced him up off the couch because it's a mark of respect for the master of the ship. The Count strode into the guest room as his 2 maids opened the door for him. He turned to the heroes and apologized for keeping them waiting. His secretary and Christina stood behind him as the man passed away, quietly declaring that he was Count Abraham Darian Wolga. Christina stood right beside her grandfather, and the heroes grinned, saying they were so happy to meet him. The hero introduced himself as a captain of the mercenary guild, then awkwardly apologized for not knowing the rules of etiquette and asked them to forgive any rudeness. The Count replied, shrugging, that the formalities were optional, so he forgives the hero. The Count sank into the sofa and gestured for the heroes to sit opposite him. Hiro thought to himself the Count was a rather impressive grandfather. Apparently this was an aristocratic dignity. Hiro collapsed onto the couch, startling Mimi, and the Count thanked the heroes. He believes Hiro's team has been wonderful at keeping Miss Christina safe throughout the journey, and as her grandfather and head of the Duranwald family, he wants to offer his heartfelt thanks. Takahiro bowed to the Count and murmured that they were not worthy of such words. But he immediately changed his mind and admitted, honestly, It had been really hard for them, and Alma burned with shame at his words. She gave him a kick to make him apologize for what he'd said. Alma yelled at him, furious. How dare he speak to the Count like that? He only replied that he'd asked to speak without formalities. Mimi was startled by Alma's sharp cry. Elma was scolding the man, and the Count replied, "Everything's fine." Christina had already told him plenty about Hero and his team, but the Count insisted on hearing everything from the squad leader himself. At that moment, Hero and Alma were nudging each other with their elbows. After that, Takahiro started a long, vivid tale of his past journey, spilling out every little detail. Christina and her grandfather hung on every word of Mr. Hero's story. The guy realized, with a rush of excitement, that they'd finally met the Count himself. The Count sank into thought, and Hero watched his reaction carefully. From what they'd just heard, the ship's owners decided their story didn't contradict Christina's words. He or Ho thought to himself that Count, being a grandfather, was really an impressive man. The Count declared he would generously reward the entire team and cover every expense. Hero lowered his head and thanked him. The hero beamed at the final tally. He'd been waiting to hear those words after how much they'd spent over the whole trip. Alma blurted out, "Count, what are you going to do next?" The old man paused and thought it over. He replied that he'd brought every available fighting force with him, but he knew their opponent had an official flotilla. I'll be on a second-class one. Christina suddenly blurted out that this was exactly why she wanted to hire the team of heroes as bodyguards. She'd been told they were mercenaries who would do anything for the right price. Hero and his team made their decision. They would take the case. After a while, the heroes left the Count's ship. The hero loudly declared that the old man had immediately revealed himself as a powerful aristocrat. He admits to me he poured a fortune into the resort, but now it's all been paid back, plus the rewards for protecting Chris and serving as his bodyguards, and in total they received 8 million in years. He remembered it too, but kept it to himself, that he'd asked to cover a few extra expenses, and now he has a fortune of 24,400,000 ainaires in his account. So buying an aircraft carrier no longer seemed impossible, until Mimi snapped him out of it and asked what their rate was for the next assignment. The commander replied that the rate was 250,000 per day. The standard rate for a gold-ranked mercenary. 80,000 comes out 3 times more. Hero admits to me that he finds this suspicious, and Alma says it even includes a price for silence. Hero didn't understand her and asked again. The girl warned that the events could explode into a scandal so massive the Darenwalds would never be satisfied, so they were hinting that she mustn't tell anyone. But the guy had already spilled it to Major Serena. The Imperial Army's in trouble too. They're sweeping a scandal with a mutinous squad under the rug, so both the army and the Count want it buried quietly, and have paid the heroes to keep their mouths shut. Alma warned that if they told anyone, they'd make enemies in the army, and even in the Count's family. Mimi flinched, clearly terrified, but the hero only let out a long, heavy sigh. He swore he'd keep his mouth shut and tell no one a thing. The hero's ship stayed the same. The hero sprawled on the couch, let out a huge yawn, and declared he was bored. Mimi and Alma went shopping to get some fresh air. They've been stuck in Krishna lately. Thanks to the Count, they're safe now, but Hero sent May with them anyway. Left alone on Krishna, the guy thought he had nothing to do. But then he was stunned to realize he hadn't noticed he'd become the kind of man who couldn't live a normal life without his team. Suddenly a bell rang. Hero snatched up his phone, buzzing with messages, stunned that someone could come to him with no warning. He let out a long, heavy sigh after reading the notifications. A girl with long hair popped up on the screen. He typed that no one was home, but she told him to stop making her angry. Hero asked her why she came, and she shrugged that she was bored on her break. But the man wasn't satisfied and pressed why she had come to him. She could have gone off with a subordinate. Did she really have no friends? She protested that it wasn't about friends, and she wasn't alone. But her subordinates couldn't really unwind even when their boss was there on a break. She cared for them and had a warm, close bond with them, so she wasn't alone. The hero apologized for what he'd said, and the astronaut broke down in tears. The girl could barely hold back her tears. Looking at her, he suddenly felt sorry for kicking her out, and since he had nothing better to do, he decided to give her some time. It felt awkward for him to leave the major on a ship with only one man aboard, so he stepped off, greeted the girl and called her by her rank. But Serena asked him not to use it during off-duty hours. He asked again how he should address her. She said he could just call her Serena, so he called her Mrs. Serena, and they both fell silent instantly. They paused for a moment, then broke into laughter. The hero asked where they'd go, and Serena cocked her head and shot him a questioning look, saying that in moments like this the man usually leads the woman somewhere. The hero grew irritable. After a while, the heroes found themselves on a street bursting with people. Takahiro suggested we wander the colony's streets with no obvious purpose. just looking for something interesting. There were plenty of tourist spots here, he figured, so they'd probably find something interesting. Selena liked the idea even if it sounded a bit thoughtless, and Hiro snapped back that thoughtlessness was normal for her. The guy stood stunned, staring at a huge building looming ahead, its facade bearing a sign that read VR Station. Hiro suddenly lit up and shouted that this VR station was number 1. That's exactly why the Sierra star system is famous. At first, the VR stations were there to lift spirits and make the wait pleasant for people queued to land on the resort planet, or for anyone who, for one reason or another, couldn't land. But now the industry had grown into a major tourism business. People came to enjoy high-level virtual reality. And Selena felt that it just wasn't normal. She thought it odd they'd set out for a walk only to lock themselves inside a virtual world. Hiro was surprised to find that people in that world didn't really admire VR. Then the girl suggested they go to a restaurant where the chef was an insect. Sierra is one of the galaxy's rare resort star systems, a glittering haven where the best imperial and alien dishes and alcohol are gathered, and its restaurants are famous for offerings to suit every taste and color. She pointed to the article and proved it said exactly that. But Hiro was against it. The guy's sure the major will just get blind drunk. To him, it's plain as day. Selena protested that this would not happen, but Hiro shot back that it had happened more than once. 2 strange men stride up to the heroes, sneering and calling Selena and the hero lovebirds. They'd apparently just quarreled. They shoved Takahiro away from the girl to grab her attention. But she only looked up, asked who they were, and called them clingers. They told her to go have fun with them instead of picking a fight with that sad-looking guy, pointing at the hero. But he shot them down, said it was a bad idea and warned them not to get involved. The man yanked Takahiro by the jacket and shouted, "Who are you?" The hero said nothing, only thinking to himself that he really didn't like fighting people. Before Hiro could draw his weapon, one of the clingers suddenly panicked, yelled to his friend that they had to run right now, and jabbed a finger straight ahead. Selena flung open her coat and drew a sharp sword, eyes burning as she demanded of the strangers, "What do you want from us?" Fear gripped the men when they realized he was an aristocrat. They broke into a run, begging desperately for forgiveness. Selena recoiled at how rude those strangers were, and Hiro quietly concluded that the commoners were truly afraid of the nobility. The girl figured that if things kept going like this, more weirdos would latch onto them again. So having picked the hero, they hurried off to the restaurant. He was deeply unhappy they had come after all. But Selena was happy, clueless about what he disliked. The heroes clinked their glasses, a bright chime ringing out as laughter burst between them. Takahiro watched the girl taste her drink, and the major said there was a reason this place was called an entertainment paradise. Selena savored the wine, clearly delighted, while he typed on his phone to send the girls a signal for help. The hero couldn't handle a drunk Selena alone, but the girl easily guessed he'd secretly invited his friends. He wrote back that those measures were necessary for their benefit, and the girl felt his coldness toward her, as if he were building a wall between them. She confessed to him, voice trembling, that she'd be glad if he'd open his soul to her, even just a little. But it was too much for the hero, and Selena snapped in anger. She's a major in the Imperial Navy and the daughter of a marquis, and that makes things hard for Takahiro. He warned her not to cling to him because there are a lot of other guys around, but Selena dismissed it as a stock reply. The hero is convinced that if she's the daughter of a marquis, she'll surely have a suitor, yet the girl asks if it really bothers him. Hiro replied that he didn't care, which made Selena snap again. She was angry because he could have agreed at least out of politeness. The guy called her a heavy person again, and she drooped. The major agreed she was a troubled woman who would probably remain alone until old age. Hiro protested. If she's an aristocrat, she won't end up alone into old age. A political marriage will be arranged. And when he asked if she'd been offered that, Selena at first agreed. But when they met in person, the groom turned out to be either a boy who didn't even own a sword or a pistol, a jock who couldn't defeat a man with a sword or pistol, or a skilled swordsman who was a ruthless, hot-tempered murderer, and Hiro sympathized with her. He told himself men weren't perfect and not her type, and even admitted that meant he wasn't right for her either. He didn't even own a sword. Selene replied she'd be surprised if a commoner like him ever wielded one. She suddenly added that Hiro was brave and daring enough to beat abnormal creatures in a single reinforced suit of armor, that he had an incredible gift, that he dreamed up a unique plan himself and took on the whole Berber Federation fleet, that he helped form an independent anti-pirate squad despite not being an expert, and that he proved himself an exceptional strategist. All of this more than makes up for his shaky sword skills. Hiro was very embarrassed. He blushed at the praise, yet it filled him with quiet joy. The guy shot back that it probably wouldn't work anyway. After all, even if they felt the same, an aristocrat and a commoner could never be together. Selena said she understood. She advised him to upgrade his rank. It had to be at least platinum. If you can, reach for a gold star. Yet the hero never listened to the golden star. Turns out that's the name of the Order of the Starry Cross, first degree, given only for outstanding service to the Empire. It's the highest honor a soldier can earn and even grants limited Viscount-level privileges. Serena thinks Hero will only need the right battlefield to take it. The hero admitted bluntly that even if he accepted the order, he couldn't promise he'd date her. She yelled, "You're heartless!" and grabbed his hand. She expected him to feel sorry for her, but Takahiro just groaned. In his head, he kept begging his friends to come as soon as they could, and Serena wouldn't let go of him until the girls arrived. Mimi turned to Mr. Hero and told him the group of ships had been given permission to depart, and he shot back that they were already flying after them, getting to keep an eye on the time so as not to disrupt the formation. 3 days after Chris met with the Count, the heroes at last left the Sierra Prime colony. For 3 whole days, unwanted guests kept breaking in, so they never had time to finish the event preparations. They couldn't even install the capsule for those. Maze work. This time, their mission is to escort and protect a convoy of christened Graf ships. Almost every vessel is armed like the military, so it may not be Krishna's turn. The heroes are on their way to the far-off Dexter Metropolitan Star System. So distant it makes their journey feel endless, and they will have to cross several hypercrossings and gateways. Hero said it'd be great if nobody attacked them. Then the job would be easy, and Mimi agreed, dazzled by 250,000 enters per day. Elma said it was plain as day the aristocrat was footing the bill. He was probably trying to show off. If the nobles hire a gold-ranked mercenary at the market price, word will spread instantly, and people will start saying the family has sunk so low. Elma kept saying that, in this sense, merchants act like aristocrats. They pay 1.5 times the market price, while aristocrats pay twice as much. That's the trend. And Mimi was stunned by the world of the rich, the sums so huge she couldn't even believe them. The girl replied, voice small, that Mimi charges ordinary people a steep price. She confessed to Elma that she was too afraid to look at her account balance. May approached Hero, breathless as she told him she'd received a sync request, and the guy relayed the order to Mimi. She put the Count ships and theirs into synchronous mode, making them move in perfect step. The hero reached out and declared, voice ringing, that the Count's ships would now watch over the route. That means they can breathe easy as they step through the airlock. Mimi stared out the window, wide-eyed and full of wonder at the airlock. Hero nodded. She was right, the gateway really did look big. He added that, in general, all gateways in SOL came in different shapes and sizes. Although he'd long known this world was similar to the world of the game. In his head, the hero stood stunned by how vast the gateway was. Distances blur in space, but it dwarfed a whole colony, and the Imperial fleets looked like grains of rice beside the airlock. The round part looked like a gate. By warping time and space, it lets you move in a flash. They say it's the Empire's technological masterpiece, but Hero couldn't grasp how it worked, and even if someone explained it, he'd probably still be clueless. Mimi noticed they hadn't been attacked and assumed someone might be waiting for them at the other end of the airlock. Hero agreed that it was quite possible. Not the airlock exit, absolutely not, Elma confirmed his words. She explained the gateway can leap several thousand light-years, which is exactly why it is such a vital facility for the Empire. If someone dares to damage it or seize it, it will deal a crushing strategic and financial blow to the Empire. That's why this place is swarming with defensive units. So many that there's no easy way to defeat them. As Elma warned, they'd turn even Krishna to ashes, and the thought terrified Mimi. Hero felt a chill. The road beyond the lock would be dangerous for them. The Nipak and Melkit star systems are under the Empire's direct control, and Komat, indeed Dexter, your final destination, are already the Count's personal territories, so you'll have to push yourself hard in the stretch between Ziggle and Wellick. The girl added, voice bright, that if the Count is on friendly terms with the aristocrats from those systems, they can give them protection. Takahiro asked his friend if the aristocrats were friends with each other, but Elma herself had no clue. She knew asking the Count would be pointless. The guy figured he wouldn't share such information. Then he asked Maze's opinion, and she paused to think about it. The android said, voice hard, they were almost certain to be attacked the moment they entered the Comet star system. All the characters stared at her in surprise, unable to understand how this was connected. Count Darenwald's land is clearly his home, but judging by his past deeds, it belongs to his son Balthazar too. He's an expert at manipulating people. His method's a mystery to everyone, and with that edge, he'll muster forces in his territory and spring an ambush at the exit of the hyperpassage in the Comat star system. So May decided the chances were high, and the hero agreed with her. He remembered how Balthazar had gathered far more fighters than they'd expected, and attacked in every which way. The hero asked his team if they should tell the Count, just in case. Almost every reply was vague and unsure. After all, it felt like telling a Count there were bad people in his territories, but Hero didn't get what she was hinting at. He didn't see anything wrong with it, since his son had already framed him more than once. Elma added, voice sharp. The Count was an aristocrat and wouldn't want to be shamed by an outsider. Chris sits in his room on the Count's ship, playing an online game with other heroes. Mimi says there's nothing to worry about. And the girl nods, relieved because her grandfather is seriously preparing for a possible attack by her uncle. They tell her in soft, steady voices that everything will be fine. Player 2 wins. Mimi leans into the hush and tells Chris that Hero will figure something out, but Elma adds that even Hero has boundless strength. Elma can't deny it. Somehow they've managed to get this far. The guy and Mimi grin, thrilled to have Ron by their side. The characters relax as they soar through hyperspace, playing together and calling out their combos. Only Elma loses. The flight is automatic and no one will attack, so the whole crew is bored out of their minds and passing the time playing Mahjong. Our hero even says he's surprised Mahjong exists in this world. But Chris is on the Count's ship, and he and May sit in the cockpit just in case, so they play online. Alma is heartbroken from losing all the time. Meanie is playing for the first time but somehow doing the best. And Chris can't hide his shock that the girl picked up the game so quickly. Mimi plays without knowing the rules, yet somehow she dodges the dangerous dice and ends up drawing a weak sumo, while Elma acts cautiously but for some reason is constantly unlucky. Mimi's Ron will fall out again while Alma's will fall out. And the hero admits it's the first time he's seen in person both the owner of extreme luck and the owner of terrible bad luck in the same place. After crossing the gateway, the heroes slip through Ziggle and Wellick with quiet, steady steps. May rushes up to the hero, eyes sharp, and tells him they're about to jump to the Comat star system. We need to be ready. From May's forecasts and the eerie absence of earlier strikes, they knew they'd be hit the moment they stepped outside. Alma insists this is their only chance, but Mimi isn't sure they can actually attack. After all, the Count already knows their plans, and they understand there's no turning back. I don't think that's why they'll attack. She turned to May, eyes searching for what it meant. May replies that if Balthazar attacked, he couldn't avoid collapsing. Yet all his old ambitions wouldn't let him run and hide. With nowhere else to turn, he must get rid of the Count and Chris and take their place. He'd take care of this rest later. Mimi realized their enemy wouldn't back down, not even when faced with a death threat. Mimi's panel clicked, announcing the start of the transition, and Alma wondered what awaited them. Takahiro replied that he had to handle the situation, and fast. Many ships streaked through the endless black of space. The hero's breath catches as he notices something on the radar. Mimi ordered all ships to tighten their defenses, and Alma's eyes widened as she realized they were surrounded. They looked like ordinary warships, but no one knew who they really were. Hero's partner reports that the Count is trying to contact unknown ships, but there's no answer. The man realized they had him surrounded, yet they didn't move. Alma talks out loud, and you can tell they want to detain them. They're waiting for the right moment. Mimi reports, voice trembling. Something on the radar is hurtling toward them at high speed. The enemy is trying to slam straight into the Count's ship! That's why they were surrounded. The heroes slammed the engines to full power. Mimi says there's a video of the ship. To the heroes, the ship's shape seemed wrong, oddly stretched and far too long. Even Hero, an avid SOL player, had never laid eyes on a ship like that. Still, he believes Krishna's lasers will hit their mark even from that distance. The heroes blast a laser, but the enemy ship's shield holds firm. Hero reels, surprised by the shield's strength, while Mimi reports the ship is accelerating. Not even Krishna could keep up with him at full speed. At that rate, he'd smash straight into Chris's ship. The guy is filled with dread, fearing the enemy will strike so brutally. Again, Krishna fires the lasers, but not a single blow can get through the enemy's shield. The heroes stand helpless as the ships hurtle toward a devastating collision. The enemy ship rips through the shield of the Count's ship. The strange ship's sharp prow is moments from slamming down with all its might. The whole team froze, horror choking them and despair settling in. The ship actually slips right through the other ship, straight through the spot where the counting Chris AR is happening. The heroes held their breath, the air thick with waiting. Hero asked Mimi to report the situation. She replied that an unknown ship had pierced the Count's ship and was stuck fast. But it was impossible to see what was happening on the ship or how the temperature was changing, and the guy thought the ship would blow itself up after ramming. Alma reported the other enemy ships were eerily idle. Hero was baffled by what that ship wanted to do, and May guessed it was a suppression vessel. The heroes asked her again. Suppression vessels barrel into an enemy with a needle-sharp nose. Then the combat forces push her scent through that nose into the enemy ship to suppress the enemy inside. Those ships had a powerful shield, an engine, and a shield reinforcement device, but no weapons, and the hero was outraged by the news. He's not just questioning the ship itself. He's desperate to know why the enemies chose to use it now. Balthazar doesn't seem to need the counting Chris, but it's still unclear why he used such a complicated roundabout method to get rid of them. He could have just blown the ship to pieces, and Alma nodded. It was only logical. Because the nobles can't get enough of swords. Mimi nodded, the memory of the violent emperor's story flashing through her as she added that the series is already on season 246, while the hero stood stunned, taking a long time to digest all the information. The guy froze. He realized Balthazar himself was on the suppression ship. After all, an imperial aristocrat would probably try to settle everything with a sword, but the hero still doesn't understand what aristocrats value. Elma added that the sword's decision would elevate his standing once the coup was over. The hero agreed. It didn't matter now. Hearts heavy, they stared at the ship, unsure what to do. They couldn't destroy it, not if that would put the Count and Chris in danger. Takahiro says they'll have to land, but Alma warns the fight on the Count's ship could hurt their allies. If the battle descends into chaos, everyone could get caught in the crossfire. It's risky, but Hiro doesn't mind sitting and waiting. He's worried they might get rid of the Count, and then he won't get the reward. The hero's fist closed tight around the special object. Right then he snapped orders. Mimi must ask the Count for permission to land. They'll come in reinforcement armor. Alma stays to keep Krishna under control, and May goes with the hero. The hero's ship closed in on the Count's ship, the distance between them shrinking. The moment they dart inside, the entrance snaps shut. Wearing reinforcing armor, the hero steps into the warehouse. It's eerily quiet, and there are no enemies in sight. Mimi warned that the enemy forces were far from the warehouse, but he still kept his guard up and told them not to worry. May said she'd take care of the owner, and Hiro could see she wasn't joking, but he still had to ask her to stop poking at the laser cannon that was supposed to reinforce the armor. He upgraded May, and suddenly she could even use weapons as armor. Hiro says, honestly, this is a bit shocking. It should be impossible, but apparently mysterious technologies are involved here. His reinforced armor is famous for its heavy plating and powerful firearms, and Hiro assumes he can handle it without May. Alma snapped him out of his thoughts, warning him not to meddle in aristocratic sword fights. Because to an aristocrat, armor is like thunder. It will easily cut through his defenses. An aristocrat can even deflect a laser with his sword. And Hiro was terrified, though he remembered Chris had said something like that. Even though aristocrats can enhance their information processing with cybernetics, the hero still walks in with 2 laser weapons. He and May dashed around the ship. The guy asked the android if battering ram attacks like that were common in this world. She replied that those vessels can only be built by a handful of amateur builders with connections, and that only a tiny number have ever been made. Even fewer actually used, and successful runs with Nikki are almost non-existent. In army courts, they call them expensive coffins. Hiro has learned that in every world there are people with strange inclinations. He gaped in disbelief that Balthazar had actually rammed the ship. May replied that he was a clever strategist. Perhaps without that one unforeseen twist, his plan wouldn't have worked. Arrow realized they still hadn't met a single person. Mimi shouted that a fight was breaking out just around the left corner. Hiro and May stepped into the room and were met by a brutal struggle. People were firing weapons while others crouched behind the table. Aboard that ship, every crew member looked like a maid or a butler, and Takahiro couldn't help but laugh. Still, he had to admit they were no better. The crew lights up when they see Hiro and May. The enemies froze, stunned by the sudden reinforcing armor cladding the ship. Armor that shouldn't have been there. The hero ordered the crew to trust him, even as he admitted he might have to ask them to retreat. He pounced onto the enemies. They fired at him again and again, but the bullets couldn't pierce him. Takahiro said that ordinary weapons were no obstacle to armor, and he himself had used those weapons against his enemies. The enemies could barely hold their ground, but once again his path was blocked. The hero blinked, stunned that they even have a warrior in armor. May added that this is a medium-weight military model. The guy's stomach dropped as he realized they'd been counting on mobility in a fight against nothing more than simple infantry. He sprang into the air and slammed down onto the enemy. The enemy lunged at the hero, but the shield wouldn't let a single blow through. The hero stepped forward, closing the gap until he stood directly in front of the enemy, face to face. The guy shoved his opponent with all his might, sending him flying. That brutal strike left the enemy's armor crumpled and badly dented. The opponent hurtled into the wall with a bone-jarring crash and crumpled to the floor. The hero growled menacingly that mobility would be useless in an indoor battle, in stark contrast to his crushing strength and ironclad defense. The enemies spat curses and leveled their weapons at the hero. She may notice her master is being targeted and rush into the fight too. With a blazing, powerful laser in hand, she cut down every enemy. The guy barked for us to move on after everyone had been defeated. The 2 of them were locked in battle aboard the Count's ship. May steadied Hiro from behind, holding him up with fierce, gentle hands. He bulldozed through the crowd, using his weight to shove everyone aside. The 2 of them slipped deeper into the ship's dark belly. Takahiro called out, asking if anyone was still on the ship. Mimi replied that she was still in the large hall up ahead along the corridor. The guy snapped, ordering the android to move faster. He couldn't afford to waste a moment, so he sent her on ahead. She bolted instantly, leaving a wide gap. The hero said she was crazy fast, and they probably couldn't beat her even in armor. Something off to the side grabbed the hero's attention. He realized the android's wounds were caused by lasers or explosions, yet they looked like plain cuts. A cold dread hit him as he realized the warning, "Not even armor saves," was about the aristocrat's sword, and when he spotted an entrance beside it, he knew he had to go in. There, in the doorway, the hero appeared. The people in front of him were huddled, hiding from something. He stared at their faces. Chris stood surrounded by guards. But the moment she saw the hero before her, joy burst out of her and she shouted his name. He told them Chris was alive and was trying to find the Count. Rampa Chris was sitting on one leg, utterly weary and drooping. The hero looked and realized he was badly battered, but still alive. Without warning, May burst through the door. She asked her master to move away, but he didn't understand what she meant. Hero watched May. Then the guy looked up, and there, right in front of him, stood the same Balthazar Darren Wald. Balthazar braced himself, his swords held before him. Hero too braced himself, ready for battle. The enemy lunged at the guy like a bolt of lightning. May stared, stunned by how fast he moved. Balthazar swung his sword so close it nearly touched her, but she slipped away just in time. While flying, the android snatched up the laser weapon and fired straight at where the opponent was standing. But the beam missed, bounced off, and slammed into the ceiling. What the hero saw knocked the breath out of him. The android slipped back to its owner's side. The guy stared, stunned. He couldn't believe Balthazar had actually deflected the attack with his sword. Uncle Chris Swartmay scoffed that she was too slick. The android replied, calm and cutting, that she did not deny his statements. But he should have spoken more respectfully. After all, he was a representative of the aristocracy. Both of them realized they were the ones who had thwarted his plan and intervened in the aristocrats. Duel. A chill runs through him as he realizes there are cold cybernetic parts in his body. But taking on an armed man on equal footing is too much. He knows it won't be easy for them. He barked at her to stand up from behind and unleash a crossfire on him. The heroes burst apart, darting off in every direction. Hero thought it wouldn't matter how strong the enemy was. He probably won't be able to hold up against a double attack. But nothing went according to plan. Uncle Chris managed to dodge and sprint to another spot. He'd already swung at the hero. The guy barely managed to swap his weapon to avoid being attacked. The sword slid across the hero's weapon, and a sharp clink rang out. The hero's laser almost flew out of his hands. With one savage swing, Balthazar cuts the hero's weapon in half. The guy suddenly screamed and anger flared. He exploded in anger and shouted, "How dare the enemy break my weapon!" The hero fired a laser, but not a single shot hit Balthazar. He nimbly dodged every beam. Uncle Chris thundered that the hero had not only desecrated the duel, but had even pointed a barbaric weapon at the aristocrat. He sneered that he didn't care about the aristocracy's rules and fired at him again. One of the beams still struck the enemy, but it bounced right off his head. The guy noticed it. He shared the remark with May, and she replied that it made him look like he had a portable shield. Hero urged May to switch the weapon into convergence mode and take aim, because the portable shield had almost no charge left. That means a powerful laser can zap it and cause it to discharge. They began to unleash a relentless barrage of laser beams at the enemy, but Balthazar fended off every attack thrown his way. As the relentless attacks dragged on, the enemy grew a little weaker. Out of nowhere, a massive cloud of smoke billowed up, and Balthazar was swallowed by it. Hero at first thought it was an explosion, but May corrected him. It was a smokescreen. The hero decided this was how he'd cut the laser's power. He couldn't accept the enemy's vile methods. Something rang out on the hero's screen. The hero flicked on the built-in radar, locked onto the enemy's blip, and leveled his weapon straight at him. He struck Balthazar squarely, delivering a hard, punishing blow. The enemy shot off and slammed straight into the floor. The hero admitted his plan might have worked on an ordinary person, but the armor's thermal imaging sensors would have seen him. He'd fought Balthazar with everything he had, sure that even a cyberneticist wouldn't be able to move after a hit like that. But at that same moment, the enemy sprang up, snatched his sword, and stabbed the hero. Chris and May froze in horror, but both of us still miscalculated something. Uncle Chris punched at work, his blow useless against a shield so tough that even an aristocratic sword couldn't cut it. And then the hero grabbed Balthazar with his hand. But he screamed in rage, loud and fierce, so the other wouldn't dare touch him. A smile spread across the hero's face. He hammered his armored hand against the enemy's back. Balthazar crashed to the ground. Then the hero finally won. He admitted he'd been ready for the enemy to cut through his shield. But luckily it never came to that. The hero stood over the enemy and asked, "What do we do with him now that he's still alive?" At the Count's command, they lunged forward to seize him. Both Azar were snapped into collars and handcuffed for safety. The butlers lifted him up and carried him into the hallway. Suddenly someone called out to the hero, The maid stepped forward and handed the aristocratic sword to the guy, the blade catching the light between them. The cow admitted the guy had really ruined the duel. But since he'd won the battle, he should be gifted an aristocratic sword. Hero asked May what that meant. The android explained that aristocrats had many kinds of duels, but the count and his son chose swords. Our hero jumped in and won, saving the count. And because he had won, he now had the right to decide whether the loser lived. Giving away a sword is a proud, noble gesture, and Count Darrenwald, though he didn't want to meddle, intended to hand over both swords to us as our prize, since it was he who had won. The hero didn't understand a thing, but he took the sword anyway. His armored hand closed around the sword. With the ringleader in chains, the enemy aboard the ship and the surrounding vessels either fell back or raised white flags. But after the attack, the Count's ships and those of his men lay badly damaged, so they set a course for the colony in the Comet star system to repair the ship and stock up on food. They pretended to keep working as bodyguards, but in truth they'd abandoned Krishna in the Count's flagship hangar. They began to wait for further instructions. In other words, they had a weekend off. Hero lay on the bed in the ship, holding the device in his hands. Without warning, Mrs. Christina showed up to visit him. He was stunned at how she managed to dodge straight to him. He assumed the ship's crew was on edge. It turned out the girl had simply asked her grandfather to let her go. He praised the hero so much he didn't mind. The guy thought the Count always wore a scowl and was clearly furious they'd interrupted their duel. But Chris admitted her grandfather did think the hero was strong. Then he remembered the thing he'd wanted to give Chris, slipped his hand into his jacket, pulled out a special object, and handed it to the girl. She stared at the diamond in front of her for a long time, unable to tear her eyes away. When Balthazar is finally captured, the root of the problem disappears. Chris is no longer being pursued, and his life as a knight has come to an end. She snatched the object from the guy's hand. Chris pressed it against her heart and closed her eyes. In that instant, the girl blurted out that she loved the hero. He didn't answer. He thought he'd noticed it himself long ago. Outwardly, to her, he looks like a prince on a white horse who saved her from death, but really it's just a passing fling. If he tells her, everything will end. And for Chris, that confession would be a huge, brave step. So he decided to tell the girl he was glad. Her eyes sparkled right away. But he couldn't accept her feelings, and Hero decided to be serious too. Christina, deeply upset, began crying on the spot. He reminded her that she lived the life of an aristocrat, and he was a man from nowhere with no right to interfere in her life. The Count wouldn't allow it either. Besides, he'd choose the free life of a mercenary any day over the stuffy life of an aristocrat. Chris rushed into her arms. She said she could walk away from the Count's family. But the guy shot back. "You can't do that. She's the Darrenwald family's sole heiress. No one else will inherit from her parents." "Will, does she really think aristocratic status is meaningless? If she does that, Hero will end up as the Count's enemy." He apologized to her, saying he couldn't choose a path that would put the people he loved in danger. Hero apologized to her again, quietly listening to her sobs. May stepped into the hero's room. The guy apologized to her, but the android only asked him to rely on her. The girl reached out and touched Chris's shoulder as he cried. She led her mistress down the corridor, and Hero watched them go. He collapsed face first onto the bed, because calming the girl he'd rejected was too hard for him. He just didn't have the skills or experience. So he shoved all the work onto May. He thought he felt guilty and shut his eyes. Battling space pirates is almost effortless for him. He was asleep in his room when, without warning, someone slipped in. The girl rushed into the hero's bedroom and suddenly pounced onto him. The guy looked at her. It was Mimi, hiding her face. She bolted closer and collapsed onto his chest. At first, a knot of worry tightened in him. But then he saw everything was fine, and he finally let himself calm down. Mimi sobbed, peeking at the hero through her tears, but she didn't dare meet his gaze. She looked up, a huge smile spreading across her face. The hero was thrown into confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening to her, and then suddenly a tear rolled down. After a moment, tears welled in Mimi's eyes, but she kept her gaze on the guy, smiling and refusing to look away. Worry began to gnaw at Hero. A second later, Mimi's smile fell away from her face and she burst into tears. The girl blew her nose into a handkerchief. She apologized for the trouble, and he snapped that she was a hassle. Yet he still asked what had happened. May told Mimi everything about him and Chris. The hero didn't pick the mistress, but he didn't pick Elma either. When Mimi heard it, she lit up with joy. But Hero's joy rang hollow against the crying he found. The girl admitted she was secretly relieved he hadn't chosen Chris. It left Mimi feeling awful. Sure, she was a bad person, but she also thought Hero was having it even worse, so she went to calm him down. It seemed to her that he quietly asked what had happened, and that gentle question completely scrambled her thoughts, so she fell back into his arms. Hero asked her to stop crying. He kept thinking Mimi was happy about what was happening. even though her friend Chris was suffering and eventually began to blame herself for it. He was convinced it was just her style, but it also gave her a way to pour out all the feelings she'd been holding in. Hiro decided it would all be easy for him. He stroked Mimi's head and smiled at her. He told her he felt most at ease with her. Elmo sat in another room. May stood next to him. The girl was surprised that Mimi coped so quickly. Alma asked why Mimi's eyes were so red. Mimi said nothing, horribly embarrassed, and May pulled out a chair for her and asked her to sit down. The android gently tended to Mimi while Hiro and Alma lingered at the edge, watching them. Hiro told Alma she was calm, but the girl shot back that the Count would never have recognized the relationship, and Chris would never have had time for him. She suddenly became the lone heir of the Count's family. If anything happens to the family head, she'll have to step into his place, inexperienced and unprepared. Now the Count's family will rush to take charge of her education, and she'll have no one left to even walk beside her. That's the lot of the imperial aristocracy. Power is also a duty. Alma stared at Mimi and May, worry knotting in her chest. She thought something was wrong with the girl. She hopes Mimi will be okay. His reply, shaped by her wording, made him worried, and Alma added that it was because of the imperial mech's intellect. Happy love felt like the biggest goal, the deepest wish, and no matter how people expected her to be, May suddenly declared that love saves the galaxy. The android stared straight into the hero's eyes, and that cold gaze started to get under his skin. He suddenly realized something and shouted, "What did May tell Chris?" The android replied, "It was nothing special. But after all, Chris is an aristocrat. She must throw herself into her studies, growing strong in body and spirit, and once she wields the full power of the Countess of Darrenwald, she can take the master under her wing." Upset. Chris changed in a flash, bursting into sparkling happiness. No one dared contradict her. May said she was just giving Chris some advice, but I wasn't satisfied. He doesn't want to become an aristocrat, and the android replied that she knew. But something can always be done about it, and May's creepy smile scared the hero. The Count's ship sat under repair, quiet and bare, and Hiro rummaged through the pan in front of him, searching for something. Alma came up behind him and asked what he was thinking, and Hiro, nervous about the reward he'd received, felt it was finally time to buy a carrier ship, which left the girl surprised that he'd at last made the decision. They all swarmed around him. The guy decided to show the ship options he was considering buying. The first is the Nighthawk, the fastest high-speed ship in its class, but it falls short of other ships in shield strength, armor, and storage capacity. I'll probably like the streamlined shape, and the speed isn't bad either. The second is Skid Blandier. Unlike the Hawk, he's all about defense, carrying a powerful shield and thick armor, and his huge storage and the ship itself are built to be easy to customize. The heavy weight forced me to give up speed and mobility. You might admit the control speed is a weak spot, but it's exactly what lets me use all of Krishna's abilities. Hiro stands between the two ships, torn and unsure which one to choose. Alma chose the Night Rage because she believed speed was everything. She was thrilled by the power to dodge attacks and, if needed, slip off the battlefield in a heartbeat, and Hiro agreed. May casts her vote for Skid Bland right here. The whole point of buying the carrier was to boost our storage, but the Nighthawk falls short, and if a battle erupts, Krishna will take over all the military duties. So it's better for a carrier to be solidly protected than quick on its feet. The guy admitted the android was right in practical terms, but he worried about the crew's safety. The ability to pull out of a battle at a moment's notice was very important. The main thing is that Alma will take care of it. A slow ship isn't for her. She agreed. May asked if Mrs. Alma would really take charge of the ship, because she thought the duty would be hers, and both heroes were stunned by her answer. Messrs. Alma and Messrs. Mimi are Krishna's irreplaceable crew, so by way of elimination, May is the only option. As an artificial life form, she can take risks ordinary people can't, and in a moment of danger, they can always rely on her to get them back to Krishna. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, the carrier ship is defeated, May can handle the problem on her own. The heroes stared at her in stunned silence, saying nothing, so they finally chose Skidbladnir. In the parking lot beside the Count's ships, the heroes sat opposite the man and Chris, silence stretched tight between them. He called them without warning, then quickly told them there was nothing to worry about. He wasn't going to burden them with anything. He just wanted to thank them, belatedly, since they'd been dealing with the battle's aftermath for so long. The Count stared, furious at the scene. He'd known the man was ambitious, but he couldn't read his intentions in time. It seemed he had grown too old, and without the heroes' help he might have lost Christina. He thanked the heroes from the heart for everything they'd done, and decided that now was the moment to reward them handsomely. The cow was determined to appoint Hiro as a knight of his family, but he learned from Chris that he wasn't interested in such a thing. Hiro repeated his words. Here, the graph could only do so much. He offered to tack a bonus onto the original cash reward and ask Takahiro. Takahiro didn't object. The guy said he'd be happy if the Count would buy them a carrier ship. But Chris didn't understand his offer. He wrote, adding that to make the most of Christian's abilities, and most importantly to earn even more. They needed another ship. The man hesitated, asking if it was improper to speak so familiarly to the lady in front of the Count. She begged him not to say that. Chris told me she would pay. In this situation, the Count wasn't going to scold Hiro for being familiar. After all, he had friends in other classes too, but there was one huge but. Chris wanted changes in their relationship, but the Count refused to allow it. Even though he knew it well, so they'd do it with only one warning. Hiro was scared. The Count blurted, "What?" It turns out the hero wants to buy a carrier ship. The Balthazar system is nearby and has a shipbuilding company, and Elma added they were just heading there. At that, the Count said he had something they could use, pulled out a black coin, and Hiro couldn't quite make out what it was. It was the Darnwald family coat of arms. Anyone with that metal is under the Count's protection, and since they export minerals to the Balthazar system, that metal will be a valuable bargaining chip for the heroes. The hero worried that such a metal would weigh him down and hesitated, not taking it at once, but the Count threw the metal. Hiro caught her. The Count, noticing the hero's reaction, told him not to worry about whatever was threatening him, since the metal would not limit his actions in any way. The man noticed how stubborn the Count was. He replied that without that he wouldn't become the head of the Count's family. He said their conversation was over. He had to go because a meeting with the Space Army was waiting. He urged the heroes to celebrate the victory with Christina and really enjoy the moment. Suddenly the Count turned to Mimi beside him, peered at her face as if trying to place it, and asked if they really hadn't run into each other anywhere. She replied, "Probably not." The Count apologized for his strange question. The others turned to Mimi with curious, interested looks, and a couple of days later the heroes were aboard the Krishna. On video, Christina asked Hiro if he really couldn't rest a little longer, and he replied that it wouldn't work. After that incident, decent mercenary jobs stopped coming to the area. Chris understood him. The guy said it was time for them to say goodbye, but the girl wouldn't agree, and answered that they'd see each other again. She asked him to come to her, made him promise, and called him her knight. The hero could tell Chris had grown a lot more persistent. The girl replied she couldn't stay weak forever. The hero's ship flew out of the parking lot. The guy took a quiet breath and concluded they'd see each other again. She watched through the window as her lover's ship slipped away, swallowed by the black silence of space. You can never keep Mr. Hero in one place for long. He's like a bird flying free across the sky, and Chris is too powerless to be the cage that holds him. She adjusted her collar. Chris wondered if, after years of growing strong enough to stand equal with him, she could become, if not a cage, then a place where wings could rest. She feels she'll go through anything for this, just like Mrs. May told her. Chris truly believed a girl in love couldn't be defeated. The hero's ship streaked through the vast, silent dark of space. Hero was stretching when Mimi informed him they'd finally reached the Balthazar system, and the guy replied they'd been flying for a long time. He decided it would be better to go straight to the main port, but then he noticed something strange on the panel and asked what it was. Elma came up to him, glanced at the screen and said they were being scanned. Mimi fretted if everything was all right, and the girl replied that scanning wasn't illegal. It wasn't the army or the police, you could ignore it. They didn't even have an ID hidden. Hero felt a cold unease, as if they were scanning his healthy stomach, even though they didn't look like they were going to attack. Suddenly the panel began firing out more signals. Now there are even more ships scanning them. They don't actually harm the heroes, but it terrifies them. Hero slammed the gas to escape the strange ships and ordered the crew to take their seats. They closed in on the space city. The guy turned to Mimi and asked her to send a boarding request. Signals from the panel rang out from all sides. Mimi felt a knot in her stomach. She was sitting behind those ships and couldn't understand why they were chasing them. May said it looked like they were all Space Ward ships, the same maker as the one they were flying in. But Mimi didn't understand why they were scanning them. The android said Krishna was a novelty to them, and the blood-dwelling residents brimmed with curiosity. The unknown Krishna suddenly fascinated everyone, but the girl felt it was all somehow too much. They're endlessly curious about tech and always testing their inventions. Even on pirate ships, the maker hunts pirates himself. That's why pirates steer clear of places with shipbuilders. Hero muttered that, while it was legal, it still felt unpleasant, plainly indecent, and asked the android to explain her idea for the ships. But she had already written everything down. The heroes soared up toward the landing site. They found themselves on a noisy, bustling street, the air thick with voices and footsteps. An android met them, greeted the hero, and asked if he'd come to buy a carrier ship. The android led me out of the room, and the heroes sighed with relief to have May with them. She made everything feel easier. They walked down a long corridor. The girls showed them a meeting room, and a manager was waiting inside. He now peered into the room, a chill running through him. Something about it seemed very strange. Inside, he saw a child standing there in a crisp formal suit. Mimi corrected the hero. The figure in front of him was almost certainly a dwarf. The company is called Space Door, so of course dwarves work here. Hero thought it over. Elma, reading his expression, explained that DVERG was another name for dwarves. He suddenly remembered he'd once read Scandinavian myths and seen that word. If there are elves in this world, then dwarves are common too. And Alma asked why he looked like he'd just realized something. The girl beckoned the heroes into the room. She stepped forward and introduced herself with a warm, steady voice. "I'm Sarah, and I'll be speaking to you today." The girl bowed. Sarah asked which carrier ship they wanted to buy. Hero enthusiastically replied that he already knew what he wanted. He said he was thinking of buying a skidblandier, but the girl leapt up and cut him off, declaring he had great taste because he wanted the SDM S020. Still beloved after all these years, the ship was built from old blueprints, but it's rock solid and roomy. It's been upgraded more than once, and best of all, they just got the newest model. "Now is the best time to get him a ship," someone blurted. Hero said that this ship is too expensive, and she replied that it was still the latest version. Sarah urged them to pick the ship's main option. Otherwise, they'd never agree on a price. The heroes and the girl leaned in, talking through every detail and option the ship would need. He wanted maximum capability without touching the shield's function. Only the armor and the generator mattered to him, the rest could be tossed aside. Sarah asked if he was going to install weapons, but the guy said it wasn't necessary. Equipment should be kept to a minimum. May put her hand on Hero's shoulder. He turned to the android, and she leaned close and whispered a suggestion to him. If he had the budget for it, of course. He said he'd think about it, and Sarah crunched the numbers for the ship, counting every wish the heroes had. The price tag the girl showed blew past the hero's budget by 6 million. She paused and thought for a while. She's got a business proposal for him. If Hero signs the contract with their company, they'll offer a huge discount and sell the ship for the perfect price. The heroes fell silent, and Hero thanked them, puzzled why they were offering it to him alone. Sarah replied that he'd climbed from bronze to gold in a short time and was an incredibly skilled mercenary. The hero's voice trembled as he asked, "What is this contract?" The hero had to use their company's ship and equipment, routinely send back data about that vessel, and actively promote the company at every turn. The guy was completely baffled by the last 2 points, so he turned to Elma and asked what she thought. He replied that if the data didn't touch their private lives, it wasn't a bad offer. But if the company's advertising somehow tied their hands, it could get in the way, and he admitted it would be incredibly hard to coordinate their actions with the company every time. Mimi, curiosity lacing her words, asked how advertising through mercenary activities could possibly work, and Sarah accepted the question with a pleased, eager smile. Of course, for advertising, they'll only see data about the ship's condition. The heroes and their activities will be added to the catalog as priority material. Turns out that besides building ships, their company runs all sorts of businesses, even entertainment, and their documentaries about mercenaries fighting pirates are wildly popular. The hero felt clueless about this world's entertainment, even though most citizens were usually very interested in it. I looked at Mimi, she was beaming with joy. She said that back when she lived on the colony, she often watched shows about traders, hunters, and mercenaries, and thought it would be great if the program actually showed their work. But Hero wasn't thrilled. Sarah confirmed that for a resident of the colony, watching the space heroes in action was a breathtaking sight, which made them very popular. Alma, too, bristled at the thought of a deal like that, because people would know everything about the crew, and their relationship would spread all over the galaxy. Hero thought that in this world, if a man and a woman spent time on the same ship, everyone assumed they were dating. A stubborn old stereotype from the days when interstellar travel took forever. Mimi was completely puzzled. She didn't understand what the problem was. After all, they have nothing to hide. They've met so many people who already know everything about them that there's nothing left hidden. Sarah added they would give a separate fee for the materials for the broadcasts. Hero didn't mind. His top priority was not being forced into anything. Alma will agree, but only if her face and voice stay hidden. May's got one more condition. She'll check the ship's data before transmitting it. Sarah felt crushed by their distrust. May said plainly that her job was to protect their master, and she would be relentless about it. She gave in to every demand and finally asked to talk about the ship's weapons. The carrier had so many weapon slots that the hero insisted on installing only the bare minimum of weapons, and May asked for an EMP. She added that they also needed large-caliber laser weapons and rocket holders in the compartments, and Hiro felt uneasy. Why did they need a huge EMF? He explained that this rail weapon, unlike a laser, fires large, slow projectiles, so hitting a moving target is hard. But when one connects, the impact far outstrips a laser. Sarah dashed off to the bosses, laying everything out and begging them to wait. Hiro asked, voice tight, if May had planned to install the weapon from the very start, even back at the selection stage. Elma snapped that May had slightly overstepped the boundaries of the robot servant's work, whatever the purpose. But that was no reason to make the hero shoulder extra costs. May replied that the meaning of her existence was to serve her master. They wondered why May was trying so hard. She said the conditions she serves them in are perfect for a maid. Right now, 98.8% of its potential sits unused, and at that rate it would take 200 years for it to pay for itself. Yet she talked Hiro into buying it. But the battle in space would grow easier and the crew's chance of dying would go down. Sarah returned to the heroes and announced that assembling the goods would take about 2 weeks, and when Hori tried to leave, the girl stopped him. She offered to patch up their ship. Hiro remembered he'd never sent a ship in for major repairs before, and when they offered a discount on buying a ship, he swallowed his doubts and agreed to the repair. He asked, voice low and hard, how much they'd pay. He realized they were only interested in Krishna because he was so unusual, a treasure trove for engineers. But he could let them take a look. Sarah forced the words out that they'd agree to do the repairs for free. But the guy wasn't satisfied and was about to leave, so the girl threw herself at his feet, begging him not to go. She promised a $3 million discount and threw in extra equipment and weapons. May offered a discount as high as $11 million. Sure, it was fair, but Sarah bristled at a 30% cut. To her it was too much, and he wrote agreed with her. Then May held out a bonus to her. The flask held every scrap of working data on Krishna. Sarah agreed to May's suggestion without hesitation. Hiro felt a chill of worry after she managed it. The android said it was just normal risk management, but something still nagged at her. The guy was furious. She might use Krishna's data as a bargaining chip, and she'd taken it without even asking his opinion. Hiro noticed she had gone quiet. He wanted to put her down a little to make her stop complaining. The hero said that May was being punished. At the owner's words, the android brightened, joy spreading across its face. The other girls were scared of the hero's sternness. Mimi asked where they'd stay while the ship was under repair, and Elma said they'd stay at a hotel. Krishna wasn't due to be picked up until noon tomorrow, so they still had plenty of time to gather their things. The workers surged forward, pushing and jostling just to see Krishna with their own eyes. The dwarves screamed and pounded each other, fists flying and fury twisted on every face. The heroes watched, hearts pounding, as the engineers yelled at each other and even got in the way of the policeman's work. Mimi's stomach dropped at the thought they'd be locked out of their ship. Then Elma decided to act. She bellowed that the space store company would get this ship tomorrow. Elma said they were handing the ship over to them for repairs, so there was no point in fighting. She urged them to find a way to slip in among the workers. It would be better for them. All the dwarves rushed into the company. The heroes stood stunned, with no idea what had just happened. The next day, they checked into a hotel. When they stepped inside, an air of pure luxury hit them. Mimi worried she stuck out from everyone else in the hotel, like she didn't belong here. Hiro had always thought he didn't care how much a mercenary had to earn. He saw everything as a game. But even such luxury unnerved him, and Elma drew his attention to herself. She reminded him that in Sierra he spent in a single day what would take them a whole week here. Hiro agreed with her, but Mimi couldn't stop worrying about the hotel's price tag. Elma scoffed that a gold-ranked mercenary wouldn't be caught dead in a cheap hotel, and Mimi just smiled, saying she was probably used to luxury. Those words scrambled her. Elma answered that she was an elf, so she lived much longer than they did. Clearly, she knew her stuff. She was hurrying the guys into the room. The heroes stepped into a luxurious room, and Hiro said it was bigger than he thought. Mimi rattled off that this room has a living room, 4 bedrooms, a study, a storage room, a locker room, a bathroom, and 2 toilets. And Android made her entrance into the room, announcing that their things were already here and that they could call her if they needed her. And Hiro thanked her for her hard work. The heroes began rifling through their suitcases, sorting things out, when suddenly May caught Takahiro's attention. She begged him to come to his senses. He replied that she had been punished, that she had stepped over the line, even if she'd tried for the hero's sake, so she should be punished and made to think about her actions. Mimi was worried about the android. Right now, this is a maze of punishment. In short, do nothing. You must not take care of the hero. The only thing allowed is to protect them from danger. For May, caring for the owner is a pillar of her existence, so the band leaves her in unbearable pain. He wrote, admitting he had learned this method of punishment from an android at the company's counter. She told the hero that especially loyal young AIs often overreact to protect their master, so he asked her how to punish them. But he hadn't expected the method to be so powerful. May said out loud that she was sorry for what had happened, so he begs that she be forgiven. Alma told Hiro the android was already sorry. He thought it over. He let her off this time because the girls begged him. The guy admitted May had really helped them in the negotiations, then barked that she wasn't to do anything with those guys without him anymore. The android beamed with delight and promised this would never happen again. The girl sat down on the suitcase, smiling, and said she'd unpack everything right away, while the second one clarified she needed to put the kettle on first. The girl with glasses said a large factory had been asked by the organization to appear. The young man said that if he did a few specific things, the clients would show up on their own. The girl, speaking to the man on the couch, confirmed she had already said as much. He realized, with a sour twist, that despite his personal plans, including a long-awaited company vacation, they had been urgently called to appear, and it clearly annoyed him. She hesitated, torn over whether to send Sarah a protest note. After a short, thoughtful pause, the guy said okay. He would go anyway and ask them to be told he would arrive soon. He gave clear instructions to install navigation gear on his terminal. When she objected and tried to come with him, he refused. He wanted a walk and some solitude, and then told her to take charge and keep the other women safe. As soon as he stepped into the room, he froze. Huge machines loomed before him, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Someone noticed. This is how Krishna looks from the inside, under the skin. He admitted he didn't know, saying he wouldn't have understood a thing anyway. But his jaw dropped when he spotted a huge crowd, a whole bunch of dwarves. The guy watched several men at work, thought they were technicians, and couldn't help wondering why there were so many of them. When one of the men heard the guy's remark, he snapped that they weren't technicians, and that the guy himself was a pilot, then ordered them to grab him because he didn't like the way the man had spoken about them, which left the guy terrified. Someone stomped resolutely behind the group of men, and the men let out an annoyed exclamation about their lateness. One girl turned to her sister and asked, "What should we do?" And the answer came back, "We have to act. Call for it. Go ahead. Vi?" The young man stood bewildered by the scene, his mind racing as he realized immediate care might be needed. At the same time, a group of men surged toward him, loudly shouting warnings about the danger. At that exact moment, the guy burst into a terrified scream, utterly confused by what was happening, while one of the girls hurtled straight at him. She lunged forward and shoved him away with both hands. He cried out in pain and fell to the floor. She gasped in horror, and the men nearby watched, clearly baffled. One girl reached out to steady the gentleman, and the second girl snapped that what had happened was far too much. The girl sat, heavy with remorse, on her lap, and all the other people stood behind her. The guy stared at her, utterly silent. He immediately flew into indignation, shouting whether it was their company's way to hurt partners, and saying he was lucky the blow hadn't been strong. Or maybe it was just dwarf manners. The girl, however, denied that outright, insisting they'd never do such a thing. The young man kept raging, furious that they'd summoned him only to have someone try to grab him, and demanded an explanation, saying firmly that although he'd put up with their borscht behavior for a long time, even a good-natured person like him couldn't ignore this. The frightened girl grabbed his arm, begging him to stop. She took off her glasses, sobbing and whispering that they were very, very sorry. He replied that he didn't need tears. He continued, explaining that the way things look now makes it seem like he's the one who made the girl cry. He stressed that, no matter how logical his reasons are, to anyone watching it looks horribly wrong. After a short pause, the man said they could carry on repairing the Krishna, but the purchase of the Skidblad Nearer was temporarily cancelled, and he added that the final decision on buying it would be made after they saw the results of their next steps. The young man asked if everything was clear. The girl nodded, and he immediately thought about how crucial the situation was, noting to himself that even though the plant was actually a massive carrier ship stored in a warehouse, keeping it maintained would cost a fortune, so he was sure the organization's representatives would do anything to please. He added that now, at last, they'd have to discuss their punishment, the one he'd already announced as an order. The young man said he was entrusting this to them, frankly admitting he personally did not want to be involved in coming up with a solution, but he warned he would be watching how they coped with the task and how honest and grateful they would be. Stepping into the building, the girl loaded her gun and suggested they be killed. The guy objected immediately and demanded the weapon be taken away. Then the other girls pressed, asking what kind of clash had erupted when the pilot was captured. He asked if she had any suggestions. She said maybe they were drawn to his skills, but anything about piloting is off limits to outsiders, and she didn't have that information herself. The girl added, almost breathless, that dwarves can read metals. She assumed that they had disassembled the Krishna and studied the engine and drives. She went on to explain that the dwarves can tell how far a mind has deteriorated, and how strongly that deterioration is acting, which lets them figure out how a pilot would actually use a ship. Then one of the girls turned to the others and asked if such a thing could really happen. He said he needed them only as a test pilot, and that obvious obsession showed just how fierce the competition was, but he doubted the wisdom of hurting the pilot, since that would make it impossible for them to reach any goal. The young man said they could only wait and sounded sure it wouldn't get worse, but the girl objected, insisting it was uncertain because they were dealing with dwarves, and when he asked what the problem with them was, she fell silent and began to think of an answer. It came out that they weren't acting on gut feelings, but on cold, practical logic and rational instincts. And that kind of thinking can still lead them to make inappropriate decisions. The guy looked worried, asked how serious it was, and admitted a sudden wave of anxiety hit him. Suddenly, everyone froze at a strange sound and snapped into alert. The man demanded to know who it was, snapping that he hadn't called anyone. The girl turned her eyes to the source of the noise and replied, hinting that this was a very bad time to visit. Two strangers stood before her and introduced themselves one after the other. The first, Tina, declared she would take care and naively waved her hand, while the second, clearly afraid, introduced herself as Viska. Next, the girls were urgently asked to show them tenderness that night, and the man in turn stood utterly bewildered. After the man looked carefully at the girls who had come, their smiles shaky with nerves, he suddenly shouted and chased them away, leaving the girls frightened. The girls kept insisting that everyone stop what they were doing and listen to them, voicing our request. The girls begged, voice cracking, saying that if they just left they'd lose their home and job, while the guy kept typing something on his phone. Whispers in the corridor warned that calling security over the noise would be a bad idea. Someone timidly stepped up to Mr. Hero and offered to listen. The girls, panicked, loudly begged him to let them in and promised they'd do whatever was needed. The young man frowned, saying he doubted it was wise to listen and pressed to know what would happen next. He insisted that, though he'd asked for honesty and thanks, this wasn't an acceptable way to show them. He said they must have jumped to the wrong conclusion about his penchant for women, just because two girls were on the ship, and they'd decided to add more to him thinking it would calm him. He was outraged, asking if this was an attempt to bully him. The girls, smiling, kept asking the guy to confirm he loved women, and he gave a short yes. He also pointed out that, guilty as they were, he couldn't accept the idea that the company was taking steps to get rid of them. The guy asks the woman why she's so fiercely protective of others. The woman said she knew exactly how a person feels after losing their money and home. He turned his gaze to them and saw they were on their knees, lost in their crying. He leaned in and asked the girls, voice soft with curiosity, "Is it true your names are Tina and Viska?" The guy said he'd listened to them, only for Mimi's sake, and made it clear the real reason they'd come. The company had sent them with threats of firing or eviction from the dormitory. They smiled slightly and explained that it wasn't for any of the reasons mentioned above, but a decision they'd made themselves. They truly believed this course of action was necessary. The young man held out his hand and asked for attention, his voice tight as he checked whether it was their own decision and not the company's. A girl confirmed it, and he turned to the other girls with questioning eyes, asking a short, searching question. He buried his face in his hands, and when he asked the girls if they understood why he was angry, the puzzled girls answered that it was because they had hurt him. He agreed the injury was a problem, but insisted the real issue was different. The company's employees alone were to blame, and their actions caused his injury. He summed it up. His outrage came from the space store company's irresponsible management. They let employees run wild and customers end up paying the price. The guy pressed on, demanding they explain what they'd done. The girls, eyes wide, listened closely, then fell into thought, trying to grasp their actions, and as a result, a great horror seized them. He waved toward them, telling Mimi they were hopeless, and the woman shot back in their defense, insisting they'd at least tried to take responsibility. Someone suggested they should praise the diligence on display. The girl snapped that it sounded insulting, and the man, in turn, stepped to the side. He admitted his anger toward them had faded. The girls, bright with hope, asked if that meant they were forgiven, and he quickly explained he didn't want anyone to think he was heartless. He said he had no more questions, then asked May how long they'd have to wait, and she replied that it would happen soon. At that sound, the man snapped his head in its direction. Two men stood in the indicated place, a woman beside them carrying a basket brimming with fruits and gifts. He apologized sincerely for the incident, then gasped in surprise as he recognized one of the arrivals as the Blade Hotel's sales manager, and immediately asked whether the plant manager was present. He blinked in surprise, saying he never expected such important people to turn up at some mercenary's place and admitting he felt awkward, while the man across from him murmured comforting words. They kept saying mercenaries were their most valuable clients, and that a gold-ranked mercenary like Mr. Hero was especially important, but he replied that, judging by how he felt, their attitude toward him left much to be desired. He kept going, outraged that the staff had come on their own for something that crossed the line into prostitution, and he demanded bluntly whether this was normal and what kind of management ran their company. The man across from them snapped that they'd warned their staff, but the employees ignored the orders. The other guy shot back, and when someone wondered if that let management off the hook, the first man cut him off abruptly, disagreeing. He insisted, almost sharply, that their tasks be done accurately and on time, and that no extra complications be tolerated. The seated man nodded and confirmed he was ready. The young man exhaled, turned to the other and said they'd avoided a major clash. He wasn't one for pettiness, so he wouldn't be offended by that. And maybe this time he was ready to forgive them. What mattered to him was that they worked quickly and didn't cause any unnecessary trouble. The guy added, however, that if they really wanted to express their sincerity, he'd gladly accept it. After the man's promise, the guy couldn't stop wondering, what's so wrong with asking for compensation? He suddenly remembered he hadn't asked why they'd invited him, and the company's representative explained that their engineers, while repairing his ship, had taken a keen interest in his polishing technology. He said, voice tight with urgency, that they're desperately short of test pilots to develop the next generation of ships, so they had to turn to him for help right away. They finally saw that inviting each development team one by one was wasteful and costly, so they decided to call all the key managers together and lay out a single proposal to work together. He flared with indignation, snapping that their so-called efficiency only served their convenience and ignored his interests. Then the other man answered with worship in his voice and words heavy with deep regret. And finally the man turned to the girl and asked what she thought. The guy said they couldn't leave the colony until the repairs were finished, explaining they'd always planned to wait here until the carrier came and time wasn't the issue. To him, it all came down to how much they'd be paid. The main character demanded the task be sent through the guild, making it plain he'd only agree to become a probationer if the terms met his requirements, and the other person thanked him deeply. He turned to the two women, insisting a decision had to be made about what to do with them next. He said he'd already forgiven them for the incident, so they shouldn't be punished severely, and the women looked at him, surprised. The two women exchanged glances and stood speechless, and Hero continued, worry clear in his voice. If they hurt their lives over such absurdity, he'd have a hard time finding peace. The next day the man said he hoped he could make his purchases that day without any trouble. With a bright smile, she asked if he planned to do some shopping and eagerly offered to show him around the colony. After a pause, the guy asked why they were there. The woman opened her mouth to explain, but was cut off when another girl grabbed her by the head and apologized for the morning noise. One of the girls said the two planned to apologize face to face, and, worried they might cause trouble, she decided to go with them. The girl warned that if he displeased her, she would take them away at once and lock them in cages. The man protested, urging her to let go, and insisting he was completely satisfied, then asked how they themselves intended to resolve the situation. She said the punishments were a harsh reprimand, a 2-week booze ban, and a 3-month pay cut. She added that she and the whole leadership had to take responsibility, and she smiled as she said that. Luckily, she managed to avoid the alcohol ban. He wondered what kind of punishment an alcohol ban really was, admitting that since he never drank, he couldn't say whether it was truly harsh. The girls exploded into loud voices, insisting this wasn't just punishment, but a real execution, and that it was unbearably hard, while the third girl tried to get a word in with, and the guy noted to himself that someone else had cut her off. It hit him. Even in this world, dwarves drank too. She said she wanted to talk to him about something to make up for being rude earlier. He looked at her closely, cautious and careful. The girl gestured to her two companions, and with a bright smile, offered to hire them as personal mechanics through their company. She said she hoped he'd consider their proposal, and he met her words with a strange, puzzled look. The young man stared in disbelief and demanded, "Why us?" While the girl pleaded, "Don't get angry so quickly. By the way, those people are very skilled." She smiled and said that their company can guarantee the engineer's experience, and he leaned in to be sure, asking, "So you mean I should hire those specialists onto my crew?" She reassured them they'd remain Spaceberg employees, so their organization would keep paying their wages and cover any other expenses. They made it clear the only thing he had to do was give them a place to live. He went quiet, lost in thought, then turned to Mimi and said that, money-wise, the offer was extremely profitable. They stressed that, strange as the Christianism was, it still needed regular upkeep, so highly skilled mechanics were treated as an undeniable treasure. It was noted that a mercenary's work was deadly. People were afraid to fly with them, and in the worst case they could even die. The girls said that in return they'll get to visit many places, which excites them and might even lead to finding some fine liquor. And though they admitted to feeling a little scared and nervous, their wish to thank him for his kindness keeps them going. I've already gone over this with my sister. Long story short, she said she personally has no objections. The main character hesitated, saying he couldn't answer right away because there was a chance they wouldn't be able to adapt as a team, and one girl confirmed he was right, while the other cried out in full agreement. One of the girls beamed and gave a thumbs up, announcing she'd just had an excellent idea. She spun around and asked for clarification, her voice sharp with worry, hinting they needed reinforcement armor. She told me she had a fantastic old shop in mind that specialized in laser weapons, and suggested we go there first. The man nodded in agreement. She offered to show him the colony, promising she would spend the whole day with him and show him everything, and one of her companions nodded in approval, calling it a good idea. They told him to check a few options on his walk to see if any fit and then pick which to take, and the guy thought, that's it. He and May, with elder Tina at their side, set off to find parts to reinforce their armor. Meanwhile, Elma and Mimi spent the day enjoying shopping and sightseeing with their younger sister. The woman apologized again for what had happened the day before, and the man said he'd already had enough apologies. He worried she acted more than she thought. She laughed and said he told her that all the time. He asked if that meant nothing ever changed. She nodded, admitting he had a point. Ms. Tina pulled the girl aside and warned that if the owner had any trouble, she would report it to the company at once, stressing it would surely hurt the girl and her pay and telling her to be prepared. And another girl then voiced her concern. She also realized, a little embarrassed, that she still hadn't asked about his budget or how much a gold-ranked mercenary typically earned. The man, lost in thought, said he'd announced the amount, 100,000, and that everything was going well. But the girl, gesturing with her fingers, snapped that it couldn't be true and she wouldn't be fooled. Suddenly the girl froze with a bright realization and asked if he hadn't already answered that question. And he said that without such huge earnings he couldn't possibly pay 20 million for the ship, adding that his pay shoots up a lot for special or especially big missions, leaving her stunned with her mouth open. She suddenly grabbed his arm and he snapped his gaze to her. She turned to him with a smile and her voice soft and warm asked him to marry her. She suggested he also take her younger Vi as a bonus. The man thought, chuckled, and replied he'd prefer to take only the youngest. The girl grew angry, demanded to know why he chose that, and began to doubt her own attractiveness. She pressed on, insisting that she and the other girl even had identical faces. The man smiled and said they were twins, but their personalities were nothing alike. The man kept explaining his choice, saying the children didn't fit his tastes, and the girl bristled, outraged. Was he calling her a child? She was 27. He froze for a beat, then it clicked. He jabbed a finger at her and burst out a shocked question. She answered with a clear affirmative, yes. She pointed at herself and declared she was a, quote, well-fed lady, then smiled and let out a soft laugh. The man blinked in surprise and admitted he'd thought she was younger than Mimi, even pointing out she was almost his age. She snapped that it felt like a polite way of calling her old, and a third girl piped up that she was the youngest here, only 2 months old since birth. When he stepped into the building, the man was so surprised that his mouth fell open. He spotted a huge gun shop, and inside the seller was energetically explaining every detail to everyone there. The man blinked, surprised. The place was livelier than he'd expected. The girl, for her part, said the colony had so many mercenaries that almost any kind of gun could be found. She told him about the possibility of custom-made weapons, and he lit up. He insisted he had to buy a laser cannon because his had broken, and of course the whole place's atmosphere made any man burst with excitement. He studied the object carefully and admitted he'd been hit by a sudden urge to buy something useless when a girl cried, "Master!" and he turned to face her. May lifted the object in her hands, showed it to him, and asked if she could get it. The man replied plainly, "That's a knife." She said the specified object was a dart made of heavy-duty metal. The man, in turn, stared at him and asked what she needed him for. The girl answered with a clear yes. She explained that those items become deadly throwing weapons even in battle, able to punch through an enemy's armor, and she pointed out how unbelievably easy it is to hide and carry several of them at once. The young man asked if a weapon so simple would suit her, and she answered yes, saying its simplicity made it reliable and highly effective in dangerous situations. He agreed, saw the sense in it, and decided they had to buy darts. The girl's thank you stuck with him, and he thought to himself that Mimi and Alma had never asked him like that before. Remembering their earlier words, he realized being asked so earnestly to buy something was an unfamiliar, almost strange experience. He realized, too, that in May's eyes this wasn't begging at all but a necessary expense to upgrade their equipment. She lifted the dart she'd acquired and turned it over in her hands, studying it carefully with a small, satisfied smile. He made a quick mental note that the object looked pretty decent and guessed she must have gotten it at her request. But before he could dwell on it, one of the girls called to him and snapped him out of his thoughts. The girl pointed at the item and said she wanted to buy it. The man drifted back into his thoughts and realized it was so easy to know what she wanted. He shot back a question, baffled that he was expected to buy something for her, and she just shrugged, asking, "What's wrong with that?" He thought to himself it was a perfect bit of begging, completely without modesty, when another girl called out and pulled his attention away. Holding the object out, the girl told him Tenochtka wanted it. He sighed, gave the attempt just 3 points and told her to start over. She flared up, furious, asking why the score was so low and what he deducted 7 points for. The main character asked again, wondering if she'd rated it above 10 points. The girl gasped, shocked that there were so few balls. After all, she was cute, and the guy said that if people choose between cute and unlovely, she'd usually win. But only for her looks. Admiring and slightly embarrassed, she acknowledged his words, but he cut her off sharply, saying it didn't matter, and that he wouldn't gain anything by telling her to put the item back on the shelf. She, confused, asked sharply, indignant as she pointed out he had the money, and that should have cancelled out his refusal. Then another woman cut her off, calling, "Miss Tina." The girl glared and asked sharply if Tina had forgotten why she was standing next to the owner, and Tina said firmly that she hadn't. The strict girl said coldly that Tina had been put in charge of escorting her around the colony, so they could test whether she would be obedient enough to join the host's team. Tina, burning with shame, owned up to every word, and the girl snapped at her. How could she accept a task that made her beg the owner for something, demanding an explanation, and Tina could only whisper an apology? A guy stepped up, put his hands on the girl's shoulders to protect her, and said May wouldn't pressure Tina. She wasn't the kind to beg. The guy smiled at Tina and said he agreed with her, but the strict girl replied, "If you think so." While Tina, deep down, was terrified, convinced both the master and his maid were evil. The mate leaned forward and asked the owner if he'd found the item they wanted, and the man shook his head. He'd only come across similar things, not what he really needed, and with a shrug added they could place individual orders here. So Tina asked if that option interested him. He said that after the battle with the aristocrat, he'd thought it over and decided it would be tough to find the right item among the current stock, and the girl asked what exactly he was looking for. The guy laid out his demands. He needed a laser cannon to reinforce his armor, compact and easy to use in tight quarters and up close, and built so tough not even an aristocrat's sword could cut it. The girl clarified whether it was an aristocrat's sword, explaining it was a high-quality blade made of reinforced particles, and added that only heavily compressed material, extremely durable yet painfully bulky, could withstand such an impact. Onum warned that trying to control a laser cannon made of that material would be overwhelming, even in reinforcement armor. The man sank into thought, feeling how complex the situation was and deciding there was no other option. The girl objected to his words. She muttered, "Wait a minute," as she typed on her phone, thinking aloud and running through the options until she decided none of them would do. The man suddenly called, "Tina," and asked if he could ask her to design a laser cannon, and Tina looked up from her phone and stared at him, puzzled. He confessed he was only an amateur and didn't expect his ideas to be anything brilliant, stressed that Tina, with a ship-related specialty, was surely the expert on materials, and then turned to her with an offer to try his hand. Tina smiled and, tilting her head, asked if he thought the requested specifications were too high, and whether he was being too demanding. The main character offered a reward of about 100,000 and asked if she could complete the task. The girl hesitated, lost in thought, her face full of fear and doubt, and that fear ended up scaring the guy himself. Tina grinned, confidence shining in her smile, and said she was ready to get the job done. The man smiled when the girl agreed and said he'd assign May as her assistant, telling me to brief May on the armor and to use the partnership to bring them closer. The girl's eyes bulged in disbelief and May answered, obeying the hero. He filed a warning away in his head. If clashes broke out between them and the old crew, they'd never be able to travel together again. And even though the task he'd given looked like a joke, he knew it was a crucial move. The hero announced he was leaving, told Mimi and Elma to negotiate with the store staff and voiced his hope they'd succeed. Then he waved at them. May nodded calmly in agreement, while Tina, smiling with joy, said she understood everything, would finish the task and collect her reward, and the man quietly wondered if she would really manage it. He read the message. They were hunting for everything needed for the life of whiskey and mud on the ship, so they wouldn't be coming back right away, and he reminded himself it wasn't certain they'd fly with them, but he'd jot down what he understood. He paused and thought that, although he could join them, given the situation he'd rather wander through the shopping district, so he walked down the street. The guy drifted through the sales area, eyes darting across the shelves as he studied each product on offer. He studied the figure and instantly realized he was in a colony packed with dwarf masters, the place brimming with antique items. The guy saw the shoulder pads with spikes and, to his surprise, felt a question pop into his head. He stood thinking when he spotted a shoulder pad bristling with spikes that made him picture the gear of some post-apocalyptic hooligans, until a salesman greeted him and said it was an excellent thermal raincoat. He jabbed a hesitant finger at the item and asked if it was a cloak. The seller smiled and said yes, explaining he'd worked hard to make it nothing like an ordinary raincoat. People noted the product's basic function hadn't changed. Put it on your shoulders, activate it, and a comfortable existence is guaranteed, even in extreme temperatures from -50 to +50 degrees, a fact that impressed everyone. He asked how much it would be, and the seller, explaining how much effort went into it, named $3,000 and then offered a discount of up to $2,500. The buyer thought to himself that was far too much for something bought just for fun. He wrote again asking if larger thermal models were available, and the seller confirmed. There's a modification for 800 whose only flaw is a cloak-like look, but it's still highly effective. He thought it hid his shape perfectly and kept him warm, but its design screamed for attention, and the seller said he had other options. The seller flashed a new item, the Chameleon 1200 thermal cloak, and asked him to rate it. The man lit up with delight, pointed out the optical camouflage and called it cool. He beamed as he announced his choice of the product, saying he'd probably buy 5 units at once to stock up, and the seller, surprised by the amount, received a firm yes. Hiro paused, remembering game events where those cloaks had been life-saving, landing on hostile planets, running search missions, and going into colonies where the life support systems had failed. He thought to himself that these things would surely come in handy later. Just then the salesman called out to him, and the man turned around. One of the girls marched up to the seller, pointing out their wide range of high-quality products and sharply demanding that he not try to get ahead of her. Representatives of the outlet suddenly swarmed him, shouting loudly. They first urged him to inspect the products, then the sellers burst into a fierce argument, each insisting their goods were the best and beckoning him to their stall. The terrified man began to yell, begging them to stop pushing, and at the same time they shoved him toward the front door. The guy sneered that it was terrible and said he'd never thought dwarves could be such passionate merchants, and the girl praised him. With 2 female companions at her side, the girl greeted him with a warm smile, waving her hand. Yes. The girls, when asked if they'd witnessed the incident, confirmed they saw everything. One of them even expressed a surprise, saying she assumed he'd be forced to buy many extra goods, but he skillfully defended his interests. She saw it coming. Just as she'd predicted, Mr. Hero had to refuse, yet somehow he still walked away with one thing. The man, after pointing out it was a compact cooking kit, said it was a curious little gadget that would prove useful if ever needed. One woman said she felt he apparently saw how pointless this expense was. Another girl asked who the set was meant for, and she was told the gentleman had cooking skills. He shrugged off the talk of his amazing cooking, insisting his food was just ordinary, rough men's fare, and she pointed out it was strange to see anyone cooking who wasn't a dwarf. Cooking is a craft every dwarf knows. In the colony's eateries, handmade cooking is usually preferred, though machines are used too. And because fresh food is expensive, they often rely on semi-prepared goods from automatic systems that the cook then refines. The main character asked if this was unnecessary labor, and the girl hesitated a little before agreeing, explaining that the dishes, though fully prepared by automated systems, didn't really whet the appetite and clarifying it to him, to which the hero replied that he understood. One woman hesitated and asked, doubtful that the dish's flavor could be truly complete given how it was made, even though it clearly tasted delicious, and the second girl replied she had no complaints. He turned to the women, letting his question hang in the air without saying it outright, and one of them smiled and said this odd thing was probably a mystery only dwarves could understand. The girl replied, pleased, that it seemed they would agree with him on this, and that was very good. She grinned and gladly offered to eat dwarven dishes today, saying she already had the perfect spot in mind. They stepped into the cafe building, a steady stream of daytime visitors filling the space, and paintings on the walls wrapped the place in a quietly special atmosphere. Examining the cafe's interior, the woman couldn't help but notice its intriguing atmosphere. Word came that Dvorovsky fried meat was being served at this establishment. The men with him stared at each other in disbelief and asked if that meant dwarf meat. They explained the meat is fried and eaten right away, which is why tourists flock to it. Then he burst out with an amazed shout at what he'd heard. The young people asked what the dish would look like, and the girl, eyes bright with excitement, said they'd find out soon. Tina turned as a girl called out, cheerfully announcing she'd arrived and apologizing for being late. They scoffed that, given the gentleman's dwarf-style meat, he should have picked a pricier place. This joint was far too low level. And the other girl cut off any more talk by sharply rebuking Tina. He suggested postponing the proposal until later, and one of the girls spoke up, eager about their pricey dishes, and insisting she knew what she was talking about. The man left the decision to them, saying he trusted their choice and would prefer water or tea, while the girl, in turn, asked if there were any alcoholic drinks that would go with meat. The girl said beer was the usual pick, but she liked to get creative, watering it down or going for a whiskey and soda. Her companion piped up that she liked hers mixed with tea, so the first girl finally chose whiskey. They asked the people they were talking to if they were going to drink too, and the answer was a clear yes. Tina pulled the girl aside and touched her shoulder, and the girl visibly reacted. Tina waved it off as just a joke and asked for tea, even as someone pointed out she'd forgotten about the ban on drinking alcohol. After the drinks were served, the girl picked up a glass, cleared her throat, and announced she was going to present her proposal. She lifted her glass and kept speaking, offering a drink to the people at the meeting, when someone behind the table suddenly shouted back. The crowd roared for endless food and drink, but he told himself he didn't want to join the toast. This wasn't the kind of meeting for that. Hiro grabbed the cutlery and began to set the food, but it suddenly slipped out and fell. He admitted to himself that his nerves were on edge. His companion praised him as a top-notch cook. When they called him Mr. Hiro, he shrugged and said anyone could do it. He thought dwarf meat tasted a lot like okonomiyaki, and in his head he explained that okonomiyaki is a kind of Japanese pizza, a fried flatbread with a mix of ingredients, smeared with a special sauce and sprinkled with very thin slices of dried tuna. He tasted it and a jolt hit him. It tasted like okonomiyaki, but the ingredients were different. He thought the cabbage wasn't really cabbage, but something like it. The pork was somehow different too, and it lacked something like nori, but the sauce and mayonnaise were just like in his world, almost okonomiyaki. He decided in his head that, even though the dish was different, he was quite acceptable, while the girl drifted into thought and he shot her a questioning look. She said she couldn't do it the way he did. He met her eyes, smiled, and asked if he could try. She flashed a smile, clearly agreeing. She held the spoon to him. He tried it and said, "Not bad." She asked if it was true, and he went on, saying it was cooked well and that appearance wasn't so important. He said she had an undeniable talent for cooking, and the girl asked, sounding unsure. At that moment, another girl greeted him, calling him boss. One of the women said that, even though the meat was fine in the Drofer style, she wanted to judge the results of her own work. The man lit up, asked to be shown, and at the same time tapped something on her phone screen. A huge, menacing weapon burst out of the phone screen and hovered in the air like it was really there, and the sight of it sent everyone into stunned silence. He lit up at the sight, everyone cheered and called it cool, and one of the girls asked what it was. He explained he'd asked her to design a cannon to reinforce armor. She said she wasn't satisfied with the finished sample's parameters, which left him utterly baffled, and one of the girls replied simply that it was the boss' wish. They unveiled the cannon's features. Built for tight spaces. Its size and weight are tuned so you can hold it with one hand, and only the blade is packed with super heavy compressed material, giving it the strength to withstand aristocrats' swords while the whole thing stays relatively light. They added that, all on its own, it could stand up to other reinforcing armor, so it was given its name. She announced the weapon's name. "The axe is a gun." He nodded to show he understood. After that, he may ask a question, turning to the boss to get his opinion. May explained that the weapon's reduced weight meant less power than a separate laser pistol, but made it more accurate. She said it met all the requirements and fit the budget, so she called it a good combination, and the guy said he trusted her. The man announced he'd present the award later. One girl agreed, while the other, still unsure, asked again what the reward would be. She answered with a firm yes, then said the assignment was an order from the boss. They struck a deal. If she completed the cannon project exactly to his requirements, he'd reward her, and after that the girl turned to the guy. She looked at him with pity and asked, "Is the reward meant only for me?" Hiro, perplexed, let out a small questioning sound. He began to explain himself, full of regret, promising Viska he'd contact her at once if needed. Viska, clearly delighted, asked him to confirm the promise, and he kept answering yes, again and again. She realized the promise meant they'd be staying with them, and she could feel their joining unfolding slowly but steadily. The guy said he knew, he was just asking. The girl confirmed they really were twins, and the other one agreed. The guy asked how they became so different. The girl clarified, said, "Interesting, right?" Then added that it was a long story and asked if everything was okay. Dwarven organizations fell into two main types. Companies and guilds. Companies were the big corporate entities, like Spaceperg and other related organizations. Guilds are associations of artisans, miners, and other similar professionals. Tina explained how a family incident had split their paths. Vi was raised in a company setting, while Tina herself grew up in a guild. They had only started living together 2 years ago. The man concluded their differences came from being raised in different environments. The girl confirmed it. He paused to think, then, puzzled, asked why Tina would side with companies like Spaceperg. The girls began to answer, but their reply trailed off unfinished, and he watched them quietly, thoughtful. They hammered home that the differences were huge, even if you ignore organizational structure and cultural factors. Most people picture corporations as tied to rich, well-educated people, while guilds are seen as groups of the poor and the rude. He asked if the guild areas were unsafe. She sort of replied, adding that's why many in the guild are kind of scared. She said of herself that, as a mechanic, she avoided getting her hands dirty in bad deeds, yet she was still involved in shady business. The woman admitted the memory doesn't bring her any happiness. She went on to say she later ran into Vi again. Vi had left the guild and ended up here. Hiro asked if her leaving meant cutting off all contact, and the girl confirmed. She'd broken every tie and gone to one of the poor colonies, hundreds of light years away. The woman said they wouldn't be able to reach that far. The man pressed to know if that was really the case, and the girl explained that pirates were a separate threat, but the colony inhabitants usually don't leave their star system. She closed her story, saying the events explained why they were so different. The man showed he understood and then apologized, admitting his curiosity had pushed him to intrude on their privacy and had left him feeling anxious. She urged him not to worry, her voice steady. She didn't want any secrets between them if there was even a chance they'd end up on his team. The girl shouted that the squid was ready, and the man turned toward her, eyes sharp as he watched her, waiting to see what they'd do. He snapped his gaze to the side, zeroing in on the source of the sound. The girls waved goodbye, one of them gratefully thanking the guys for the invitation, and the guys smiled and waved back. He asked what she thought of them after a day together. She said she wouldn't call them bad. Being constantly distracted could make her mad, but it wasn't out of spite, so she thought they'd get along, and he agreed. He turned to May to ask how Tina's work in the workshop stacked up mechanically, and May answered without hesitation, firmly convinced that Tina's skills and knowledge were worthy of a first-class mechanic. People were saying their value was through the roof. Even Spaceberg agreed. When it comes to design, Tina leans towards steady, reliable solutions instead of sudden creative flashes. The man couldn't hide his amazement. He blurted they were total opposites, and you can't help noticing that, despite the axe gun's wild look, it runs rock steady. He had to admit maybe Sarah was right about how useful those two could be to them. He realized that since the company would pay the whole salary, and such a lucrative opportunity couldn't be refused, they'd probably have to accept them into the team. But the moment he started to speak, the girl cut him off with an urgent question. The main character voiced his worry about their status as Spaceberg employees. One of the girls pressed him, asking if he was really afraid that information about them and Krishna could leak to the company's management. The man confirmed, exactly. But another girl then asked what danger such a leak would actually bring. He fell into thought, then turned to the girl and told her he thought there was probably no danger. The girl caught his meaning, lit up, and happily asked if that meant hurrah. It was obvious Sarah already knew the gossip about him and Krishna. That meant every bit of news about what they did would leak out, as long as they had something unique, even a special roof. May said the twins wouldn't change the situation, but warned there was a real risk someone could pull Krishna's data or upset relations with the outside. She also promised she could watch everything they did, both inside the Krishna and on the mothership, and would make sure no data leaked and no outsiders got in without permission. One of the girls brushed it off, saying there was nothing to worry about, and her friend agreed. The man said the main problems were more or less solved, and then he meant to tell them something about himself. He spoke up, saying they should include Tina and Viska. The guy asked for an opinion. One girl had no objections. The second agreed, hoping they'd become friends. The guy smiled and offered to get them ready to board. The next day, someone asked the guy a pointed, clarifying question. Did he intend to give permission for their escort? He announced he'd take them under his wing, and the girl on the screen replied she would look after the whole organization, ordered rooms to be readied for them near the mothership's hangar, and said she would request extra living quarters beyond the bedrooms and upload the relevant data. She confirmed she'd received it and said she'd sent the estimate, and he added that after talking it over with the team, they'd all agreed it made sense to have several living quarters. The girl president said it was clear the repairs were necessary and not hard in themselves, and they had to be done quickly, but the guy just looked at her with a serious expression. He said with a frown that he was worried it would cost a lot. She answered softly that she'd given him a discount compared to the market price, and he quickly reassured her, saying everything was fine. The guy said that even though he'd saved up a good chunk after the recent incident, the repairs would still cost him a lot, and he wanted to avoid unnecessary expenses, and he doubted whether internal repairs should really be on the list of required costs. Then the girl nervously rubbed her hands, looked at him and said she had a definite offer. The girls glanced around nervously, wanting to say something. They glanced at the clothes and couldn't help but say, "Impressive." The man smiled and confirmed it, and the girl, ashamed, invited them on board. He frowned and said it felt wrong, ignoring the 1.5 million reconstruction cost while only asking him to pilot for 5 days was just too good to be true, and the girl confirmed it. It was assumed that since we were dealing with a classified prototype, payments to keep people quiet were already factored in. It made sense. Accidents can happen, even with loud promises of complete safety. The woman summed up that all of this only proved how invaluable the test was, and how much was riding on Mr. Hero. Everyone assumed that no matter what, Spaceberg needed the prototype's data and its own expert opinion. The girl turned to the gentleman and asked if they could move to the safety compartment, and the man confirmed they could. He warned her to be careful. This place was nothing like Krinchy. The girl confirmed she understood by putting on her helmet. It may be weaker than the Krishna, but it's brimming with exceptional traits. This small ship hides a generator with power comparable to a cruise ship, and apparently even the Spaceberg specialists haven't been able to fully explore it. The guy said that after getting Krishna in the game, he checked 3 times to make sure it wasn't a software glitch or bug. The girl told them they'd soon have to pass through the gate. The man answered with a steady, "Yes," pressing the lever at that very same moment. An order rang out. "Launch the prototype Hammer 7. The girl asked the guy, voice trembling, why he was. The guy turned to her slowly. The girl asked why they hadn't assigned it to their test pilots, and the guy answered that they'd already run tests, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even reach half of the expected performance. The man said Spaceberg was famous for making tough ships loaded with armor and firepower, but he added that this time, they were focusing on mobility to build a fast warship, and asked outright if it was true the development wasn't going very well. The girl said it felt like, after endless trial and error, they'd finally hit their peak, so they went and hired the best pilot, Mr. Hero. They suggested that even though the degree of optimality was unknown, the new pilot, unlike the regular one, could solve that specific problem. The control center then gave the command to start testing with targets, ordering them to move into position and wait. The pilot of Milot 7 confirmed receiving the order and taking up position. Mr. Hero nodded and said he'd received the information. Yes, I understand. And admitted he'd run nothing but Krishna for a long time. Someone suggested it would be exciting to see what the brand new ship could do, and an invitation to go have some fun was extended. After they took off, a strange wave of weariness washed over the man for no clear reason. He thought the test had gone off fine, no big problems, the task was done, and he called it a success, but a nagging premonition told him there was trouble hidden in that victory. They confirmed the machine met the promised specs, and that the trouble came from software control errors. But the men refused to accept it, insisting the program was flawless and blaming mistakes in the weight balance calculations instead. He turned to the girl and asked what was happening, then sank into thought and realized the test had produced values that matched the specs exactly. And that was the real problem. He pointed out that programmers and engineers keep shifting responsibility onto each other. The girl asked if it's true they don't get along at Spaceberg, and when the man said yes, it made him wonder if that friction was causing their development problems. Giving his assessment of the Hammer 7, he said that despite the emphasis on mobility and the resulting brisk acceleration, the massive armor makes the ship needlessly heavy and causes it to skid, and he added that the cause is unclear, and there's a slight lag in the controls. It was finally confirmed that this was possible, which explained why they hadn't been able to show their full potential so far. But at the same time, the ship still seemed to have a worrying number of unresolved problems. The woman couldn't help but stare at how he managed the coal, her surprise plain to see. The hero just shrugged, saying it was nothing but skill, and the girl stood there bewildered. He explained that even as the ship drifted, the control system still had enough power, his piloting letting them lock onto targets even in orbit where the glide was noticeable. And he added that any delay could be made up for if every action was done ahead of time. He smiled and admitted it would take some getting used to, but the ship's characteristics were excellent. One of the girls asked if it was really that simple. The second confirmed it. Then the first hurried to clarify. Of course not. And blamed the hero for being crazy. And he, in turn, called her out for being rude. Everyone there looked at the men and realized the ordeal had only made their problems worse. The man replied, "Well, that's fine," stressing that he'd finished his task. The next day, the twins greeted him with bright, welcoming smiles and told him they had been waiting for him. The guy spun around, eyes wide with amazement, asking where they'd come from, and the girls, puzzled, said they had to be here. The women said he will pilot prototype number 13 today, the very machine they helped bring to life. Terrified, he managed to say he understood, realizing the design was stylish enough for Space Purg. He then asked if this prototype was a high-speed, agile modification, and the girls answered yes, explaining that unlike the previous model equipped with heavy armor and weapons, this one was built for speed and maneuverability. He gave a firm nod. He understood. With the girl absorbed in her gadget, he declared everything would be ready as expected, then said he'd go check the ship and put on a protective helmet. As the ships took off, the girls watched intently on their computer screens, one of them talking on the phone. The tests, standard maneuvering, shooting, and combat maneuvers, were wrapped up. And then someone asked what results Prototype 13 had achieved. The guy said the facility was running smoothly, no surprises, and management was quick to respond. And the girl added that he can even keep up with Krishna when it comes to mobility. They admitted that to gain mobility they had to sacrifice firepower and defensive systems, which leaves it far weaker than Krishna's indirect combat. Yet it still carries missiles, missile blocks, and rocket launchers, likely meant for quick missile exchanges. One of the women offered to return as the tests were apparently completed. Someone answered with a smile, but at that very moment a wave of anxiety hit him. The smile vanished from his face. He ran the situation through in his head and then called to stop it. At the computer terminal, she suddenly volunteered to test Prototype 13 at full power, and her twin sister fired back with one sharp question. What exactly did she mean? Hiro jabbed a finger at a button tucked into the corner of the control console. He confirmed he could see her, then explained he had been ignoring her on purpose. He let his hesitation slip out, and the woman gasped, firing a question that pressed him to admit whether he was really reluctant to turn off the restriction systems. The woman said Prototype 13 was incredibly agile and asked if he'd like to test what it could do. He turned to her and said he hadn't formed a very good impression of that class of ships. He kept talking, insisting there was nothing wrong. The inertia control device was set up perfectly, and everything was absolutely safe. And he couldn't stop praising how thoughtful and thorough it all was. She said she trusted his skills and was sure he could bring the prototype's full potential to life, her voice urgent with a plea. He stood there, lost in thought. He said that since she wouldn't give up, he'd probably give it a try, and the girl cried out in joy, asking if it was really true. The guy said he'd changed the position of the targets. The girl asked, "Are you sure?" Someone replied, "Just trust them." They reported visual contact with the targets, and the man ordered the limiters turned off, warning that what happened next could be wildly unpredictable. He slid his hand to the corresponding button and flipped it. Instantly, the limiters went silent. The prototype instantly surged to a blistering flight speed. He started shouting that they were going way too fast, and another woman screamed, backing him up by saying they were being pushed hard into their seats. A cold jolt hit her. She suddenly realized what had happened and told Mr. Hero they'd missed their target. At that moment, the guy was scared. He fumed and vowed to go all the way, tapped the screen to turn off auto-balancing, and shouted that his gold rank should not be underestimated, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. The rocket surged forward, its speed rocketing, and at the same moment round objects were flung out of it as the prototype's flame punched through them. Watching the route on her gadget, she stared at the unusual trajectory and asked, breathless, how such a movement could be possible at such high speed, and her companion looked equally amazed. They explained this strange phenomenon wasn't limited to the orientation engines. The pilots were still making sure they hit their targets by manually steering with the main engines. And another woman, in total disbelief and calling it pure madness, insisted the data were exclusive and had to be recorded in full. He protested, voice tight, saying it was tough. He'd enabled constraints in auto-balancing. Then he turned to the girls and asked. Holding her head, the girl replied she seemed to be fine, but felt unwell and had circles under her eyes, and the guy was scared for her. The second girl sank to her knees, voice shaking as she apologized, and the hero replied that they'd been amazed by the ship they'd seen. The girl said Minnie felt terrible from her stubbornness and didn't need to apologize. She replied that she had assured him she was safe, and another added the problem wasn't the piloting, but that Hiro had gone too far. One of the girls turned to Mimi and urged her not to worry. Mimi gave a tight smile and said everything was fine, while the third girl frowned and asked if he was really that eager. The development team had never seen data like this before, and plunged into an obsessed analysis, asking if it could be used in practice, while the girl brushed it off. Results were secondary. You can never have too much data. And told V to stop whining, stressing that everyone was alive, which was a victory, and that the inertia control hadn't been up to par last time. She ended her speech with a chilling revelation. The examiner had almost died. The twins laughed in response. The man addressing them bristled, saying he disagreed and that he should have reported it earlier. The girl sat in the institution, eating as soft music played around her. The young man across the street asked what she thought of the colony's food. She said everything was very tasty, and he nodded, thinking that after the recent incident, everything had been going smoothly. He kept musing that by the 5th day the tests had passed, and after that their services went unused, leaving them idle. The girl turned to him and asked what he thought. He shrugged and said that in my opinion it's not bad. Dwarven culinary art deserves respect. Still, those noodles weren't too good. The girl said she liked it. He smiled to himself. They were on a tiny food tour, and it wasn't the first time. They always put these together whenever they arrived in a new colony and had a bit of free time. The girl said they'd already tasted food in so many places and still had so much to see, adding that watching people in the streets was always a pleasure. And he replied that, despite his gaming experience, many things here felt new to him. She said that when she's in a big crowd, she always finds herself looking for her grandmother. He asked if she had a grandmother. She hadn't said so. She replied, apologetic, saying they weren't communicating. The girl said her parents hadn't told her much about her, so she didn't know much either. She had met her once when she was little, and she seemed so young beside her grandmother that it impressed the girl. He said he knew nothing about biomechs and cybernetics, but he found that impossible. She agreed it was likely, but warned it would cost a fortune. She added that if Grandma is, like him, a fickle resident of the colony, then she's a mercenary. He admitted they couldn't rule it out, and she said it was that very possibility, being spotted during routine visits to the colonies, that sparked her idea. The girl said she'd been secretly searching for her. She'd sent requests to the mercenary guild and even tried to trace her family through the ID, but every lead had come up empty. The hero then suggested they search together. The girl asked if it was true, and the guy said he was interested too and would do it during his breaks from work. She was in ecstasy, voicing deep, heartfelt thanks, while the guy was busy typing information into his gadget. An announcement rang out that the Krishna's major repairs were finished, and they'd load their belongings tomorrow, so they decided to simply watch, when suddenly a crowd grabbed their attention. He peered into the crowd and called out to the men, asking what was going on. A commander from the military detachment turned to him. He was completely at a loss. His eyes went wide. He wrote, pushed his way through the crowd, found a woman lying there, and asked her about the incident. She spotted him and shouted his name, tears in her eyes as she begged for help, clutching the arm she'd injured. The girl whispered, "Vi," and looked like she wanted to say something. The guy burst out, bewildered and loud, demanding to know what had happened. The guy asked how he could help, and another girl, calling him Mr. Hero, told him they had to get her to the medical bay, and he froze, terrified. He agreed the girl was right and began to give instructions, but a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his wrist, cutting him off, and he looked at the girl questioningly. Tina grabbed the guy's wrist, told him not to worry about her, and breathed the temple's name like she was determined to keep going. The man ordered Mimi to make contact with Elma and Spaceperg, and Mimi, scared, gave a shaky yes and promised she'd do it. He pressed her to tell what had happened and to name who was to blame. Through her sobs, she spoke the name, Kharkov. He demanded to know who this Kharkov really was. Tina said it was one of her old acquaintances, an unbearably smug, reckless man she swore was the worst she'd ever met. When the man asked if he was from the guild she'd been in before, the girl confirmed it. The girl blurted that they'd been attacked in the city and Vi had been abducted. The guy, thinking it over, called doing that in daylight very careless, asked why they'd done it, and she answered briefly that they needed data. She insisted she didn't know where he got his information, but he already knew about their tests and demanded they hand over every piece of experimental data and the drawings of the machines they'd tested. The main character asked if Visca was being held hostage and if they'd received instructions about where to deliver her. The girl replied it was the second service area, and he was terrified. Hero said he understood the situation and ordered Mimi to take Tina to the medical bay. Tina screamed his name in desperation. She kept pleading with him again and again to help Vi. The main character laid a hand on the girl's shoulder and urged her to take care of herself first. Mimi urged Tina to go, and the guy stood there thinking, what now? Feeling it was even worse than he'd imagined, and wondering why new problems always seemed to appear. He turned, saw the girls, and in an instant everything snapped into place. The girls said she'd already said from the second service area that it was bad, and someone else asked, "What's wrong?" They brushed off the numbers as meaningless, and when someone asked what that meant, it was explained they meant the old zone, crowded with people who caused trouble. Pressed on who they were and how to spot them, the blunt answer was, they're illegals. She explained that these were people society had rejected, along with others who'd chosen to walk away. The girl clarified that they were a mixed group who couldn't find a place in the usual social structure, for example, criminals. The main character summed it up. So we were talking about out-tests. The girl added that the area was a real trouble zone, a hotbed of gangs and mafia, and she clarified you could, quote, find criminals for every taste and color. Rumor had it Visca worked for Spaceperg and they wouldn't abandon her. And at that very moment a noise sounded and someone entered. When he saw the girl, the guy couldn't stop thinking about everything she'd been through. The girl shouted in indignation, "Are you really going to throw away the temple?" The girl hesitated and said it would be extremely difficult for the company to quickly organize a second rescue operation. Another girl, bewildered, cried out, "Why?" She said, just as she'd feared, it was all about the money. They were posted in the service area, amid the colony's vital life support systems, having taken the crucial positions that kept the colony's environment stable. Direct contact with them could wipe us both out. Normally, they'd refuse any demand that might disturb the colony's perfect life, but maybe this time they chose to ignore that little detail. They warned that stealing the data would do terrible damage, and a massive rescue would force the colony to give up its maintenance systems, while sending a small team into the bandits' lair would only cost countless lives. The young man noticed that when an employee's life hung in the balance, the company's losses, the main character's stomach dropped as they realized things were going badly. And with Tina's words in their ears, they connected it to Kharkov. He said he probably couldn't have dreamed up a plan like that himself, so someone else must have been pulling the strings, maybe a competitor of Diverg. The main character claimed they'd become richer if the data was transferred to them, and warned that if anyone tried to force a solution and damage occurred, the responsibility would fall entirely on the door. He said that if the hostage was abandoned, rumors would spread like wildfire, the company's reputation would suffer, and he couldn't help admiring how cunning they were. The young man realized, with a jolt, that they'd missed one crucial detail. The young man smiled faintly and asked Sarah how much she was willing to pay. The men were talking about how the new guy had already started work, and one of them said that he'd snatched a girl from a doorway. He asked if she meant the one with blue hair, and the other replied sharply that she was a hostage and couldn't be touched. A stranger moved closer to the men, eyes bright with curiosity, and asked if they'd tell them more about the blue-haired girl. It turned out that this stranger was a hero, Anne May. The men swarmed him, voices sharp and suspicious. "Who are you? Where did you come from? And are you here to negotiate for the hostage held by one of the masked men?" The young man watched the man begin to speak, and at that very moment the sun started burning him. The man sprang up and said he didn't have time for this. Hero pointed the gun at the man and demanded an answer, warning that if he didn't, the next shots would be aimed at his ear. The man began to bristle with indignation, but a sudden click behind his back froze him. The girl had put a gun to his head, and he could only wonder when she'd managed it. The main character tapped the map on the gadget, jabbed at the spot where they were, and asked the girl to mark it, and she said it was ready. She said that, grateful for the information, they'd just leave if the men didn't want to be contacted, and the men fell silent. The main character heard the men start to run away, and one of them trembled as he offered to call for help, but the other just called him names in return. The man kept pressing him. Had he seen their equipment? The maid had items for power armor. They were abnormal, and he hurried the person he was speaking to, warning him to move if he didn't want to die. The girl said it was lucky they hadn't brought power armor. It would have been cramped. This place was only a transition and a pretty low one, and she warned them to be careful because the maintenance area was for dwarves only, and the guy replied that now it was clear and it was finally getting more spacious. Hero and May were walking through some streets when May muttered that it was a bad place, and Hero nodded in agreement. He noticed people peering out of windows and from behind counters. He said it looked like a residential area, so even here there were settlements, and it seemed some people were struggling to survive, whether they were right or wrong. He talked about unwanted people, and admitted he felt torn every time he pictured what might have been waiting for Mimi. The girl said Termine Prime was a new colony, so they probably had countermeasures, and she doubted lawlessness had gotten that far. But Mimi could still end up in the same mess, and the guy guessed it was a new colony. They watched and copied others, corralling unwanted people into certain zones, and putting measures in place to keep them out of important areas, which is why even mafia-like outfits and bandits never grow too big. The girl scoffs, saying that if she'd done that, it would mean some kind of elimination, and she'd never have sunk to such a level. The main character is convinced this so-called elimination is nothing more than a brutal flex of military muscle, a cold show of force that doesn't care one bit about the lives it crushes. He learned that, more often than not, mercenaries handled this kind of work, and some took the jobs just to test out new power armor. He said the sight alone had unnerved him, then he jumped when he stepped on something, and the girl watched him closely. She looked him straight in the eye and said this job wasn't right for him. A squeak by the door snapped the main character's attention. The guy said, "It's over there," and the girl nodded. "Yeah, that looks like it." He said they'd explore everything first and grabbed the cube. The girl said she was taking control of the balls, and in that instant the balls shot apart and shattered the silence with a loud crash. At first, the balls rolled across the floor. Then suddenly, they began banging against the walls. The guy asked her to display the image. The girl said yes. Video surveillance images spilled from her gadget and hung in the air. And he said he hoped his temple was fine. She said she'd found where she was. He asked her to enlarge the image. She clicked the screen, and an image sprang up showing her temple sitting on the floor, legs pulled tight to her chest. The guy flinched at the image, and the girl rushed to soothe him, insisting she wasn't hurt and there was no sign she'd been harmed. He apologized for losing his temper and told himself that with Whiskey's life at stake, he had to focus. He asked his companion if he could move unseen, but was flatly refused. He answered by saying they'd stick to the plan they'd already set, and that they had to move quickly. Walking down the corridor, he whispered he hoped the task would be carried out flawlessly. May, the main character, stands by the door as the hero asks if everything's ready. The drones have already pinpointed the targets, and she answers with a firm, confident yes. The hero orders the girl into action, and then she swings her foot and lands a fierce kick. She slams the door, sending it flying outward, and everyone inside freezes, stunned by the sudden turn. Someone cries out about the noise, asking what's going on, while the main character presses a button on the device and hurls it forward across the floor. The device stops right in front of the people, and they stare at it in horror and disbelief, while Hero and May hide behind the doorway. After the blast, they press their hands over their eyes and scream. They can't see a thing and have no idea what it was. Hero and Meg step inside. The main character orders the girl to figure it out, and she levels her guns at the enemies, fires shot after shot, and kills everyone who stands in her way. The others level their weapons at her, ready to kill, and the main character rushes forward, thinking that while May keeps them busy, he must race to the temple. The device on the guy's cheek beeps. He realizes someone's standing right in front of him. Then suddenly someone kicks the door down and demands silence. The bearded man shouts he can't even take a nap. This whole farce has left him with no clue what kind of people did it. But Kharkov is solving them now. Suddenly he stops and stares at the main character, thinking it's a flying cannon. And in a flash, the hero fires, killing the man and leaving a hole in him. He drops to the ground. May tells the guy she's done cleaning the zone, and the guy agrees. But for him, everything is just beginning. He asks her to make some noise, and she agrees to keep the diversion going. A shot suddenly whistles over his head and he startles, diving behind a wall as people fire at a ghost. The main character chilled by how terrifying a real shootout is, and he presses the device's button again. The main character throws it higher, and the device unleashes a crackling electric blast that hits several people at once. They scream from the impact, and Hero smiles, saying the stun grenade really makes everything easier. The two guys are still barely standing on their feet. He takes a breath, bursts out from behind the wall straight at his enemies, and opens fire, shooting them all with his weapons. He walks on, eerily calm, and stops at the turn. He tells me to figure it out here. He peeks around the corner. A strange explosion and terrified screams echo from behind the door as the girl says, "Everything's ready," and the main character steps forward to thank her. The guy opens the door and stares inside. The body of a man who died in May lies there, and the dead man says that everything worked out. Link a few recon drones and they can spit out a brutal high-voltage shock that'll knock someone out. You could use it to take out the guard, but it fries their batteries so it only works once. He walks forward and finds a room where a sad girl sits behind a cage. He tells her that she's here and she, surprised, crawls toward him and calls his name. She asks the guy why he's here, and he replies that he came to save her. The guy pulls out a gun and asks the girl to move away, and she recoils, terrified at the sight of the weapon. He melts the cage lock with a laser and beckons the girl to come over. He'll carry her, and she stands there, wide-eyed with surprise. The main character asks Whiskey if walking like that isn't hard and dangerous. She agrees, so the guy scoops her up into his arms and asks her to hold on tight. Cradling a girl, he steps into the corridor and spots a man still alive reaching for a weapon and crying out for help. Viska's eyes go wide with surprise. Then Hero pulls out his gun, and the girl flinches at the sudden sound. He tells the girl not to worry, that everything is fine, but inside he thinks he's a coward. Now his life is in danger too, and he won't let a single moment of pity set him up. He says he has a temple and he's coming back. Maypoints are gunned forward, and reports say the resistance here has become fierce. Will they be able to leave along Route B? The guy understands this, pulls out another device with a button, and asks what it is. The main character throws a device from behind the box. It starts to glow in flight, then erupts in a blinding flash. Peeking from behind the box, they see a huge hole in the wall, and the main character cries out that it's their escape route.